chips. Search one.
So give information, welcome to your seat number 5, please place the ball in seat 5 now. Last is 1,500, 3,000, with 3,000 up 124 places for the 74 we get 8. 74 next we get 8.
Floor. No thanks.
Once again, welcome to seat 5, 1,500, 3,000, 3,000 active, 50, 3, 3. Yes, please begin to deal now.
Can I get 6,500?
No, I can't think it's yeah.
That's so bad.
Unbelievable, yeah. Out of everywhere, insane take boss.
It's me.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are here for the main event at the PartyPoker Tour in London. Myself, Jay Harwood, and George Sanford. Going to take you through proceedings this evening. We are playing 12 levels or down to 16 players. Main event underway.
Certainly are a couple of superstars here. Joe Beavers, of course, from Hendon Mob notoriety, as well as Michel Molinar, a high roller Dutch player, based in London now, plying some of his trade here alongside other parts of Europe. Let's see how we get on. Queens. Kick things off for Ulf in the +3 spot, and it's going to be a long day ahead of us. The early indication is playing down to 16 or 12 levels,
12 levels, yes.
I believe.
So 12 levels will be around 1 AM. If we get to 16, we get to 16, but I feel like how good the structure is, it's going to be 12 levels, coming back with 124, 56 getting paid, 1,500 3K blinds to kick things off.
And the average stack, did you say was 70 big blinds?
Yeah,
right
70
now?
bigs, just under 200K, so like 67 big blinds, 65. Lots to play for these players. Simon going to defend the King 8. We'll run down all the players after this hand.
Yeah, heck of a start for Ulf. Just casually flopping top set, first hand to go. And he's done some good work in the day one as well, coming in with over 340,000 to start.
Just going to see about half. The King 8 out of there. Quick rundown of the table. In 1 we have Marco Vasconcelos, in 2 Ulf Karl, in 3 Denis Orhan, in 4 Yupeng Huao, 5 Michael Molinar, 6 is Joe Beavers, and in the 8 seat Richard Olsen, and in 9 is Alexei Kazakevich, I will go with.
I think that's a solid effort.
Always find like when we have the tournaments in London, it is like a bit of roulette with the names.
It's multinational, isn't it?
Getting the pronunciation right. But that is the table for the first session. That's the chat box. Gets involved. Good evening, everyone. Evening, Rosa. Evening, Gola, Shidong, Thomas Madison, Lucky and Loose, and Lemmy Winks. All tuning in for main event day 2. We'll have some prizes up shortly.
Collected over £215,000, so we're probably looking at a top prize of, I'd say, in the 35 to 40k range.
I feel like that's going to be about right. The 500 just shy of Manfield.
And Alex was the only super short stack coming in to the feature table with 5.5 bigs to start day 2, and he's all in with ace-8, and he's run into a bit of a spot here. Going to be dominated by Ulf. Hot start for seat 2. Unfortunately, Joe's got one of his outs as well, so up against it from the get-go.
Oh, Joe's going to get involved here. Gun shove, although Alex should be fairly wide off. 5.5. Still got to be worried about Ulf's range. Ace do suited into the muck. First win and call of the day. Can Alex find the ace?
Maybe backdoor Broadway.
Just one ace in the deck as well.
Ooh, ace or a queen needed for Alex, otherwise it's going to be a short-lived day 2, and that is exactly what it is. Unfortunately for Alex in seat 9, only coming in with 5.5 bigs. Wouldn't have had too many expectations, but 2 hands on the feature table and a quick shower.
I understand with poker players, sometimes when you got these 11 o'clock starts, these midday starts, you turn up 10, 15 minutes late, but seat 4, you paying for a 4 o'clock start, he slept in.
It's not on, is it?
It's not on 4 o'clock.
I didn't know what
start.
to do with myself today. It was like 4 o'clock. We clocked off fairly early yesterday, although you were at the party, weren't you, having a good time, so he might have been there giving it large. You didn't see him, did you?
I didn't see him. I didn't see you paying, I don't think, last night, but not turn up yet. Only with 53k as well, so it's not like he's got lots of chips at.
It's inexcusable, really. Ooh, and Joe picking up the boots here in the cutoff. Lovely spot for him. Came in with a decent stack from day 1. Well over 50 big blinds to start the day.
Great to see Joe at the tables as well. Legend of UK poker.
Absolutely. How long do you think he's been playing poker for? 30 years?
Yeah, I'd have the overs.
Over?
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
have the overs on 30. Very well known. Doesn't play as much these days. Likes his dealer's choice cash games. Good to see him back in the tournament mix. Get some action from Marco with the 10-9.
Interesting flop. Big piece for both players. Joe top set, Marco gut shot and a flush draw. So Joe's certainly going to be able to extract some value here on the flop.
Probably one just as Marco will play check call against cut-off. It's actually interesting when we're against gun or +1 here, we can actually find some raises because our opponent gets stripped of a lot of flushes, but Marco just going to let it go. Gut shot flush draw into the mark, facing
What was he hoping for?
40%.
With the 10-9 off there.
Maybe thinking Joe will still have some hands that have some Rocher and ace-king, ace-queen with a diamond. I thought we'd see cool. Head to the turn.
It's a tentative start there from Marco.
Full chip counts.
Do we have you, Peng? No, it's the tournament director, I thought. Be going through the blinds soon. Not ideal with, I think he had about 17 to 18 big blinds to start the day.
Should be seeing another open from Joe. Ace Jack folded 2 in the hijack. And Simon got one here that pretty prime to use LP versus LP. We like middling offsuit ace X as our free bet bluffs, but just going to land on call.
Yeah, I don't mind call like button versus cutoff, but I think cutoff versus hijack, it's just a little too weak, I think. I think we'd rather use the qualities of the hand as a 3-bet bluff in some ways.
Just not much playability, the ace-9 off. If we are going to continue, I feel like taking aggressive route.
Often going multi-way as well. When we do land on the passive option. Decent flop for Joe, but I think he might try and maneuver his way to a turn here. 3 ways. We'll glean a little bit more information of the strength of his opponent's hands by checking as well. Once he faces a turn check from the big blind, should be happy to start to seek the value with the 2-pair.
Yeah, he's going to do exactly that now on the turn. Once Ulf checks twice, very unlikely we're behind to him, and we expect to hear from Simon's Queen X a lot on the flop 3-way. Very likely Ace Jack, just always the best of it here, can still target some pocket pairs, perhaps some turn 7x, even like a Jack 10 suited on the bottom that could check back. 8.5, just north of third, does the trick. Good fold from Ulf, doesn't get sticky after catching a pair on the turn. I believe they're both still in Mana Straw. Neither are on my bust out list, so assuming they both made day 2, which I believe they did, the Staples brothers still in the field. Some early casualties to let you know about. Johnson, Kikumba, Asil May, Longmail Fam, Ethan Foreman. We saw Alex on the feature table. So 5 exits in the first 10 minutes of the day.
And all of the information on stack updates, hand information will be on Poker.pro, which is the official media partner for the Party Poker London leg. Get yourself over there for the relevant info. So first we've heard of Michelle, opening it up with the Ace-King. Marco on the button here with shade under 30 big blinds, folding the 6s again, so some maybe signs of early nerves on the day 2 from Marco potentially.
It's a 9-7-4. Michelle still out in front with the Ace-King height. Against big blind, they have some bigger sizes on this board. Lots of gut shots, straight draws out there in the big blind defend range. And we've got that little ace of clubs in our hand as a bit of backup.
Is that 10k is gone? Yeah, nice. 2/3.
Just recognising big bet board. Big bet comes in and takes it down. PGD Poker says, did the Staple Bros make day 2? I didn't see any of their stacks on report insights. I've just checked and it is just Matthew that is in the field for day 2. I couldn't find Jamie. So just Matthew that is flying the flag for the Staples Brothers.
When do you reckon Joe Beavers first recorded cashes on the mob?
I am going to go 1998.
Was that when Hendon Mob started?
I think it was late 90s, wasn't it? I think
Yeah,
it started.
I think so.
But then you can like find some recorded results of some players that are like in the 80s, which have obviously been...
Oh, they've backdated them. Yeah, okay.
But I'm going to go 1998.
Wow, no recorded cashes since 2019 at a 1K PLO event in the WSOP. So, little scroll down. 1996 in the Pot Limit Hold'em.
Pot Limit Hold'em?
Yeah, that's a blast from the past, isn't it? I don't think I've ever seen that game being featured online or anywhere.
It used to be huge, like early 2000s, like all like the clubs and stuff that were playing poker cash games. It was all pot limit. Just from people that I spoke to that were playing back then, they said all the games used to be pot limit, early 2000s, late 90s, and just that's how it was. And then
that was kind of like the fad. Was it like a short deck type thing?
and then I think the moneymaker boom happened, and then everything just went no limit. I'm guessing that's how it all changed. Going to get a couple of guest commentators in today as well. Big Sam Action Pong going to come in. We saw him on the Invitational Sit and Go yesterday. And we're also going to grab Rob Sherwood, who had a $2.2 million score 5 months ago in Vegas.
Holy moly.
So maybe we'll have a little chat about that with Rob.
Simon in seat 7. Open it up with the King Queen. Nice candidate. Party did say how many Sati qualifiers there were. It was over 120, I believe.
Jordan says, will there be a feature table for the mystery bounty once day 2 of the main event has ended? I highly doubt it, Jordan. We'll probably be finishing this about 1 AM unless there's carnage, bust out after bust out, and somehow we reach 16 players, but 12 levels of 45 minutes going to be played today.
Rather unlikely, isn't it? We will keep you updated on the numbers in the mystery bounty and any interesting developments from that side event. Also a PLO 456 if you're in the local area, £150, which is always a good bit of fun. Quick structure as well, so should be a nice one for a couple of hours. So Michelle limping in with the 9-3 here. Just taking his price with the big blind ante.
Maybe a function of not expecting Joe to ISO hands that he probably should, like some offsuit King X, some offsuit Queen X, even like 10-4 off that can ISO at a small frequency, blind on blind.
Yeah, I think that's... It's in some ways a bit of a disrespectful limp, isn't it? But Michelle just looking to play as many hands as possible. You'll see that theme continue.
I'm not going to dislodge Joe yet. Gut shot and diamond in hand, blind on blind should be continuing as Joe Beavers.
King on the turn gets a bit tricky for Michelle to maneuver now. He doesn't have any intuitive kind of equity, so it's just a case of whether we want to try and fire off some 6x.
Fold out even some like ace high, 6x, 7x, but as you say, prefer having like at least a gut shot, an overcard to a jack. Like much better to barrel something like Queen 5 here when we still got equity versus the Jack X in Joe Beavers' range. But now Joe going to take the reins himself.
Yep, and nicely manoeuvred there from Joe. Little float on the flop with the gut shot and takes it down on the turn when check 2.
Pocket jacks for Marco. Starts the hand just shy of 29 bigs. Opens to 7. And here we go.
Ooh.
Deniz and Marco can't really see an avenue which these two hands don't get in pre at this stack depth.
Yeah, almost a guaranteed collision, just a case of how it goes in. I'd like to see the smallish 3-bet from Denise.
Starts the hand at 26 bigs, but gonna just
the
go
shove.
jam.
It's a little bit heavy-handed, I would say.
Completely agree. Like we never, like imagine Marco's got ace queen here against this huge shove, probably not going to be calling, but if we 3-bet to like 16, 17k, we have potential to induce from some hands that we dominate.
Yeah, he could stick it in, he could defend a hand that we dominate, exactly. So the byproduct of the jam is that you do only get called by pairs and ace king a lot of the time, which is not the ideal outcome. However, big flip to kick off the day 2 here for both Denise and Marco. Let's see who comes out on top. Ooh.
Not looking good.
Jack 8's going to be tough for Denise now, and he is the covered player as well, so it's going to need a 10 and a 10 only. We can see there's only 3 remaining. One time?
Oh!
There it is.
One time it for him. Denise finds Broadway on the river. Unfortunate for Marco, going to be left with 2 big blinds, but 10 ball called in on the end.
Brutal one for Marco, left with 2.3 big blinds, and certainly a feeling of being a bit hard done by there. Seeing the jack on the flop, not to be. I saw we had a Tennessee Hold'em event. They've been trying to kick this off across.
Enlighten me, Tennessee Hold'em.
I think there's literally a bloke from Tennessee that's created his own game, and he's kind of taking it all around Europe. And at one of the other stops around Europe, we tried to play it, but it was so complicated that no one really knew what was going on. So I was quite interested to see if there would be any numbers for that. That was on Tuesday.
I've never heard of it. First time I've ever Tennessee Hold'em.
5% rake, so I mean it's quite attractive, but I wonder if it got any numbers.
So Marco, 2 bigs under the gun, should really be any 2 cards here. I want to try and win someone else's big blind and ante, but we actually find ace jack.
Yeah, that's a sight for sore eyes in this spot.
Any 2 call from the big.
First hand we've seen Ricard VPIP. He's got 10-9 suited, looking to hunt the elimination. Marco, the glass is off. He's not quite out of the chair, but... Ooh, that's not going to soothe the nerves either, is it? 2 overs and an open-ender for his opponent now. And a backdoor flush draw. But he's not dead on the turn, at least. Got to fade him. Plethora of outs. And he does. So Marco's still in the hunt. Back to 6 big blinds. And our current table chip leader, Ulf Cole, only 1 recorded cash on the mob, total live earnings of $1,000, got himself into a pretty decent situation. And here he is, with the ace-8 under the gun.
I'm going to choose to open. I don't mind it. When we cover the whole table, 25% of the field remaining. ICM's still there and a small factor. So
It's quite nice when you've got the short stack in the big blind that you'd be happy to get it in with as well.
I feel like only stack size at the table would get to open this one from gun, but going to run into it. Joe Beavers had aces already today. Now the Cowboys in the cut-off.
Yeah, fast start for Joe. And Ulf likely to be hearing from him here. It looks like he's bumped it up to 18k.
Yep, seems nice. 6 bigs. Ulf just out of the way. All the way around to Ricard on the button, 5-3 of hearts. Get a look from Ulf in the big blind. King 10 off, wants to see 3. 10-9 deuce, 2 diamonds rolling off.
Looks like he's going to go for the lead here, a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah, for sure. Pure check board, 10-9 deuce. I think we just play 100% check in theory. Potentially could have got a C-bet out of Ricard there with the 5 high. We earned more chips that way.
Yeah, it would have been a very clean check raise with one of our better 10s there. Ace 10 you'd expect to be 3-betting a decent clip.
The payouts will be confirmed shortly, Christian. We've just started day 2. We had the Hyper Turbo. Obviously had to get everyone bagged up for that and then start day 2 at 4. So there'll just be checking everything, making sure the numbers are right, and it will be out shortly, the full payout structure, and we'll put a tick up across the bottom for you guys. You can see what everyone is playing for. As Yu Pang finally
wakey wakey
turns up. 20 minutes late, but he's here.
Rocking the sleeveless shirt as well. Style points for Yu Peng. He's got some work to do. He's already gone through one round of lines. Luckily, just missed out on the second round.
Simon Jack 9 of diamonds opens in the hijack here. Marco 7-8 of spades. Could be very tempting to put this in when we only have 3.5 bigs, but we have no fold equity, and then we're always running it with 8 high. Whereas if we fold, we have 6 hands to find something better to go with. Maybe he is going to spin it. You can't fault him. It's a pretty hand. We only have 3.5 bigs. We're always going to be all in with 8 high. Our opponent always has to call us. And to be fair, I've seen a 9 and a couple of jacks go in the muck, so I feel like once Denise folds here, it's going to be close to...
I think you can also peel here with the 8-7 and like fold on the absolutely disastrous flops like ace deuce deuce or something. It's a bit spicy, but when you retain that 5k, you still play for the full big blind ante. So, but then shoving does reopen the action, so you know you kind of get to freeze out the blinds and play for the extra 2.5. So 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. He does go for it and is going to be needing some help now. Backdoor spades, backdoor straight.
Looking bleak for Marco, 7% equity. There's a helper on the turn though.
Hello.
But just 3 outs with the dead cards, 2 6s, 1 jack in the deck here.
Not to be. Unfortunate for Marco. Did come in with a relatively decent stack, losing that crucial flip with jacks versus ace king suited.
Just a couple of bust outs to make you aware of. Gunjan Mao, Alexander Burek, 2 players that busted just before Marco. Suited for Simon from +2. Expect him to be getting involved. Three bet here from the cutoff. And
Patrice, our new player. With the Queen 9 suited, and he's actually all in on the short stack. It's the first we've seen from him, new player at the table.
Yeah, I don't think he's actually all in. I think this is just a graphic error. You can see he's got a few 25k chips in that stack, so probably working with around 160, maybe slightly more. So I feel like we're about 50 bigs effective here. So Simon, he's got the hand.
Yeah, he could go for some counter resistance, but nice 3-bet combo there. The Queen 9 suited, a bit too weak to flat. Folding is okay, but finding some of these 3 bets with the Queen 9s, the King 9s, where your opponent is going to be opening hands like King 10, Ace 10, Ace Jack offsuit that will be folding a lot to the 3-bet in those positions. Nice execution.
Yeah, no stranger to the felt. Patrice, 800k in the live earnings, best live cash of just north of $200,000. That come 2 years ago when he finished second in UK IPT Nottingham.
Some very solid results there. He also got 4th in an online 3K during COVID for a big score of $192,000. And Simon now with a rather unorthodox limp here with the ace-8 off from +1.
Wow, we are paying. Doesn't complete for 1,500 more with a suited jack in the small blind.
Yeah, I would have been in for the 1.5 there, getting a good price.
Now, Michelle with the ace-8 suited facing this limp. Probably never expect Simon to limp a better hand unless he's trapping. Both with the same hand suited for Michelle.
Oh, absolutely beats him in there as well. And Michelle seemingly a big favourite to win this one with the follow-up.
It seems like a clean continue as well. Overcard, backdoor flush draw, backdoor will draw. And as well, like thinking about Simon's limp range, he's going to have a lot of stuff like Jack 10 suited, 9-7 suited. Fair amount of hands that do with this board. Wow.
Wow, okay. Simon did have a plan.
So 20% continue from Michelle, so goes tiny, and now Simon making this 17k, and Michelle actually getting nearly 6-1 on a call here, so probably not going to be over just yet. And there is the float out of position with ace high. Like, it's not necessarily that we're floating to like hit an ace. Like some of the times our opponent will just shut it down on the turn, and then we have potential to win this pot on rivers. But we'll see if Simon has any ideas about continuing to rep a strong hand. Actually a really good card to see for Michelle, because you feel like deuces and threes definitely part of this limp call range.
Yeah, and once you do get the check back, should be fairly happy. There are some hands that could raise the flop, like King Jack, Jack 10, kind of wrapping around the Queen, looking to knock out some of the ace highs. Just going to try and take this one to showdown, and they're going to chop it up.
Some advertisement there for the table as well for Simon. Just snap raising that flop on Queen 3 deuce rainbow with ace 8.
Yeah, someone as well studied as Michelle, he's going to be aware that you will get some rather unorthodox reactions to these super small sizings, where some players just perceive it as weakness. They don't see them in their regular games. People are usually betting third pot, half pot in these situations, so they see south of quarter and think, well, I'll just raise him here. He's not got any of it. That's kind of the thought process, I think.
What we mentioned yesterday, really, like taking players to that area of the game tree, and when they're not used to 20%, 10% bets, they're just going to perform badly against them and maybe make erratic decisions.
Absolutely, and that's what we saw there. No follow-up.
There must be fancy dress in Aspers today. I'm sorry, but yeah, like, a full Arsenal tracksuit, like, come on.
It's a bit much,
It's a
isn't
bit
it?
much.
Yeah.
Like, I can understand the shirt and Arsenal hat, but
Yeah. Try to get a run out for the reserves next week, maybe.
yeah, maybe that's it. So pocket sevens from Patrice. I'm going to call the 10 at 9 suited here. Over to Joe. Ace deuce off. Doubt we're going to be doing much. Maybe fancies defend, but less likely three-way. He's going to defend. Like the power combo from the big blind at like 30 bigs. We don't like taking it at anything more than 40.
With ICM,
Yeah.
yeah. Don't think we're quite in that node yet with 112 left. And how many paid is it? 40?
56.
56, thank you. So half the field is going to be paid from here on in. Still a lot of work to do.
Patrice checking over up to the in-position player and also with a very nice one to start taking off.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to hit his hijack cold calling range quite nicely. He's going to have a lot of strong hands interacting with this 2 Broadway flop.
Yeah, more importantly, we fold out better hands, some suited ace X, some suited king X, stuff like Patrice has, some of these pocket pairs.
These under pairs.
And when we do get continues, we have a delicious amount of equity to make the best of it. I'm just going to win it here and now as Ulf. A fantastic turnout for the Party Poker Tour main event. Back in business and nearly 500 runners attending this main event here in London. We are off to Manchester and Glasgow a bit later in the year, and 2 more stops to also be announced for the Party Poker Tour, but a fantastic start here in London. Nearly 500 runners in this main event, creating almost a 220k prize pool. And as soon as we have that confirmed payout structure, guys, it will be with you.
Absolutely. Manchester's going to be June the 17th to June the 22nd, and Glasgow in August the 12th to the 17th. Many step and the official tour path route to get your way there with the weekly Sunday package qualifiers, which are the 500 main event seat plus 500 in expenses. Get your way in for as little as $1 rate for the step 1.
Interesting one here for Joe. Definite decision point, whether to 3-bet or whether to flat, both with merit. I feel like against Michelle, I'm probably more inclined to take the aggressive route here.
Definitely.
And just in terms of size, probably want to be reaching at least 8 big blinds as Joe. It just goes for the 6 BBs again.
And I don't think Michelle's going to go anywhere versus the smaller size. In position.
Suited king.
Yeah, exactly.
Like getting 2.5 to 1 with position here. I don't think we're going to see Michelle let this one go. Like Joe here probably needs to be going at least 24k. Start the hand near 50 effective. Probably want to be 8 big blinds minimum. But goes for 6 bigs. Now we get here against a very talented player out of position.
Yeah, this could be tricky. And it certainly is now on the king high texture. Michelle with the backdoor flush draw if he needs it. But right now, sailing into the lead.
I'm interested to see whether Joe C-bets here. Probably going to be a range bet board. The king 8 deuce is the 3-bet up. Just what size is he going to choose? Looks small. Just north of 20%. 9 into 42.
I don't think we're going to play any raises on king 8 deuce rainbow, and the reason for that is that we're repping so thin, and 2, our opponent has all of the ace kings, the aces, the kings that we don't have. So when we do have top pair such as this, just happy to allow our opponent to potentially pick up some equity and fire off, just like now.
Let's go, Joe. Let's run it.
Come on, Joe.
This is the turn that we're going to be tripling off on.
So what have we got? 115 effective, so 2 stack to pot ratio. Are we going to see 2/3 from Joe here?
I'd love it if he can find it. Well, goes for 60%, so not far off.
Yeah,
35 if we're cool. Going to leave 130 in the pot and 80 in Michelle's stack. So B60 on both streets.
Yeah, looks good.
Seems good. And now, as Michelle, this is where the decision's going to occur. Been pretty clear up till now, but still going to take one off with his top pair. Maybe an element thinking that Joe's going to just give up all his bluffs on rivers as well. Like, people aren't sending it as much in a live setting, that just want to free bet and barrel off. It's hard to do sat there in game.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, and now he does chop with King Jack and King 10, and Joe just firing it in.
I absolutely love it from Mr. Beavers, and Michelle just snaps it off. Is there some sort of? I guess he just says this river's way too good for me
if
to
he's
be
got
folding on.
offsuit Ace Jack Ace 10.
Yeah.
Potentially even some hands like Ace 5, Ace 7. Yeah, by the river he's repping Queens, Kings, Ace King, and King Queen basically.
You can have aces as well, I guess.
Yeah, aces. Sorry, yeah.
Maybe one combo of eights versus button, but I still feel like when we go that size, Michelle's just going to have a lot of hands that pull in position like he does, like even like some 8x that we fold on the turn, and even like the suited King X that we potentially fold out by the river there. But I guess Michelle just said this 8 is one of the best rivers we can get other than a 4, so
Yeah.
we're not folding this one, sir. Well played hand from both, I think.
A hallmark of a seasoned pro there, not messing around, not making a big song and dance of it with all the facial expressions, just putting the chips in and being at one with the fate of whether our opponent does have value or the bluff.
Really nice hand to get to cover though. Got a lot of respect for people that are willing to fire the barrels in when they don't have the goods. Hard to do. Joe was telling the story. He had aces, ace king. And now the rest of the table could be in a bit of bother if Michelle starts getting some decent distribution.
Yeah, he's going to be a headache. And just thinking about the hand, if Michelle never folds a king in that spot, how efficient is our bluff? Because what are the other continues on the turn?
Maybe that's one of the rivers, like the 8, when now all King X are chopping with other King X other than Ace King, that potentially we shut down on the 8 or the deuce perhaps.
Yeah.
Maybe we do need some give up rivers, but I feel like the turn barrel going to be very effective versus Michelle's range when we make it that size pre.
Totally agree. I think both players had already kind of decided on if the board texture doesn't change. Michelle, I'm calling. Joe, I'm firing. So
Potential to get 2 better hands to fold here. Opens the 4-5 of spades. Nothing going for us really, but one and done probably with 5 height.
Hussein not looking to tangle pre-flop with the 9s. Again, it's one of those where, sure, if we do get 4-bet, we're in a pretty annoying situation, but I think versus someone who's going to be as wide and as capable as Michelle, we want to be taking this one upstairs from the small blind pre-flop, I think.
Do you think just seeing the hand played against Joe and seeing Michelle call King 4 suited in position maybe sort of deterred Hussein from taking the 9s?
It can instill fear in a way, because you're like, you know, if he was kind of half watching the hand, he didn't see the sizings, he was like, wow, that guy's sticky. You know, and he snapped him on the river as well. And I'm not sure if it was meant by Michelle, but when you see a player just absolutely snap a river like that with what is a fairly marginal hand, it can sort of cage you somewhat.
I do feel like if Joe finds 25k pre there, 8 bigs, the hand's just over though. I feel like Michelle getting less than 2 to 1 now against 8-9 bigs probably lets the King 4 suited go, but
yeah, it's price sensitive, isn't it?
Queen 9 of hearts opens from +1. Hussein here. Jack 9 of clubs on the button, just into the mark for the effective.
Been a real mixed bag from Hussein so far. We saw the ace-8 versus Michelle, where he's limp called pre-flop and then snap raised the flop. Is this Jason joining the table?
Let's find out.
Wow.
Yes, it is. Jason Glatzer
Yes.
comes and takes a seat.
Wacky Jacks, a very well-renowned old-school mixed games player online, now is heading up some of the operations for Poker.pro, which is where you can find the official media coverage and tournament chip counts and updates over on their website. And that's why he's decked out in the Poker.pro hoodie. Also plies his trade at Hold'em.
Actually on comms with Jason, I think it must have been about 7 years ago now,
Oh, wow.
at Battle of Mortar. Just done a little stint with him, a little session, and seemed like a lovely guy. Obviously plays a lot of mix. Not sure about these days, haven't seen him in years, but
Yeah, he's doing a lot of work in and around the poker world. Discipline fold there with the ace-10, quite like it.
yeah, we're at 23 against +1. Feel like it's fine. Now over to Patrice. Interesting one, Queen 10 suited here. Feel like we had 10 bigs more. Could be one that potentially more inclined to 3-bet.
Looks like he's going for it though.
Still reaching. 38 to start the hand.
Dennis has been fairly active so far, to be fair. Seeing a lot of opens.
Back to Dennis with the 9s, and I'd be surprised if he let this go. Like a nice one to just call and take 3 with position.
Yeah, we're somewhat caged with this hand. It's pretty much too strong to fold and not the type of hand that we want to 4-bet.
Yeah, we're not shallow enough to 4-bet jam, I don't think.
Ooh.
Like a 30 becomes a lot more viable, but
Wow. And
just going to choose fold.
if we get folds with the Queen 10, even more of a profitable 3-bet from hands like 9s, 8s and 7s.
Now, Patrice was expecting his opponent to fold that high up, but the power of aggression sometimes pre-flop. I feel like at this sort of sweet spot buy-in level, £500 buy-in as well, like people aren't 4-betting enough. When someone
Yeah.
4-bets, it's just always top 5%.
Yeah.
So like, if you can be one of these players that are aggressive, find the right combos to 3-bet, see the players that aren't fighting back, if you like, you can really start chipping up.
And even the top players as well are going to be less likely to 4-bet light, because they're just not going to want to take the higher variance spots. They just want to keep the SPR high and just motor through the field. So it works in many facets. Nice job there.
Charlotte finding queens from +2, facing this gun open, 40 effective.
Just a peel by the looks of it. A couple of short stacks behind.
They're facing gun full ring, probably not a pure 3-bet, like it'll probably have that like 10% a sliver of flats, something like that
Yeah.
in the old solves. Jack 6, rainbow. Should be playing a lot of checks here, gun facing +2. Out of position. Maybe feels his combo just too good not to see that with the king queen. Michelle going nowhere.
Yeah, it doesn't really block any Jack X with this combo, which is...
Prefer red, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, okay. Ace on the turn. If there's a turn card that we could fire through on, it could be this one, with the king of clubs in hand as well.
Michelle going to have a lot of like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, this type of stuff that potentially could dislodge on the turn with a barrel. That shuts it down as Dennis.
Hello there. The case queen on the river. Michelle fills up and Dennis improves to 2 pair. So some showdown, don't think any reason to bet. It's just a question of sizing now. Very interesting spot. What do we give our opponent here? It looks like a hand like 10s, 9s and 8s quite a lot when it plays like this.
Even kings, like kings, 10s, 9s, 8s. Never assigned him a jack. I wouldn't probably even assign an ace. I feel like that check's turn may go small for value on the river, so difficult to know what to target here as Michelle. That is going to go meaty, 150% pot on the end.
And Dennis very much in the blender here, and you will have to make some tough decisions versus this caliber of player. We can see that Michelle has got it, but he's also the type of player that could turn a hand like pocket 5s into a bluff here, or pocket 7s. So it's not exactly a question of, right, he's bet 150%, I'm just going to fold. Definitely some decision to be made. Does elect with fold.
Maybe Michelle feels like Denise can still have some ace X that check turn, check river, and never folds to any size, so just goes big, tries to get maximum from these hands potentially. The idea there, I feel like if Denise checks an ace twice, he's never going to be able to fold it, regardless of size on the river, when Michelle should never really have ace king because of the pre-flop action. You Pen could have had an extra half hour in bed.
He's not been too active, has he?
Don't think he's V-pipped once yet since he turned up late.
Yep, still on the 0-0-0-0 for the stats we've got in front of us.
Just 10-7 suit for Jason on the bottom. 21 to start the hand.
Opens to 9k. Dennis has been active, 8-7. Surely you feel we'll be finding a way into a call. And he does indeed defend. So Jason in a decent spot here, has his opponent outkicked. Button versus big blind. Lots of good outcomes potentially for him, and ace jack will be a flop he'll be happy to see in some ways, although he doesn't connect. Certainly will be. Oh, okay, does go for a quick check back. Wonder if he picked up a lovely card there, the 8 of spades. Unfortunately it does improve Dennis, but maybe Jason had a plan to go for the fake quick check back, which can throw people off. It looks quite strong in some ways. You almost always expect to see a c-bet.
Exactly. It's one of these, like when it's check back, the ace jack, you just expect your opponent to have some sort of showdown, and there you go.
There you go, even folds an 8 on the turn. It's just, yeah. It's like, well, he's either got the board absolutely smashed or he's got a hand like kings and queens, so my 8's not looking so hot right now.
You can see at the bottom of your screen, guys, the payouts are confirmed. 38,000 and change going to the eventual winner at some point tomorrow evening. 56 getting paid for this one. Going to be a while until we hit that number. Apologies guys, I've just been told it is 74 players that are getting paid, not 56. So you can see at the bottom of your screen now, 56 to 74, £1,000.
All complaints to info@aspers.com.
Frankie at Aspers.com.
Yeah, that's better. Load up that inbox, guys.
So we're actually a lot closer to the money than we first thought. 33 players we need to lose to get there.
That changes things, doesn't it, really?
I'll fear with one that can potentially free bet these early position opens, the ace 10 off. Just going to land on flat versus Michelle, and Yupeng going to get to VPIP here in the big blind.
Has he sent it in?
Goes for the jam for 8.5 bigs here, and I doubt it's going to get through off, closing
No.
the action.
So a spin for Yupeng. The first hand he's VPIP'd. Did come in just around about half a level late or so, and King Jack versus Ace 10 to give him any fighting chance of making that min cash berth.
No help on the 7-7-4. Backdoor spades available, but would love to just see a king or a jack.
Deuce on the turn. Oh, pings it.
Jack on the end for Yupeng.
There you go. There's the strat, guys. Have a little lie in for the day two. Don't worry about it. You get the double up.
Well, we've assumed he had a line. He might have gone gym. He might have been doing...
Hey, looks like he's been doing something. Bit of calisthenics in the park.
Exactly. Might have lost track of time and forgot he had a poker tournament. But he's back to more than what he started with. 82k for Yupeng. Jack on the river. Man of Straw, unfortunately we can't get chip counts from the comms booth here. We only have the feature table chip counts. Would love to be able to tell you how the outer tables are getting on and how many chips everyone has. It will be a rotation of feature at first break. If you've got any friends, family, people you're rooting for, they may be coming on to the next feature table. Jason Cowboy is in the hijack. Sight you love to see. So it opens to 2 bigs. Are we going to get any action from the blinds? He's 5 off for Yupeng. Doubt we're going to be able to do anything here. Just sitting there with Jason going, please jam, please jam.
Please do something. Some funky little non-all-in 3-bet. Does find the fold. Over to Michelle. Jack 5 suited, so Jason will be getting a little bit of action. You would think, versus the hijack, suited Jack. Oh, it's almost too good for Jason, flopping top set here.
I love that. He's balanced in the old snap checks back. He done exactly the same thing he done when he had 10-7 on ace jack jack. Exactly the same snap check back.
Tricky player
Exactly.
is Jason.
He's thinking about these things.
Yeah.
If we're doing it with our whiffs, we got to do it with our nutted hands. No, the delay on the turn, not going to get any action. Just jack high from Michelle.
And Will Kassouf on some of the outer tables taking names by the looks of the live reporting over at Poker.pro, up to 405k. After announcing he was on a gut shot on the turn, pings it, donk jams and still gets paid. Classic.
7 suited for Rijkaard, out the way from +1. Ulf should be getting involved with the ace-10. Comes in for an open. Quick rundown. A few more bust outs in the field. Last out, we saw Marcos on our feature table. Since then, we've lost Raker Bay, Jacob Bryant, David Marin. Martin Holmes is here, blast from the past. Luis Neto, Chizang, Domenico Amabil, Geoffrey Foy, Lewis Brown, Martin Helmuth, and Samuel Newsom brings us up to now. So 105 remaining, 74 being paid. Ace King of Diamonds for Ulf. And the low jack makes it 8k. Doubt we're going to be doing anything with this one, as Denis has been fairly active, but like the fold from him, a bit too wide to be getting involved there. Oh dear.
Oh, this could be curtains for Joe, who, at least if he does bust, he did go out swinging. Good execution in the hand versus Michelle. Unfortunately, couldn't find the fold he was hoping for. And now is in a spot of bother, and Hussein even has one of his outs as well.
Asked for a count here, Hussein, but eventually out the way. And there's the call from Ulf. So on your backs.
So not the ideal start for Joe. Let's see if he can find a way out of trouble.
The old switcheroo.
Yep.
Now needing to find that king to stay alive.
Or a club sweat. There it is. And now an open-ender as well. 8, king, or a club is required. And it's the jack, unfortunately. What he was hoping for pre-flop, but with the queen-10 flop, that's going to send him home. Broadway for Ulf. And the legend of the game hits the rail.
Losing one of our team pros, Joe Beavers. Had that big hand against Michelle where he ran it in a 3-bet pot. Unfortunately running into the top pair of Michelle, leaving himself short and not able to find the 30% in that all-in situation. King 10 suited for Patrice, nice one to open from gun. Good, 8k. Raise and take.
Yeah, I like the way Patrice has gone about business so far. with his resume, certainly a few more of those raise and takes will be a bit of a headache for the other players. Alongside, of course, Michelle and Ulf, the chip leader, who's been going about business quite nicely also.
Michelle with the A7 in the cuff. Raises to 8k. Hussein should be out of the way with a 7-3. Could be a raise and take. From gun, suited ace.
Just starting to go through the gears a bit, where we are approaching the money. About 30 players to go. In the small blind with the Jack-9 suited. Saw him take a Queen-9 earlier, although slightly different positions now, facing under the gun. Does just come for the call. And Jason in the big blind with the 8-7 suited will be happy to come along as well. Very strong multi-way holding. Ace, King, King. Decent for Ulf's range, that's for sure.
Maybe one that you could play some check with freeway though. One of these situations, equity-wise, the times that we're in front, equity-wise, we're well in front. The times we're behind, we've got a 2 out up. And draw into just sort of 10%. With 2 to come. Although snagging this 8 should still be wary of this under the gun range of Ulf, so Jason checks it over. And we are going to see the delay come in. Two quick folds. 5 suited for Deniz from gun out the way. Michelle won't be going anywhere. Suited wheel ace from +2. Nice combo to open. Making it 2 bigs and sitting in here from the hijack with the 7-8 suited. Starts the hand 70 effective. Wants to have a look. Has position on the opener. Can actually be a hand at 70 as well that finds some free bets to 7-8 of spades when we start getting deeper. To the flop. And what a flop we have here.
Wow.
4, 6, 8, 2 spades. Going to be lots of checks here from Michelle when we're in a pot with an opponent on our direct left out of position. Play heavy checks as Michelle does straight over to Hussein, who's going to start betting top pair and flush draw. Gut shot to go alongside it.
I'm good friends with Michelle, so I don't want to see the 5 of spades, but it would be a hell of a card.
Check raise off the bat here. Kind of a neutral board in terms of range. Both players can still have 4s, 6s and 8s. Maybe Michelle open 7, 5 of hearts when all folds, the only player that covers us. I'm not sure, something like that, but seems like kind of neutral in terms of range. Both players can have sets, but Michelle just got the overpair advantage in terms of stuff like aces, kings, queens that should never be in Hussein's range here. And just going to jam the absolute lot in here. Says to himself, if you've got the overpair, I'll take me coin flip and we'll run it here and now. And Michel Molinar going to call it off with his nut flush draw and not going to love what he sees up against the top pair flush draw.
Yeah, it does have some hands that he's in very good shape against. Maybe some hands like King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10 of spades. Unfortunately, on this occasion, Hussein does have the top pair and the gut shot to go with the flush draw, so he's in a spot of bother. And an 8 on the turn, no help for Michelle, so spade only.
Here we go, King of Diamonds on the river and the 135 big blind pot going to Hussein. Biggest pot we've seen today on the featured table, but that stack's got to be up there with one of the chip leads in the room, working with 140 big blinds at this stage.
Good lord, that is double average in the pot. And Hussein now with a large chip lead at the table, 138 big blinds, and now Michelle down at the bottom of the pack, 13 now to spin, and will be setting his sights on making that min cash berth as the top priority from now on.
It was a big old jam to call, weren't it? When we check raise, it's still...
I was wondering if there was a way out there.
Do you feel maybe like some future game involved there? Michelle feels like if he wins that pot, he makes the nut flush, he gets there with an ace, whatever,
Yeah.
then he's just going to have a field day
That's the thing.
this close to the money.
He's never got bad equity, obviously, in that situation. Worst case was what he was up against,
basically.
yeah, that or a set. And the times that he does find the inferior flush draw, he'd be having sort of upwards of 80%. So
Yeah, and if Hussein's jamming 7-8 of spades, I take it he's going to have 9-7 of spades, 10-9 of spades, some stuff like that as well. Combo draws that we are actually in front of.
yeah,
Big old pot, biggest of the day so far for us in the booth. Let's see how Hussein's going to approach this now with his big stack. Because we can have a real good time now. It's one of my favourite spots as a poker player, when you're near the bubble, when you've just got mountains.
big chip lead on the bubble. It's
So fun.
Yeah, it's like poetry in motion, isn't it? It's so much fun. You just get to Do as much as you want.
Patrice are going to play cool from the cut-off. It's just horrible. We 3-bet this one and get 4-bet sent on and not getting to realise the playability of King 10 suited. Ulf going to let the 10-7 go from the small. Dennis should be doing the same with the old Montana banana in the big blind.
Wow, look at this for Hussein, just absolutely smashing flops for fun right now.
And it's going good, it's going great, and checks it over to Patrice, trying to get a little stab out of him, making it look like we have some ace high, king high stuff.
Really like the check and the check call. Check in the dark on the turn, just for the cherry on top. Wow, what a card.
Now this is actually really interesting for Patrice.
Agreed.
Because on a lot of spades, I like barrel. On this particular spade, it's not the most appetising. Once our opponent checks flop, looks like they have a lot of ace highs, so I do like this check back here from Patrice.
Yeah, the 9, the 7, the 8,
Yeah.
they'd be great barrels, just having a little bit more connectivity, but this ace will hit Hussein quite hard. He's going to check call a lot of hands like ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, ace 10 on this fairly innocuous 6-5 deuce, and Hussein was laying the trap and does win another. Well, every pot is significant at this stage, just adding to that chip lead, adding to the arsenal that he's got to apply pressure to the rest of the table approaching the bubble.
Delay, we are on a 20-minute delay. So the pictures you are seeing happened 20 minutes ago. We get them fed through and commentate over them live.
And that includes the 100 left, so there will be potentially less than that live.
King 4 of spades for Michelle, where it started in that big pot versus Joe, into the muck from gun.
Yeah, roller coaster ride for Molinar so far.
On the button, ace 3 off, opens into 2 stacks that we cover. Dennis wants to have a look with the suited connector.
Can't blame him.
Yu Peng going to come along from the big blind. We've got 3-way action, button small, big blind. It's Queen 6 deuce rolls off, giving Dennis the best of it.
Awkward in the sandwich if he does face a c-bet from Ulf.
Not the most appetising one into 2 though, as off. Like if we had ace
Yeah.
3 diamond, maybe a bit more merit for c-betting. It's still going to find it. Try and apply some pressure. 25 spots from the bubble. 8k into 28. Quick call from Dennis. Yu Peng out the way in the big blind.
Seven of diamonds, not ideal for either player. Could slow down the action now. I think Ulf is really forced to find a check now. And again, the byproduct of what you mentioned about having that backdoor equity if we are going to bet into 2. Don't mind the heads up c-bet with the ace 3, but I think 3-way is potentially a little bit overdoing it.
However, maybe a river, if check 2, that we could start bluffing, target some queen x and pocket pairs. I'm just going to make the assumption when Dennis checks here that he never has any flushes or 2-pair plus, so going to be weighted towards a queen at best.
Yeah, hands like king 10, king jack,
Any king really.
Yeah.
Like any sort of king that wants to open the button, he can open king deuce off if he wants to cover in 2 this close to the money as Ulf. So it's a great river card to try and represent here. 21 into 44, so just shy of half, putting the 6 of Deniz in a real grim river spot here. And this 21k is important because it's 20% of our stack. 25 spots from the money.
Does get the job done.
Yeah, nice from Ulf. River bluff succeeds. With 100 players left. 3 more casualties in the field. Robert Smith and James Smith bust in a minute apart from each other. Not sure if there's any relation.
Conjoined twins.
And Natalie Bromley we have lost from the field as well. So 100 remaining. Blinds going up in 4 minutes. Just jam this as Deniz. I think Yupang's got like 15, and yeah, I would have just jammed this as Deniz here. 16 of Yupang and Michelle with like 12. So
yeah, now he allows Michelle to shove a hand that potentially might have folded. These sort of A7s, A6s, yeah, he is going to shove. And this is now the issue. Some of the King X and Ace X that we could have got to fold by applying some ICM pressure now shoves on us, and now we're the one that has to call it off and are on the back foot.
I don't think you're going to get a cleaner combo to just open jam this spot into the 2 stacks in the blinds. But now in a predicament whether to raise call it off with the Queen 10 of diamonds here, facing a capable opponent, but we call, we're wrong and we lose. Suddenly we're going to have 10 big blinds with the blinds increasing in 2 minutes, 25 spots from the money.
Yeah, if he calls and loses, then he becomes an underdog to make the min cash. So as you can see, the time bank card utilized and under a bit of pressure here. Didn't seem to have a clear plan on the raise call or raise fold versus either player, which is very important at this stage. You've got to think about all options, especially with these late position steals, because your range is going to be somewhat wide, so you're going to face a lot of resistance. And we do have cards on their backs. Queen 10 finds a way in.
60-40 seems fair. Can Michelle hold?
What a flop. Now just needs to fade the jack. So 4 outs, although we've seen one of those has been folded.
Deniz has been here before, needing a gut shot to keep.
Is it going to be the 2-time gut shot on the river? Not to be. Luck ran out on that one. Michelle with a nice safe flop there.
Fading the jack back north of 100k.
Alex Georgiev, who we saw on the Sit and Go Invitational yesterday, the Bulgarian online Twitch streamer, has been battling away in the Twitch streets for a good couple of years now. Recently changed his stream from a Bulgarian to English speaking. And I got to chat with him yesterday. He said he's kind of restarting, trying to get those viewers up. But he's had a nice run of things at the Party Poker London stop so far. A couple of final tables, did chop one of the side events, the PKO. So I think he's up a few thousand at least for the week. And now did come into day 2 with, I believe, 500,000. Quite difficult to see the exact chips, whether there's some big ones lurking under there, but looks like a fairly healthy chip stack for him.
We'll get the exact chip count when action is on him. And Michelle, right off the back of his double up, finds the ladies in the small blind here. 25 effective.
Just can't shake this guy out, can you?
So at 25, probably going to choose something like 27, 28k here.
Yeah, that kind of 3.5x seems good. Yeah, lovely.
28k should be doing the trick. Facing ace-10 off, nothing Patrice can really do here. Just got to let Michelle take it from him, which he does. To the 5k level. 45 minutes and we'll be taking our first 15-minute break of the day. Each session 2 hours 15 minutes. We're going to grab a couple of guests in throughout the evening to join us in the comms booth. Just slowly creeping towards that money bubble.
Yeah, no problem, Man of Straw. We don't have exact chip counts. There are obviously quite a few players left in, so when we do get information on the party ambassadors, we'll let you know.
So a bit of heat coming Michelle's way after losing that huge one versus the 7-8 of spades with Hussein. So 24 bigs to work with here on the button. 10-8 of hearts opens. Georgiev has been getting to work today, nearly 600k in his stack, and potentially going to be asking the question of Michelle here. And here it comes. Is that 27?
Yeah, small size. And Hussein now with the sixes in a bit of a weird situation.
No cold calling here because Michelle can still reopen the action. It's
too dicey, isn't it?
just going to have to be a fold, unfortunately. And then back to Michelle. And now this is really interesting because, like, Georgiev's chosen unorthodox sizing here. Like, in general, we probably want to be going 35k at the minimum. At 24 effective out of position. Maybe we can go like 32.
Yeah, 32 and a half is kind of nice. And yeah, Michelle just very much a defender versus these smaller sizings. Not going to shake him off. And now, again, a situation, it's almost deja vu of the Beavers spot, although a lot shallower this time. And Georgiev does flop some interaction here. Overcard, backdoor straight draw, backdoor nut flush draw.
A couple of nice cards to have. The ace of spades and 10 of clubs blocking some continues of Michelle. Can't like have 10-9, 10-8 of clubs, not a thing. Ace-X of spades, not a thing for our opponent. So just a bit of removal to some continues. Nice, clean C-bet in my opinion. Don't think we're going to shake the gut shot just yet.
I think we're going to see Michelle float in position here, try and take one off. Potentially opens the door to being able to take it away later on. And an extremely critical pot. Oh, ooh, the 10 of spades, Georgiev. He's done some solid work so far today to amass such a huge stack coming into the feature table. And now
Feels like check here on first glance. He's reaching, but
He's just going to shove. That's a bit unorthodox. What? Not sure what exactly we achieve with the shove here.
it's one of these situations like we only really get action from something like a jack, maybe like a high equity hand, like an ace. Well, that's not possible. We got the ace of spades, but yeah, it's one of these situations that do we ever get called by worse? Does the 10-8, 10-9 call? And like, it's a great answer to our question there, because Michelle's got like the next pick down, if you like, Queen 10, King 10 and a fold flop, so the 10x that Michelle can have.
Exactly.
Are these gut shots. So
after check turn, we could have value jammed the river there, and maybe found the call, and instead Michelle just forced to fold those 10-9, 10-8 type holdings to the shove.
it's an interesting one. I just really think we struggle to get called by worse there, and we just get called by the Jack X and the turn flushes. It's a strange one, but it works. Just always important in this game. Say it over and over again. Just try and adhere logic to every given spot. Ask yourself, is my opponent going to call me with a worse hand here? Are we ever folding out a better hand? Like in that given situation, we probably don't fold a jack, so we never fold out a better hand. We probably never get called by a 10 or worse, so we don't get called by worse. So what does it actually achieve, that jam there? Sometimes you just got to be logical about your lines and ask yourself these questions in your head. Going to be too good for Denise not to jam here. Ace Jack suited for 11 bigs against a capable player. It was like 79 left, potential for some hero folding, but we're just not close enough to the money yet.
So lots of players tiptoeing around, the likes of Michelle, Yupeng, Jason, just looking to try and secure that min cash berth, although you're going to see guys like Ulf, Georgiev and Hussein try and impose their presence on the table. Here comes Yupeng with the boots.
Second time he's V-pipped so far and finds the pre-flop nuts.
Yeah, and unfortunately Ulf is just kind of swinging around with the three deuce of hearts.
The only way we're getting payment is the blinds wake up with something which they do not. So no action for Yupeng with the aces.
Just run this corner. Yeah, this corner. Oh.
So just dropped below that 100 player mark, 99 left, 74 getting paid. We are here in London for the PartyPoker Tour, guys, and it's been a fantastic one to kick things off. Nearly 500 runners for a first main event back. We've got two more stops confirmed later in the year. We're off to Manchester and Glasgow with two more locations to be added to that. And if you're enjoying the coverage, wherever you may be watching from, YouTube, Twitch, make sure you give us a follow, a subscribe, a like. If you're enjoying the channel, you can set notifications on and be notified every time we are live on Party Poker. Ace Jack for Yupeng. Opens to 10k. And Jason in the big blind with the Jack 8 off here. Slightly covers Yupeng. Feel like fine to just get in. It's probably one of these cuspy ones like Jack 7 off, potentially fold. Jack 9 off, definitely cool. Gonna take the tighter approach. And to be fair, from his perspective, Yupeng has been really tight. Maybe feels like going to be weighted towards some stronger holdings.
Yeah, those offsuit combos are the first to go with ICM, but maybe a little bit too connected. I might have had a look there, but almost more comfortable versus someone with a larger stack that's going to be opening a bit wider. We're just going to be dominated a little bit too often, I guess. Michelle going for the induce with the ace-king. You do see people just open jam here, get a little bit panicky when we are approaching the money, but Michelle looking to seek the value, and that largely comes from inducing 3-bets or getting the big blind defend.
Like they're both winning. Jam would be winning as well, but we like eking out a little bit extra EV, playing 2 bigs instead. Like you even see the early, like some stuff from gun. There's like even opening going off of 9 big blinds, 10 big blinds, little things like that.
Especially in the positions where you've still got loads of uncapped ranges that, you know, if you shove a hand like King 10 under the gun, you know, and 2 people called it, you would have had the opportunity to get away if it had gone 3-bet, 4-bet behind.
It's just a position now where you are full ring. You don't really see any open jams for anything more than 12 in theory. And then as you start going further around the table, you start jamming for a few more big blinds, and the logic behind that is just to do with the amount of players you have to get through. Michelle going to be involved again here, up to 18 bigs now. King 10 for Denise, should be defending for 1 big blind more.
Does fold. Not looking to tangle, and that is a byproduct of having that presence, and many people will be aware of the accolades that Michelle has across his live poker travels, and not just the last few years, but
really nice guy as well. I spoke to him yesterday at the players' party, just had a little chat with himself, and comes across really nice fella, and we have seen that he can definitely play when he's down there on the felt.
Absolutely. Had a couple of deep runs at the Irish Poker Open, got 6th in the 10k for 34k, and also a super deep run in the main event, 29th. And I saw him...
Got grimmed.
Yeah.
As we call it.
Got grimmed, and it was a similar story. His stack was going up, down, left, right, sideways.
I remember I was actually watching it in Ireland. Filthy way to bust when you're that deep in a huge comp, but I'm sure he's been around the block enough to have seen it all before.
Absolutely.
Patrice opens. And this is going to be really interesting when it's back on Patrice here, and I just feel like we're slightly too far from the money not to send this here as Patrice, unless Denise has some ideas of his own with the sevens, but we have no fold equity here, so really like the fold from him. This just seems too good, George.
Yeah, I think so. I think
Like
it's...
if there's 77 left, I'm not sure, maybe some nuances with ICM, not to jam, but...
Going to call, which is an interesting option. Wow. That's an interesting play. I didn't even think about calling.
I did not either, but either way, we're going to have the same scenario. Surely gets in on this board.
I guess if he thinks his opponent is quite wide, and we've seen Ulf be extremely active, raising from under the gun, folding to rejams, things like that, you know, it does give a little bit of a perception these players won't be able to see the whole card, such as us. But if he thinks he's really active, maybe he's so confident that he just wants to keep in some of the offsuit ace-X, and here we go. Cards get on their backs eventually anyway. Flush draw, 2 overs versus the over pair. Ulf not snapping it off. Oh, he does call, yeah.
Just yet, but always calling in his off.
Oh, yeah.
I just still
happy call. Yeah.
can't believe it didn't get him pre hijack
Yeah.
versus button at this stack depth, but would have had some ideas of why he's flattened Patrice.
Not the paint he was hoping for, so an ace, a queen, or a spade for Patrice to stay alive. Not to be.
A big one for Ulf to take. Propels him north of 100 big blinds, but Patrice Bryan out. Unfortunately, couldn't win the post-flop flip. Probably should have got him pre anyhow and would have been the same result.
Yeah.
Look at these stacks now, how they're distributed. It's going to make for a very interesting bubble on this specific table. 3 stacks over 100 bigs, and the rest of the stacks at the table 21 big blinds or less.
Yeah, we might see the pace of play slow down a little bit, which is obviously in the best interests of the players. It doesn't make for the best viewing, but hey, these guys are fighting for a 4-figure min cash. So it's in their best interest, as I mentioned, to just stall a little bit and to try and hope that there are eliminations on the outer table.
They're in the best place. Best place to be on the bubble is the featured table.
Yep.
Hands are slower, obviously with the production. When all-ins and calls, they're not run out straight away. They're a lot slower. So they're in the best place right now to be if you're looking to slow things down. Featured table, just going to be playing slightly less hands over the course of time than the outers.
Absolutely. So Georgiev opening it up, and Ulf likely to VPip in some way, shape or form. Does have 3 reshove stacks behind, although the significance of that goes down somewhat where we are approaching the bubble and they're not going to be as liberal with the rejams.
Just the fold from Dennis, like it with the ducks.
Yeah.
Not the ones we want to take. However, Yu Peng here with a decision point for sure. 17 bigs in the small blind, and Georgiev, since he's come to the table, has sort of had this presence that he's active with the chips. So not the worst opponent choice to go for the reshove, and there it is.
Nice brave take there from Yu Peng.
18 bigs into the middle. King 10 suited, not going to be able to call, and should be the same for the ace 9 suited here as Ulf. Like if this was cut off open from Ulf, Yu Peng shoved, potentially ace 9 suited calls then, but because it's a gun open originally from Georgiev, I can't see how ace 9 suited is going to spin Yu Peng here. And then you can also ask yourself the question, this guy hasn't really been out of line at all when he's V-pipped. He's had good hands, solid combos.
So 21 off the money, and Yupeng now. It's a bit of a weird spot. Do we want the call? We're probably just quite happy to pick up the chips.
Do not want the call.
Yeah.
If we can see the hands, we want the call.
Exactly.
If you're sat there, you do not want the call in this spot.
He knows he's ahead, but also he's just so happy to pick up what would be 5.5 bigs out there.
Yeah, good fold from off. How you doing, Jim lad? Hi everyone, just back from the football. What game were you at, Jim? You have joined us for the final 25 minutes of this session. Hamilton versus Livingston. That sounds like a cracker.
What's that? Scottish League 3?
League 1, ain't it?
League 1, is it?
League 1.
Hamilton. Oh,
Yeah, Scottish Championship. All of it for Denise.
yeah, no questions to ask really. Oh, he does go for the well, it isn't an induce, is it? Because if he gets shoved on, then all of the pressure is back on him. And we saw that with the Queen 10 suited earlier versus Michelle. Gave Michelle a lifeline, where if he jammed, I think Michelle would have folded the A7 with some ICM bubble implications. And now, similar kind of story. Fortunate not to run into a rejam this time. Georgiev is going to respect the strength of the min raise from the short stack.
Same result.
Yeah.
Just in these like late positions when we've got like 15 to 12 bigs, need to be splitting our range into two. When we open, we just want open jams with stuff like Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, small pocket pairs, and then like the 2 big blind range wants to be stuff that got good removal but not best playability, stuff like A7 off, A6 off, a suited King 6 perhaps, and then we balance that out of our aces, kings, ace king suited, queens, jacks, the stuff that's trying to induce, and like that's sort of the strategy you want to opt for off of these stack depths from late position. Split it into 2 ranges, the 2 big blinds and the open jam. And like the open jam range going to be a lot more condensed, the 2 big blind range going to be a lot more polarised.
Absolutely, and suited Broadway is very much the first port of call for those open jams.
Yeah. This would be outrageous from the shop.
Yeah.
9-6 off, fold stops on the button, annoying having to fold, but sometimes it's got to be done.
Georgiev going to complete, and Hussein has been quiet for a couple of orbits, but picks up big slick. Facing the limp, looking to charge his opponent, and Georgiev sticking around with the 9-3 suited, so happy to take a flop out of position with the suited holding. Certainly a sign of a confident player.
Four diamonds on the turn. Going to see a lot of leads here from Georgiev after check flop. Hussein's range going to just be a lot of ace high, king high stuff, queen high stuff that wants to ISO pre, so a better 10k and the call. And now we're going to go on the value hand. Slight graphic error there on the turn, guys. It went bet 10k Georgiev, call Hussein, not check bet call. And going to go for his value on the river and gets it from ace king high. 1 chip from Hussein, not thinking about it too much before paying it off. Welcome to the stream, Mal Gadsby and Gary Danby. Howdy. Is everybody happy? It's a good day to be in London.
It certainly is.
The weather's starting to come through a little bit now.
There's always there's a lot of vibrancy in Stratford when we were walking through. There's all sorts of stuff going on. You've got the the religious preachers, you got break dancers,
The
the
man
lot.
playing the accordion on the bridge. I don't have you walk past him
Yeah.
with the accordion on the way in.
I didn't have any loose change, unfortunately, and he didn't take cards. So.
Final 20 minutes of the session, likely to be the session we hit the money. When we return, it is going to be a 25-minute break, I have just been told, guys, so slightly extended break for everyone. First break of the day.
Okay guys, so you are all now on a 25-minute break.
Paying Jack 9 suited, doesn't choose to open it from the hijack. Hussein with the 10-6 suited here. We're playing down to 16 today, man of straw, or 12 levels. So whatever comes first, this is level 3 of the day. So last level for us will be level 24 if we get there. I think we will. I doubt we'll get down to 16. Such a terrific structure. You see average stack at the side of your screens, 50 big blinds, just shy off. Credit to Party for giving these guys plenty of play and time to pick their spots and make their decisions. Ace King 8. Hussein just with the c-bet gets the queen high to fold. Ace King.
Ooh la la, picking up some big hands. Ace King twice now, just when he needed them the most. Pick up a few chips, get a little bit more wiggle room.
With the suited 7-4 defense. So I just got a message about this hand 20 minutes ago, guys. It's 9-8-5, the flop. We believe the burn card was just pushed up towards the sensor on the flop, so the burn registered as one of the flop cards on the RFID. So it is 9-8-5, not 9-8-4 flop.
And so actually a straight for Ulf now.
Interesting one from Olf. Goes to a check here. A turn that should be leading a lot of our range from the big blind. Now it's going to go for his value. Not going to be getting any from Ace King high. But Michelle just handcuffed in the spot against this size. 11k into 27 on the end. So like even stuff like 2 pairs, Jack X, straights, flushes, so many hands that just get to value bet this spot after check down to river.
Yeah, quite right, Alexander. A good friend of mine did qualify through the PartyPoker Tour steps, which are 5 rounds starting from super micro stakes up to the £25 qualifier, which gets you into the step 5, which is a phase where there are packages guaranteed on a week-by-week basis. Jason on the button here with the ace-5 is going to go for the push, 14 bigs. Fair enough, hoping for 2 folds of course.
Definitely a chip EV winning jam. I'm actually not sure. 17 off the money, ace-5 off, maybe really close, but
yeah,
taking the aggressive route. Actually, we covered the Nice, which is kind of important as well. Maybe more inclined to send when we covered the big blind. Just got to get through the small.
gives them a bit of breathing room as well, now up to 84k. So still that interesting stack distribution on the feature table, and looks like we've got a mountain of chips coming in here at seat 9. All right.
Open here as Alexander. Suited king, even from +1, covering the whole table. We're going to take the tighter approach. Just now 15 spots from that bubble. Really important when you have everyone covered, how much wider you actually get to open in these spots. Going to leave room for Ulf to get involved on the button. 2 bigs. Going to be a raise and take.
Fajan Yogendran. Any good?
I'm glad you're in, George. I'm glad
I
you're
thought
in,
I'd
mate.
take that one. You took the first one. Let's see what we can find on the mob. I'm sure he's not going to have any namesakes on there.
It's funny when you got the people with the same names and they got some results and stuff like that.
Oh, because they're always misspelled and stuff, yeah.
It's like, you must know Will Davis. Will Davis.
Will do that.
He runs a card room in Australia now,
Okay.
but he used to be a regular like 6-7 years ago. But on his Hendon mob, he's got loads of caches from like early 2000s from someone that I also know called William Davis
Right,
as well.
okay.
But he's got like caches in stud and all this stuff. He don't even know how to play the games, but on his mob,
The mixed games legend on the mob.
he's just got all these caches from like early 2000s in mixed games when he was like 10 years old. We're saying King Queen, nice combo to attempt to still get some value from that big blind. The fem range just going to get this one through, raise and take.
Yeah, so 16 players off the money, 74 make the min cash, and we do have just less than 10 minutes remaining of this level. Then we're going to take a 25-minute break, and then it's going to be essentially playing through to the in the money berths and beyond. Yeah, Ricard there with a pretty hand, 10-8 suited, but just caged with as what he can do here. Going to be looking for a bit of a higher card combination to justify getting in there. Jason going for the min raise with the 9s, and Ulf is going to keep him honest here, peeling with the 5-4 suited. See what Alexander has in the big blind. Does have the king deuce of diamonds, so happy to come along as well for the price. 5 into 32.5. Jack 10-10, swing and a miss for almost everybody here. Jason with the underpair.
I'm not going to love the board, Jason, with Ulf on direct left. Going to be all over, or at least he should be. Jack 10-10, going to have a lot of these Broadway hold-in, stuff like 10-9 suited, 10-8 suited.
It's Alexander with the lead, though. Wow, okay.
Over to you, George.
He gets 2 folds.
That is
Wow.
That is
okay.
a mental lead. It's it is worked perfectly. Timing
The Bulgarian bandit in full flow.
on point, but once again, what are we trying to do there? What are we trying to achieve?
Yeah, not
What's
sure.
the logic behind the lead into 2 stronger ranges than ours on that particular board? And he gets it done.
That is spicy.
I can see why he's building a following up on the stream streets, because it's entertaining to watch when you've got people that go against the grain, play their own game, and build chips in an unorthodox manner.
Jason once again teased with a medium pair. 8s this time, a slight downgrade. And he's going to shove from +2. Ooh, for 15.
That's very close. Like if I had 13, I'm more than happy to send this from +2. If I was gun, I'd probably just open, but
There are a lot of short
Yeah,
stacks, to be fair. Gets it through to the big blind. Has Hussein got anything here? No, 9-5 off, so much needed pickup from Jason there. Might have been slightly deterred by losing that last pot, just wanting to take it down pre-flop, and gets the job done in that regard.
it was a tough one there for Jason.
It is, yeah.
Really difficult one to know exactly what to do. Like I say, off of 12 big blinds, you're probably just going to open jam, but then when you get like north of 15, probably just want to start raising too big. So difficult spot. Not really sure what's going to make the most in the long run. But picking up that 2.5 big blinds at this stage is massive. Oh wow! I know about 6 people on the feature table after the break.
Got some big names for you. Are we going to spoil it, or should we let them wait?
Well, I'll drop a couple in. So after the break, Matt Staples going to be coming to the feature. So make sure you join us, guys. We will be back at 7 p.m. on the dot. So 7 p.m. when we return. Matt Staples going to be on the feature table. We got UK legend Gary Miller. Do you know Gary?
Proper player.
Loves to get amongst it, and he has got heaps on the bubble. So that's going to be fun to watch. Charlie Coombs, regular in the UK. Chris Day, and Cammy Williamson from Scotland making an appearance down south. Back to it. We got Michael here.
Is that Constantine from the Sit and Go Invitational as well?
I think so, yeah. I think it is.
And he was a strong player as well. So we're going to have a really tough table, and it's going to be great viewing and commentating, of course. Looking forward to that one in around about 35 minutes' time.
Michelle takes a lovely little reshove with the Jack 10 suited. LP versus LP. Is he going to be getting it through for 13.5?
Should do.
Like if you're paying had like over 300k here, he probably just flicks this in, but it's too much downside for us when we lose this hand. Like when we lose this hand, probability wise, we're very likely not to make the money when we are left with 6 big blinds. So just need to take that into account. Sometimes we've got to outlast 15 more players to lock up a grand,
and that's why it's so powerful to make these lower suited Broadway rejams in these spots, because Yu Peng here, he's going to have to fold King Jack, he's going to have to fold King 10, Queen Jack offsuit, all hands that dominate Michelle, and Michelle does get the job done. Also one of those offsuit ace-X hitting the muck.
especially when we're throwing it back over to another stack that has around 20 bigs and it's a decent proportion of their stack. And it's so important. Like, there are some scenarios you can't avoid. You can get dealt aces, kings, you can get called on the bubble and be short and have to get it in with certain combos. But it's so important when you are one of these 20 big blind stacks that you make the money. The best way to look at it, and the way that I always put it, is don't look at it as a min cash, look at it as a ladder. So you're laddering from £0 to £1,000, and the prize pool structure at the bottom, you're not going to get a 1k ladder until you're at the final table. That's going to be the next point, you ladder £1,000. So like, the ICM on the bubble is so extreme, and when you covered your risk premium so high for that reason, it's not a min cash. Essentially, you're laddering an extra £1,000 from £0 to £1,000.
Excellently put, and I just saw it flick up. It's actually the same pay jump as 7th to 8th, and that is so deep in the tournament. So we're already dealing with a super significant portion of play here. Dennis is going to go for the jam with the king queen.
This one seems like a nice one. That attempt to still good removal, still get that value from big blind defend range.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, the early position steals are a lot more effective because you've got so many players behind that could wake up with just about anything. So having king queen is a nice one. You block some of the hands that are going to 3-bet you, and also you avoid danger and avert danger if you do run into one of the top holdings. Hussein taking some time here, might just be winding down the clock till the break with the Jack 10, can't really do anything. Ricard, one of those guys, just happy to fold and edge ever closer to that min cash berth.
So Kabir's more than happy to get that one through. And that's going to take us into the last hand of the session. 25-minute break, guys, so we will be back at 7 p.m. Great table. Matt Staples on that table. Konstantin Zerdov from yesterday. Cammy Williamson. Gary Miller. A few nice names to come back to. I believe maybe getting a guest in at some point next session as well. Plenty going on. And what a delight for old Thunder the Gun. The boots are back. Any action awaiting him? And Jack 10 suited again for Hussein. Doubt he's folding it on this occasion, facing 2 bigs. Could even 3-bet here, but goes with fold.
Fold. Happy to take a toilet break.
Maybe that's it. Maybe he just wants his full break. Wants to get some food, a coffee, this type of stuff. Don't want to play a 3-minute pot into his break. But that is it from us, guys. We're going to be back in 25 minutes. New featured table going to be returning. So we will see you at 7 p.m.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Lad Buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Lad Bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Lad Bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Lad Bucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Lad Buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Lad Bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Lad Bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Lad Bucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Lad Buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Lad Bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Lad Bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Lad Bucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Lad Buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Lad Bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Lad Bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Lad Bucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
day? Nothing certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Getting your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty.
Welcome back, everyone. Main event day 2 here in London for the PartyPoker Tour. We are approaching the money. We have just under 100 players left with 74 players getting paid. New session coming up. Quick rundown of the feature table. In 1, we're going to have Matt Gregg. In 2, Cammy Williamson. 3, Tom Powell. 4, Chris Day. 5, Charlie Coombs. 6, Konstantin Zerdev. 7, Michael Moore. 8, Gary Miller. And in 9 is Matt Staples. Nice easy names there to run down for this session.
Yeah, no tongue twisters and some local legends as well as very well-known players. In the lineup, Matty Staples, big online following for his Twitch endeavours as well as some of his YouTube content as well. Very well known. Gary Miller, of course, plays all the games, PLO, Hold'em, so many runs in these tournaments here at Aspers. Very much kind of his stomping ground, really. If you look at his Hendon mob, he's got so many results at this venue. Looking forward to seeing him steam through some of the pre-bubble action.
Yeah, and I wonder if Constantine is sporting the fish slippers today after yesterday's bounty haul for him in the Invitational sit and go. Took all the bounties but one in that tournament, so good week for him so far. He's in the 6th seat and sporting just shy of 400k as we are about to get underway for the second session of the day. And just a bit of news, guys, as well. It has been confirmed that we are now playing either 12 levels today or down to the final 3 tables. So either 12 levels played or the final 3 tables. Off we go. False to Michael in the cutoff. Should be the Pip in the 6s. Not the best seat to be in when Gary Miller's got chips. Finds a top end holding on this occasion. Cutoff versus button here. Should just see 3-bet from Gary.
Let's go for 36k. Just under 3x in position.
An interesting one here now for Michael, like in terms of chips. 6s, happy to get in cutoff versus button, but what we spoke about before the break, 15 spots off the money bubble now, ICM's there. When we're up against a player that covers us, our risk premium is high. It's a difficult spot with the 6s for Michael, and it's just going to let him go. Not tangle with the big stack. Gary Miller taking the first pot of the session.
Yeah, current table chip leader here on the feature table with 98 big blinds. As you can see, some big stacks. So we've got a slightly different stack distribution for this feature table. There are a load of short stacks previously sort of hanging around, treading water, trying to encroach their way towards the money bubble. But it could be a slight change in pace for this one.
Just a quick rundown, guys. We had a few last-minute exits just before we went on that break. Just going to let you know the names. Simon Turner, we saw Patrice on the featured table, Artem Dadusha, Hangzhou, Hussein Akabari, and Jay Patel were the last exits just before the break. Coming back, just over 90 plays.
Chris's turn to pick up Ace-King. And Matty Ice on the button with the King-Jack suited, looking to peel in position. Similar stack depth, 50 big blinds effective.
Cammy out of the way in the big with the 10 deuce, so heads up between Chris and Matt here.
Matt coming off a second in the sit and go invitational yesterday, got himself 1,000 party poker dollars to play with.
Kind of an interesting one here. Chris still with the best of it, but Matt flopping this flush draw here. Like, Matt can have deuces, 4s and 5s. I think Chris should be folding like deuces, 4s, 5s is close pre-flop, but still has that overpair advantage. The aces, kings, queens, the premium holdings pre-flop. So going to continue for 22 into 39.
Yeah, and with the ICM implications, Matt could even have a hand as strong as queens or jacks here, flatting 50 effective, not wanting to get it in, not looking for the big flip or to run into the higher pair. So maybe in this situation specifically, the c-bet is a little less effective just because our opponent's range is going to be condensed around those overpairs.
And B60 on the flop's kind of important in this hand because we're going to lose a lot of holdings, like the stuff with backdoor diamonds, like a queen jack of diamonds that would call third or quarter but isn't going to call B60. So we start eradicating these type of hands from our opponent's range as Chris. So now we feel like Matt is going to be more weighted towards some overpairs and some flush draws. Undeterred still.
Wow.
Second barrel coming in. With the idea, perhaps, George, of sending on Heart Rivers, but that would be
That
the
would not work.
disaster card. So still with 2 overcards. And then second nut flush draw. Matt not going anywhere. Going to take his just over 2-to-1 price and see a river.
Big river for both players, and it is the offsuit queen. Does that allow an opportunity for Matt to take this one away here?
May not get the option. Chris may feel like it's too good a run out here for him not to unload, target like 6s through 9s, target maybe like some 10x of hearts. Going to be in a rough spot. But I guess we've just got to fade like the 4s, the 5s, the deuces, ace-3 suited as the traps, but does shut it down. And now over to Matt Staples. Any ideas here with king high?
It's quite easy to talk yourself into checking back, but when you think about your range that arrives at the river versus this line, it's the non-ace high hearts that are the best ones to bluff. So 9-8, king jack potentially could have found a bluff there, but instead checks it over and surrenders the pot.
Great moves for Chris when the king high is announced on the button, and ace king takes that one down. Decent sized pot there as well.
Winner of the GUKPT Luton leg in 2023 for £88,000.
I see a lot of Chris plays up and down the country, makes some trips abroad as well. But solid regular on the UK circuit for sure. Just feel like in this sort of average buy-in, just good fundamental poker is going to get you far.
Absolutely.
Don't really have to do anything crazy or out of line.
We are already starting to see the field strengthen somewhat as we have nudged our way towards the in the money spots, which is to be expected, but still a £500 buy-in offers very much a fair playing field, and lots of potential value there for the stronger players.
My word.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Wait, has he got kings and queens? Is he playing Omaha?
So 2 Matts at the table, so I'm guessing a glitch in the system has just copied and pasted the Matt photo, but Matt Staples is in the 9 seat. And that is Matthew Gregg, that is in the 1 seat. So Matt on Matt action, and it's kings versus queens. We'll get that picture changed shortly. We may not need to though. If Matt Staples can hold here against Matt Gregg with the Cowboys.
Needs to fade a lady. Still going to have some chips behind regardless. A couple of fans of Matt in the chat will be hoping to see him hold this one out. Ooh, could be some sweaty turn cards. And that is one of them. So now needs to fade the club or the queen to secure the elimination. And he gets it done. Ace of diamonds on the river, no help.
And so Matthew Gregg out the field. And already a couple of casualties since we've been back from break. Lost a few. Aksat Madji, Charlie Langley, AO GDPR and Bashir Rahmani. So that number in the top right should be updating to 85, which means 10 spots off the money bubble when we will be going hand for hand. Everyone on the hunt for that min cash of £1,000.
They certainly are, and just to reiterate for you guys that are joining us later on, Jay did mention earlier, and it's a very important point, the pay jump between the no cash and the min cash is about the same as the jump from 6th to 7th, so very significant portion of play to be dealing with here, and you are going to see the shorter stacks tighten up a little bit, defend a few less big blinds, open a bit less.
Something I've found as well over the years, George, whenever we get to the money bubble and the money bubble goes, like the list of players that sort of bust first in the money and the min cash, a lot of the time, that list of players are like all the very good regulars because they understand that they need to sometimes have free bigs and just get in the money and then try and spin it up and know they're likely to bust, but they've locked up that min cash. But
yeah, whereas the recreationals might have had a big stack, lost a big pot, and then just kind of steamed it in, not really thinking about, because they had their sights set 20 minutes prior on winning the tournament, and then of course the motivation changes. Always a sign and a hallmark of a good player, as you mentioned, to see those guys battling through the bubble with the short stack sometimes, just respecting the situation that they're in rather than trying to force something.
Cammy with the open here, 10-7, 4, 2 spades, button versus big. One of these boards, once again, can have some larger sizes, lots of gut shots, double gutters, up and downs from the big blind, but going to check back his bottom pair. Don't mind it, feel like it is a check or big bet board.
Yeah, it is a board where we're going to face a lot of resistance from the big blind, I think, so in terms of the situation, he is covered by his opponent. Agreed. I think it's quite nice to knuckle this one back. 10 is a favourable card for him, though he may look to seek some value from straight draws, ace highs.
Yeah, nice clean turn. I feel like to start betting the Cammy. We'll make the assumption as well. Chris going to start leading 7x and 10x of his own, so I feel like a 4 is going to be best here versus this big blind defem range. And as George said, we can still definitely get a streak from ace high, as we see here. Chris going to take one off. Cammy going to start the layer, maybe some like queen high, king high stuff once the board pairs. However, it feels like it would be too cutthroat here on the river to be going for value with a 4. Only targeting specifically worse 4x, maybe some ace highs. Feel like we can sometimes cut ourselves versus some 5, 6, 6.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the weaker 7x. And also even hands like king 4 would play in this way as well. So nice little pot there for Cammy. Takes one down, and yeah, already lost 6 players in just over 10 minutes. So they're flying out here.
UK Poker Royalty in the chat. The Bowie Effect. Mr. Wilson, good evening, sir. Andy Wilson, is that the real poker athlete?
Well,
one of them. Speaking about you?
Yeah, that's my Instagram name.
Can't be talking about me, I know that for a fact.
Yeah, I became one of those boring guys that posted their Strava times on the running every day for a couple of years. And I'm stuck with the name now, so as I'm about to tuck into a nice burger and fries.
Is Strava a fitness app?
Yeah, it's the running app,
okay.
yeah, so got the bug.
Jack 8-4 here, blind on blind action. Chris bumped it up with the 7s. May have chose a larger size in here, like 3.5 bigs. We start the hand north of 60 effective. Charlie now just getting a nice price to peel the suited queen with position.
Goes 14 into 38. Definitely want to be seeing a continue here from Charlie. Covers his opponent, overcard. A lot of backdoor stuff going on as well. And Chris is rather hopeful flop c-bet. Now, it's going to be tricky to navigate, and this is a great card for Charlie, of course.
I feel like Chris still may stick around for one here, faced with a bet blind on blind. Expect him to play check here. Don't really see much reason to bet after getting called on the flop. And now as Charlie picks up this flush draw, we need to ask ourselves, what would we do with a jack here? What would we do with an 8 or 4? We're probably going to check back a lot of our 8x, 4x, maybe even some jack x when the king rolls off. And the ace of spades on the river. And now it's Chris with 7s. Any out of line bluffs here, try and dislodge a jack, try and dislodge an 8. The problem is like having the pocket 7s, blocking some of these snap folds, the 9-7, 7-5, 6-7. Now it's Charlie. Does he feel like with queen in hand needing to bluff here? Kind of an irrelevant blocker. Yes, we block the nuts, but we just expect queen 10 to always bet turn of our opponent, and obviously river if they do elect to check. So going to go for the bluff here.
Yeah, just representing the ace high float on the flop, which he does have a lot of. He doesn't even need a backdoor flush draw. Even just a hand like ace 5 off is going to call the flop. So the story does make sense. See, the sizing he's gone for is rather large as well. The full pot.
Yeah, I feel like 7's not the nicest catch though in the world. Like we want our opponent to have some 5-6, some 7-9, some 7-5. Like I feel like we've got like queen 4 suited here as Chris. It's going to be a much nicer catch. Just unblocking all these bluffs that Charlie should find once in a while. It's a really tough river spot with the pocket 7s here, but I'd personally like let this go, George.
Yeah, it'd be really stubborn to see a call here.
Yeah. I know we can see he's got the best hand, but try and take these whole cards out of question. Look at range versus range, and I just don't see what we beat here as Chris. Obviously the 6-7, 7-5, 7-9, but blocking that heavily. But he is going to throw in the call. Fair play to Chris Day. Throws the cape on. And a sick hero. Blind on blind, pocket 7s, met by 4 overcards. Chris having none of it.
Play the player, not the cards.
Maybe feels that once Charlie chooses that size, George, he's never got one pair. Maybe feels like his ace-x are going to choose some smaller sizes to extract some calls from jack-x, king-x type stuff. So maybe feel like very polar spot on the river, 2 pair plus for value, and then beating some bluffs, but pretty sick call with that particular combo.
It certainly is. Shane saying, is the commentary booth in the toilet cubicle? Not quite, but we're about 5 meters away, and the door, we did put a sign up there asking for people to shut it, and unfortunately the dryer is just deafening, so we are dealing with a little bit of background noise, unfortunately. Sorry about that.
We should make a trip to the supermarket tomorrow, George, and get loads of paper towels and just throw them in the toilets and put a sign on the hand dryer saying please do not use.
We'll do our best, but we are unfortunately limited with the space here.
Sweet king for Cammy, 10 off the money now. Not going to choose to open. Tom, once again a spot for chips, probably winning, but this close to the money, just got to let it go. Sitting with 15 bigs, probability wise in a field of this size, 84 players left, likely to get on the right side. Constantine with a nice one to defend, jack 10 off. Expect to see call and off to the flop.
Bit of interaction for both players. Chris with the backdoor nut flush draw and bottom pair. Constantine 2 overs and the open ender. Quite likely to see the flop go check check. Although Chris had other ideas with the ace king, seems to favour taking the initiative in the big hand versus Matt Staples.
Yeah, the spot I feel like Constantine going to be playing a lot of calls. It's different versus early position because like Chris can still open 10-7 suited here, 7-5 suited. He's still got all the 2 pair combos. Like when we're up against EP, they get stripped of a lot of these potential to take the aggressive route. I feel like call the way to proceed here and now.
3 of hearts, no good for the Bulgarian. Still left with the draw, 2 overs. And I think it's probably time to try and maneuver our way to a river now as Chris. Do get some value from straight draws, of course, on the flop, but a second barrel would be a little bit optimistic with the 6, and a 4 rolls off on the river. And a 4 of clubs as well, so front door flush completes, and Konstantin blockerless now, and he will feel compelled to bluff, I think.
Have to. We can't check jack high when the board runs out like this.
Yeah.
Like, just when Chris has ace high, king high, goes check, check. It's Chris may hero this combo, but I feel like when we get to the river, we're just jack high here, when we're going to have so many pairs, some flushes, probably going to be one that has to bluff. And 62k. And like, these are the nice spots to bluff as well, when it's hard for us to find bluffs. Yes, the obvious ones, queen 10, jack 10, queen jack, but the front door flush completing, we can definitely go for value with a 9. Probably not for this size, but
the good thing is he'd be less likely to check raise flush draws covered with the bubble implications as well. So again, it's quite a credible spot. But again, are we going to just see Chris ignore all of that and find the call?
Chris on this occasion letting it go.
Yes.
Power poker from Konstantin. I feel like in an ideal world we want a club in our hand, but at the end of the day we get to the river with jack high. Like, we're going to have a lot of pairs and flushes and 2 pairs, and our opponent can have a lot of ace high, king high stuff in range that we're just going to get a lot of fold from. But before we play out this hand, we're going to shoot over to an out of table, guys. Some out of table coverage. Jacks all in against the queens here, and it's queens for Sean Woodford holding. And going to take a nice pot, bit of a cold deck this near the money. We're going to lose Charlie, and Sean Woodford taking that one down. It's a nice spin over to some out of tables when we can. Probably see a lot more of that when we're 3, 4, 5 tables left.
Yeah, right in the business end of things here, approaching the bubble. 8 players to go. And Matty Ice with the ace-10 off, likely to be driving the action. How many Sati qualifiers left? You don't give us the easy questions, team, out of straw. We can ask in a group chat, can we?
I believe Rob's tuned in the chat. He might be able to tell us. Been overseeing the stream, helping you guys out with the questions that we cannot answer. And Charlie here got a free bet, in my opinion. This close to the money, we cover Matt heavily. Really nice spot to just potentially make it 36k as a bluff prime combo. Gonna go with call.
Yeah, also fine.
It's one of these situations when, like, we get closer to the money, like the sliver of free bet becomes a lot bigger when we cover that opponent. Like,
yeah.
Flat or free bet, but I feel like we get to do a lot more free betting when we cover heavily. But Charlie maybe less inclined basing +1 open.
Nice spot to stab in position here as Charlie. We're going to have a lot of suited combos peeling the button as we do cover our opponent. Get to play a fairly wide VPIP here on the button, even versus +1. And yeah, just getting a lot of these snap highs, the ace high reds and just instantly hitting the muck. Nicely executed there.
Off we go again.
It's Ben Miller.
It is Ben Miller. Southern Ben Miller.
Yeah.
2 Ben Millers in the UK poker community. Jacks versus King Queen here.
Clean as a whistle so far for Ben, and there is the deuce of diamonds, inconsequential river card, and he finds another bust out as we get ever closer to the money.
Looks like Ben's stacking healthily there. What's that? You've got some 100k chips there, over $1 million it looks like for Ben Miller in front of him. Ace King for Charlie in the cut-off. Makes it 15k. Little adjustment here, opens for 2.5x. Which is usually when shallower stack in the big you can, but Gary Miller's got plenty.
Seeing some of the stack updates here on Poker.pro, Ben Miller is up over 1 million, so 182 big blinds to his name. We'll be putting them to good use, I'm sure.
Queen, 5, 2 spades. One of the most misplayed spots in live poker at this buy-in level, cut-off versus button, George. See it so often where cut-off just continues.
For a third.
in theory, like you just play pure check on almost every board, other than the boards that contain 2 9s. It sounds pretty crazy, but in cut-off versus button, you're supposed to do a hell of a lot of checking with most of your range, if not all of it, as Charlie does here. Constantine with the check back.
Yeah, happy to see a turn card with the 3s. Is slightly covered as well, so just looking to navigate and keep the pot size nice and small for the time being. Maybe tempted to block the turn in position.
That could be viable once we're met by second check. Like Charlie should check range on flop, but once he checks twice here, gonna have a lot of ace high, king high stuff.
Yeah, a little more defined as the weaker part of the range now with the second check exactly. And we do see half pot here from Constantine. I think Charlie will stick around for one. Some emergence of some natural bluffs, you know, 9/8s will be the main one. It does fold.
It's a really good fold, to be fair. I feel like a lot of players take one off there, but top-notch fold from Charlie. Correctly gets out the way. Yes, I did manage to. I did play the Irish Open. It was a great event. Atmosphere out there was great. Credit to everyone that was working it. It was ran like clockwork for the size of the fields. But just a great event, and anyone that hasn't been to Ireland for that particular event, I can't recommend it enough for next year. Always hear good words from everyone. I should have left before the main event though. I had a very good start to the week, and then the main event started and it just all went downhill from there.
Bullets McGee, was it?
It was Bullets McGee, but it weren't even like losing flips, getting it all in. The amount of times, I honestly, I nearly had a Helmuth moment, George.
Oh, really?
Because the amount of times I had value, betting the turn for value and going to shove the river for value, and then someone over the age of 50 just wants to donk shove all in into me, and now I've got to end up folding. When it happened like 4 times on one of my bullets, and on the 4th time I nearly had a Helmuth
Just lost
moment.
it.
I was like,
what, on like the river flush completer or something?
How can this keep happening? I was like, how can this keep happening?
Yeah.
Going for 3 streets of value and having to fold river to a lead. It was one of those, but we enjoyed it. Tower did do a great job out there. He was great for the roll. But
he's a natural in that position, absolutely.
We'll definitely be back. Made an FT as well, a fake FT. The horse don't really count. Small field, but
10 players, was it?
150.
Oh, right. That's not a fake FT. If it was like a 30-man field.
It was a 7-man FT as well, to be fair.
Yeah, there you go. That's proper. 5% of the field left.
Thanks.
King Jack suited for Charlie. Opens in the low jack. Been a good 10 minutes for him. Just nice to get some momentum, get that pendulum swinging the right way in this game. But he's run into the ace king of Gary Miller here. We could have some fun in this particular pot because Charlie's got one that always going to be continuing. It's actually a hand that we can choose as a 4-bet at this stack depth. Maybe less inclined this close to the money when Gary covers. But wouldn't hate the idea. Should always be getting involved in the form of a call with the suited Broadway at this stack depth, but definitely a hand that...
Yeah, as far as combos go, you do get the snap folds from hands like King Queen and Ace Jack that might be overdoing it in Gary's spot, especially with this dynamic. Gareth has put the rest of his stack in with the Queen Deuce, not particularly relevant to the 2 big stacks, but if there are any Gareth fans out there, fingers crossed he can find a Queen or a Deuce. And Charlie is going to use the time bank here. It's a bit of 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other in this spot because it does become more attractive to peel now that you've got the rest of that short stack in. Although 4-betting is, I think, going to be a printy option, as Jay mentioned. And it looks like that's exactly what he's going for. Just unfortunate to run into a big hand for Mr. Miller, who's known for his wildly aggressive plays, and everyone in this casino will be aware of his presence at the table and if not the room.
Yeah, I think this is fantastic from Charlie.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, Gary's got ace king, we can see that, but I feel like the combo choice is great, the size is crazy, the player in question is great as well because it's Gary. Gary's capable. Unfortunately, we are going to run into top end some of the time, but love the fact that we've chose this combo and this size as our 4-bet bluff.
Gareth on his feet, not having high hopes, but he's very fortunate that his cards are live with this amount of action going on between the 2 big stacks.
And now it's Gary, like back to him. It's not just the clear 5-bet because you've got to think about Charlie's range here, but he's going to just send the lot into the middle, and now Charlie will get out the way, but I feel like a tidy little choice of a 4-bet combo there. And Gareth's going to like what he sees here with the Queen Deuce. He's got 2 live cards, find one of these, and potential quadruple up just shy of.
Would be lovely for him. Painfully close to the money as well. I think we can see 80 in the top left of our screen, so 6 remaining. And if he can find a Queen or a Deuce, he's probably going to be able to make it. He's going to have a couple of orbits left in the tank. There's a deuce.
Find the duck, but unfortunately a king alongside it, and now just down to a
jack or a duck.
There you go, 4 of spades on the river. Gareth out just before the money. Gareth Smurfwaite exits the field just before him, losing Chris Weatherly, Jason Glatzer, Seb Young, and Shi Dong. So when that number updates, it should be down to 80 players and potentially going to be down to 79 as we head on to an outer table. And it's Will Kassouf against Cully Sadu here. Cully with the flush draw against the jacks, but no flush completer on the turn. The ace is good enough, and then does improve to the nut flush on the river. So Cully Sadu going to be doubling up through Will Kassouf.
Gets there twice and the crowd goes wild. Look at that. He's got his own personal hype man.
That is Dooley. Will, a couple of 100k chips there in his stack, so small chink in the armour, still with plenty. Still got talking chips, but Will Kassouf always has talking chips. How was he on the cash game with you and JJ yesterday? Was he?
He was good value. Yeah, I mean JJ was ripping into him a little bit, saying that he's only got 9 phrases and it's just a question of which one he's bringing out. You know, you've got one out the door. All this kind of stuff. 9 like a boss. Yeah, that's. JJ was saying that people.
You want to play a big pot, small pot?
Yeah. Do you remember that versus Vanessa Soaps? And the pot was absolutely tiny, and it was just incessant.
Well, that's a
hello
for Charlie.
Yeah, one of these ones for Cammy that, you know, any size bet really, even though we do connect with the flop in some way, shape or form, just going to be hitting the mark. Size up there from Charlie.
Cammy, very solid player. He's aware of what's going on all the time at the table. Had a couple of years break, but come back the last sort of 6 months. Had a few decent results.
Yeah, my friends were playing with him in the Irish Open, and they said that he was very chatty presence at the table. He's actually heralded himself as one of the biggest Scottish chances of a bracelet winner. That's what his stick was in Ireland, apparently.
Oh, okay.
So he talks a big game. Let's see if he can follow up in those footsteps on the feature table. Really impressed with Charlie's game so far. He's played a really nice sizings, nice awareness. The King Jack suited 4-bet. You just see a lot of players kind of shrivel up in those spots. Is he someone that you see regularly on the tour?
Yeah, Charlie's someone that's seen a lot of over the last couple of years. Had a few decent cashes as well, I believe. Just shy of $400,000. Always makes his trips overseas to Vegas. There's Cammy here, going to be fold or 3-bet. Going to land on call with the ace-9 off. With Gary covering here. Looks great in the short term, dominating our opponent. But interesting pill from Cammy off of 50 from the small. Maybe feels that Gary's going to open any ace-X, a lot of suited 9s that potentially dominate. But we feel like he's opening too wide. Not the worst of combos to attack with. 4 spots off the bubble now. Just need to be careful when playing pots with players that cover us. And Rip Cheetah says Chaz is a beast online.
Yeah, I just googled it, and apparently he'd had some huge scores even as far back as Full Tilt Poker.
Yeah, 9 million in online earnings.
Wow.
For Charlie.
I'm still grinding on some of the bigger sites. Is he getting frisky here with the ace-9? He certainly is.
Gary gut shot here and overcard to the board. Over 3-1. Gonna give Cammy some credit. Should be playing pretty honest this close to the money. Yeah, that was Rob Sherwood. 2.2 milli he won at the WPT in December 4 or 5 months ago. Rob's actually going to come and do some comms with us today as well. He's in the Mystery Bounty at the moment. He said if he busts it, he will come and jump in the comms booth for an hour or two, get some of his insights, have a chat with him about that final table he played, coming second for 2.2 million a few months back.
Yeah, that's a spot that us mere mortals can only dream of, really. I mean, playing for that amount of money, was it 10 million up top or something?
I think it was 5.
5,
I'm pretty
okay.
sure it was around 5. I can check.
Well, you can, but that's one of the fans that has out against his hand, right?
Oh, no,
Oh, they did a deal. Okay, yeah.
Okay. So probably around 5 up top. Chopped it 3 ways, 2.2, 2.5 and 2 million. The sick thing about that, the year before that final table, Chris Moorman made the final table, the last 6, and then the very next year he also made the final table. How?
He's just omnipresent, that guy. You can't shake him out.
2,000 plus runners in a 10k, and you just back-to-back FT the same event following year. It's just
trying to win a flip against him on ACR is almost impossible.
just not human.
He's just insane.
So Tom with the reshove here, nice hand to have. 12.5 bigs over an aggressive player opening from late position. Buy in for this 500 squid plus the juice. All the details at the bottom of your screen for you, Ivan. Ace 10 for Constantine. Prime 1 to attempt to steal from gun and still get some value from worse. Defends in the big blind. Matt here with the ace jack. I think that's a very good fold from him. Try and take the whole cards out of account. Just try and think of Constantine's opening range from under the gun and how our stack is situated for off the money, and like ace jack off can be in some dominated spots. We can have some tricky spots down the streets, potentially losing all of it. So just taking all that away, decides to fold it free. I think that's a good lay down with our riskers, Matt. However, Chris shouldn't be going anywhere. Comes along with 6s in the small blind. Over to Charlie in the big. Ace 3 off here. Less inclined to defend this one 3-way against the gun range of Constantine. Likely to be in a dominated spot, and there is the laydown from the big. We are in Aspers Casino in London, Ivan. Right at the top of the shopping centre. First stop for the PartyPoker Tour. We're off to Manchester and we're off to Glasgow, that have been confirmed for later in the year, plus an additional 2 stops that are yet to be announced.
Glasgow will be the 12th to the 17th of August, and Manchester is coming up in June the 17th to the 22nd, and yeah, they will have the same buy-in structure.
And it's looking like it's going to be a great tour for the year, because for the first main event, nearly 500 runners. It's just a terrific turnout from everyone. And
absolutely. UK live poker scene going from strength to strength.
Constantine choosing to continue here. I guess we are going to have more C-bets versus small than we are big blind on this board. First going to have a lot of stuff like King Queen, King Jack, Jack 10 suited. And we'll still have the 5s, 7s and 8s in there for sure. We can have those too. Going to start with the check calls, Chris. So we do some diamonds turn, and now decision point here for Constantine, because I feel like the times we have our overpair here, we are just going to go for a second bet here on the turn, and then potentially with our combo ace 10, ace of hearts could be some ideas of unloading on heart rivers. I feel like it's a situation as Constantine here. If we are going to barrel turn, we need to continue the story on clean rivers that we've got the 9s through aces. Otherwise, better to just check back. I feel like it's one of these situations that we need to say to ourselves, if we're barreling turn, we probably need to barrel a lot of rivers here. So deciding against and goes for the check back, and a lovely looking river card.
Hello there.
And Chris hates to see this.
Yeah, I should be fairly content with finding a value bet on the ace river, with the ace of hearts as well. Just less likely that he's going to be up against stronger ace. Likely to see sets check raise the flop. And Chris now, what's he going for here? Oh, the block. Not sure what the idea is or what we're trying to achieve here.
I think this is a spot with 6s. We either just check or we go absolutely massive, George,
yeah.
like 3x pop.
Yeah.
Like, simply because once Constantine checks back turn,
He never
like,
has a set.
Yeah, He's just like best hand he can have here is just ace 7, ace 5 suited, like only a few combos. So as Chris potentially just put like ace king, ace 10 in the bin, go for like the 250%.
Yeah, exactly. The small size there, it's kind of just, I guess the design is just don't bluff me, you know, don't turn a hand like Queen Jack or some sort of King X holding into a bluff. It's just kind of setting the price, but you know, sometimes you've got to face these awkward out of position situations where you check over to your opponent and you have to make the decision.
The blinds up, short stack's not going to love that. 4k, 8k. Jack 9 suited for Cammy in the hijack. Opens once folded too. Seven 3 of clubs covering for Constantine. Get to defend these ones, especially with Cammy's risk being high. A piece for both from the Queen Jack 7 rainbow. In terms of range, probably a board, high frequency C-bets. In terms of actual combo, Cammy's hand probably does like doing a bit of check-in, middle pair, backdoor flush and straight draws. It's just going to go for the range bet on the Queen Jack 7. Shy 40%.
Should get the job done, I think.
Which it does.
So average stack now about 320k, which is just south, just a little bit less than that. So yeah, just south of 40 big blinds. Still retaining a really good structure here. Nice part of the Party Poker Tour. Not only the numbers have been good, but a well-run event so far as well. Plenty of deep stack play. We're seeing some guys in the field like Ben Miller have over 100 big blinds at this stage.
And that with Ace Jack. Completely different scenario to what we saw 10 minutes ago when just folded this one to the early position open. We're first in, so nice one to make it 2 bigs with. But Cammy, In with the attack, spicy one, Queen Jack off, +1 versus +2, making it 45k. Maybe just a function of being this close to the money and knowing Matt has to play honestly here, and as Matt Staples, going to have a tough time continuing ace jack off here, out of position against a covering stack, 4 off the bubble, and I think fold just going to be in order for Matt. We will see when it gets back to him, but I really don't like continuing in this spot. And there's the fold. Agree with Matt. Not much we can do there once Cammy free bets EP versus EP and covers us.
Yeah, crafty little play there from Cammy. Gets the job done.
A naughty one. Queen Jack off. Usually one we see a bit more middle position, late position as the free bet bluff, but EP versus EP does the job.
Coming out swinging.
Tom, haven't really had much look at him this session, just been patient with his shallow stack. King 9 off, got to go into the muck here, just got to outlast 4 more players, sir. Get to hand for hand and see what happens.
Absolutely. Solid job of it so far. Just taking a little bit of time there with the fold, just to try and cut down the clock a little bit.
Chris going to open 7-5 of hearts here from hijack. And Michael in the small, Queen 6 of clubs. Can't really do much. Anything for Mr. Miller in the big blind? Well, a couple of spanners, but still in with the defend. Does cover Chris heavily. Just going to be Chris's pot here, ace jack 10, rainbow board. Guess we're just going to see bet small as Chris and take this down here and now. Get small sizes up a little there. 28, bigger bet, close to 2/3. Either way, Gary can't do anything against any size with the 8-4. King 3 suited for Tom out the way. Chris will do the same. Over to Charlie in the hijack. Beautiful looking prospect. Ace Queen of diamonds. Should be opening. Raises to 2 big blinds. Just a call here from Gary, not wanting to free bet this one, and potentially Charlie can have some 4-bet rips at 50 effective, and 9s just going to shrivel up if we are met by a 4-bet. So going to play cool, and one of the functions of cool also having that additive of keeping some dominated hands in, like some suited ace-8 through to ace-deuce, some suited king-x, even some smaller pairs. Deuce of hearts on the turn after check, check, flop, and feel like Gary going to start leading now. A lot of the time we make the assumption that Charlie going to start betting his over pairs and his 10x on the flop. So 9's likely to be the best of it after the flop action. We can still get some calls from perhaps 7x, even some smaller pairs. Ace 5, Ace 3, pick up a will draw. But the Ace Queen of Diamonds from Charlie. Another good fold there. Some people may take one off against Gary Miller there with Ace Queen high facing the turn lead, but decent bit of discipline about his game. Gets away from it correctly again. How much is Will on? After that all-in we saw against Carleen Manastor, he still had about 600k left, so plenty at this stage of the tournament. It's Constantine going to take the reins in the hijack as one of the biggest stacks at the table. Still needs to be wary of Gary on the button. They're going to open the 8-6 of hearts here. And Gary with the Queen 10 off on the button, and wouldn't surprise me if we saw an attack here. Just going to play cool instead. Does have position on the opener. And over to Cammy. Ace Deuce of clubs not going to be going anywhere. But once again, maybe a candidate once in a while could be used. Don't like using it as much from the big blind, but just want to keep in some of these dominated club hands, like a Constantine's opening 8-6 of hearts. He'd be opening 8-6 of clubs. Potential to cold deck when we get flush over flush. So King Queen 5, 2 diamonds. And Constantine going to go for c-bet. Not going to be working. Gary middle pair going to have to call once with position on the c-bet up. Third pot from Constantine. There's the call from Gary. Cammy out the way, heads up to the turn. And we do pick up a smidge of equity as Constantine here. Are some scenarios can be drawing dead versus Jack 10. The other thing Constantine's got to bear in mind here as well, when you think about Gary Miller's button calling range, the King X and Queen X on this turn, they're going to pick up a gut shot. So King Jack, King 10, they're never folding. Queen Jack, Queen 10, they're not folding now after picking up a gut shot. Like Gary's not going to peel Queen 8, he's not going to peel King 8. So the times he has this top or middle pair, they also have a gut shot to go alongside it. So if we're Constantine here, if we're barreling turn, we need to be aware that it's not going to be effective against a lot of the King X and Queen X. So potentially we're going to need to fire the third barrel to try and dislodge these hands by the river. But right here and now, it's going to be working. Gary out the way with a Queen 10, 3-1, second pair gut shot and position. Doesn't take one off, gives Constantine credit for some Ace King. But another important element there, like even as Constantine, if we got Ace King, if we got King Jack, if we got King 10, we're probably going to choose a junction to check at some point. Out of position to Gary. But aggression prevails. And the 8 high gets the second pair out of there. Put on a bit of a show for us yesterday in the sit and go Constantine. Continuing the aggression in the main event. Christopher says, how long has Matt Staples been on the stream? How is he playing? He's playing very solid. He's doing everything right that he should be doing at this stage of the tournament. He's got one of these stack depths that is incentivized not to get involved. We want to get on the right side of the money, lock up that min cash, and then we can start opening up again. But he's made some snug laydowns that not everyone finds, which I think are going to be very good with ICM and what our risk is. Now 5 spots off the money. I've been commentating a long time now and don't think I've ever got to cover Matt at all. I know he does a lot of streaming, but seems like a solid player at the tables. King 10 suited for Charlie. Going to be opening from gun. Ace Queen for Cammy on the button here. Almost identical stack with Charlie, so just going to play flat once again. This close to money, it's a disaster for us as Cammy. We 3-bet here, we get 4-bet jammed on, we're not able to call off Ace Queen. And then one of the merits of playing flat, we keep in some of the dominated stuff, like Charlie going to open Queen 10 suited, Queen Jack, King Queen, he's going to open suited Ace-X. So we keep in a decent proportion of range that we dominate from Charlie's under the gun opening range. We have position on the open up to the streets. Nice looking flop for Charlie here, 10 high against the button. Goes for check over to the in position player, and in general, what you see a lot of these days, just always check into the in position player. But now, after check flop, we've got the green light to start going for some value as Charlie, and we're going to get some. I'd be surprised if Cammy folded Ace Queen just yet. Like, Charlie's probably going to delay some Queen highs, some King highs, try and dislodge Cammy Ace high type stuff, even some Ace Jack, Ace X suited. So expect Cammy to come along for one, as he does. So off to the river we go. Which is the 3 of diamonds. So front door flush does complete here. Cammy can still have some flushes that want to just play passively, not bloat the pot this close to the money. Like, probably going to be the nut flushes, like Queen Jack of diamonds, stuff that's going to be folding out better hands, more inclined to stab when check to on flop. So can have a few flushes here as Cammy, but also will have hands like 7s, 8s, 9s that want to check back flop, call turn. Some ace highs, as he has the better ace highs, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, that need to call once with position on the turn. And maybe even something like a Jack 10 that wants to check flop, once again keep the pot small, potentially can have some of this weaker 10x in range. But it's a big old bet from Charlie on the river. 102 into 126, so Charlie finding 80% here with the King 10. And Ace Queen of Cammy not going to hero it off, not the best combo, no diamond in hand. Good laydown from him, no value on the end from Charlie. Difficult to get some against Cammy's particular holding. If you're enjoying the stream, guys, wherever you're watching from, Twitch or YouTube, in the party poker streets, give us a follow, a subscribe, a like, all that 2025 business. Make sure you're following the channel, because this year there's more stuff coming up. I've mentioned a lot. We've got 2 more legs that have been confirmed. Going to be going to Glasgow, going to be going to Manchester, and 2 more stops to be released in the coming months. And Cammy can't believe it. Ace Queen again. Actually think it's the same combo as well. Club heart. Payouts at the bottom of your screen. Vescu. Oh, and Chris with jacks here, and we're 40 effective. This is going to be a big flip, because as Cammy here with ace queen, yes, we're 4 off the money, but we feel like Chris, when he covers us against our late position open, is incentivized to attack. It's going to be a real grim spot here for Cammy, but I wouldn't fault him for 4-bet sending here for 40. 5 spots off the money, it seems really grim, because the times that Chris does just wake up with ace king or a decent pair, we're in a spot of bother. But it's a real grim situation here for Cammy, because like when we flat, we're gonna whiff the board more often than not. How are we then going to proceed? Are we going to be happy to call down with ace high, potentially get bluffed off of our hands? So I wouldn't fault him for going for the shove here, but he is just going to play cool, and definitely a function of being 5 off the money here. Like if we were in the money, this is just clear 4-bet jam in terms of chips. Maybe the fact that we are 5 spots off the money and we are sitting with a healthy stack has a factor to play here. But if he did go with jam, Chris wouldn't have been folding and potentially would have had a massive double. But not the board we really want to see as Chris. 2 overcards to contend with now. In terms of range, once again, a board we're going to have high frequency C-bets on. Not for a big size either. We're a 3-bet pot, so tend to scale down these C-bet sizings. Round quarter pot feel like what we're likely to see. Does go for third. 42 into 1, 2, 4, so almost third on the nose here from Chris and Cammy. Clear as day call, never raising this spot. Don't need protection, keep some bluffs in if there are any of Chris, keep our range wide. Still want to have some like King 10, King Jack here as Cammy of the suited variety. And at 9 of hearts on the turn, both players pick up the backdoor flush draw now. A real grim card to see for Chris, because now we're not really beating much. Yes, we have this Jack of hearts, so only really Queen 10 of hearts that turns the flush in Cammy's range. But once he calls flop, going to have a lot of this ace X, going to have a lot of this King X. 8x probably going to start folding against third. If Cammy's pilled something like 8, 9 of diamonds, that's not going to continue on this particular board. But Chris here has said to himself, okay, I've got the Jack of hearts. Cammy can only have one combination of a flush here. Queen 10 of hearts specifically is the only way Cammy gets here with a flush. So holding this Jack of hearts, eradicating some potential flush combos of Cammy. Chris says to himself, right, it's my turn to take off. I have ace king, I have aces, I have kings. My opponent does not have these hands in our range, and we have a Jack of hearts blocking some of the flush combos that Cammy can have. So in theory, it should only be Queen 10 of hearts that Cammy gets here with a flush. And the 9 on the river, not the most appetizing card to be unloading on, and the reason being, like if Cammy did have something like a suited ace-x here, now they're all chopping with other ace-x. So even if he's got like an ace-10 suited, chopping with ace-queen, ace-jack, so may not be the most appetizing river to unload on as Chris, but Chris still has ace-king, which would go for value. He still has aces and kings. He could even still have quad 9s as well, although it only being one combo that plays in this manner. But a tricky spot here for Chris. I feel like if this was like an offsuit 3, he's going to say the words, I'm all in. But maybe once this 9 pairs, he feels like Cammy not going to be folding enough of his ace-x now by the river. So, oh, the jacks going to be turned into a bluff here. No, they are not. Knuckled over from Chris, waves the white flag, shuts it down, and now as Cammy, he's going to say the words, I'm all in. And I guess Cammy just thinks that Chris is always shoving a better hand for value. If Chris has ace king, if he has aces kings, if he somehow has a flush, he's just going to be all in himself. So maybe Cammy feeling like he could get Chris off some chops, perhaps, could be the idea. I guess he just assesses that Chris is never checking a hand that we're behind to, at the risk that we could check back. Fun little hand to dissect. Cammy Williamson taking the pot, and it will shoot him up the leaderboard in terms of chip stack. And I see the number, as that hand was ongoing, dropped to 76, and that is because we have lost Angelo Avanzato, David Dimitrov, and Alexandru Onofre. So 76 remain, guys. One more bust out, and we will be going hand for hand. Ace for Charlie, blind on blind here. I don't think we cover Constantine, so I feel like this is the avenue to take. We just complete. Like if it was Constantine sat there with 200k, we'd definitely take the aggressive route. And this is why tournament poker, MTTs, whatever you want to call it, I feel like the Cadillac of Hold'em. There's so much to know, so much to learn. Cash game players playing 100 big blinds, 200, 500 deep all the time against similar opponents, but MTT strategies changing all the time, dependent on our stack depth, dependent on our opponent's stack depth, dependent on the percentage of the field left. There's so many different variables you need to take into account in each given decision. And Charlie, have some of that, goes for the complete free bet here, blind on blind, takes the offsuit high-low, one of these ones we like to use. We got a blocker, we got an unblocker, and it works a treat. Feel for Tom, he's been patient, but every time he looks down it's like just napkins every single time for the man. Can be frustrating not getting distribution for hours upon hours at the poker tables, but it does happen sometimes. You just got to sit there, be patient, not do anything out of line, just got to wait for one more bust out before we go hand for hand. Charlie, Constantine in the small blinds, so less inclined really to get involved. So we're going to open here into Michael's big, just try and take blinds and ante as he does.
So what have I missed, Jay?
You missed a fun hand
yeah?
between Cammy and Chris. Cammy open cut off, 40 big blinds effective. Chris 3-bet to round 8 bigs. Cammy just flatted ace queen.
Okay.
Like cut off versus thing in terms of chips, like fist pump jam, but
Yeah.
I'm guessing it was a factor of being so close to the money. Just flatted it. Come ace king 8.
Right.
With ace king of hearts.
Yeah.
Cammy had the queen of hearts. Chris had jacks with the jack of hearts. Chris continued third.
Yeah.
Cammy called. Turn then come the 9 of hearts.
Oh,
and
wow.
Chris turned jacks into a bluff and bet turn. And then the river paired the 9, so it just went check. Cammy then jammed ace queen. I'm guessing trying to get him off a chop.
Yeah.
And then the jacks just folded, but it was a big pot that went Cammy's way. But I really wish the river come like a low brick to see.
Just to see if he'd have followed through with it. Yeah.
Exactly that. Two hands colliding. Again, Cammy with 10s, Charlie with jacks here, but different scenario now. Cammy after winning that big pot, he actually covers, so Charlie mixing in a call here with the jacks in the cutoff. Once again, one of these situations, if we 3-bet and then get 4-bet, are we really loving life? 2 spots off the money now. So it leaves us with the call option. Gonna go heads up to the flop. Queen, Queen, 7, rainbow. Once again here is Cammy, a lot of checking going on. Out of position. Feels like good enough to bet.
Yeah, if we are going to choose bets, I don't mind checking jacks and 10s and maybe leaning towards 8s and 9s just for a little bit more protection versus the overcards. So I think the 10s here could definitely favour check. Charlie is going to come along, of course, and now we're in an awkward situation for Cammy where if we had have checked, it might have been slightly easier to navigate now. We've got this 9 and we're kind of in no man's land. Often going to have the best hand, but navigation becomes quite difficult now.
Very important when choosing these sizes, small sizes on the flop as well, to understand that like Charlie has to continue like King Jack with a backdoor flush draw, Jack 10 with a backdoor flush draw. Like when we start going 15%, 20%, like our opponent's range, we don't knock out too much. So there's still like could still be some 9x in there, an ace 9 of hearts, something like that.
Yeah, and with his combo, he does block some of the weaker parts of the range. You know, the King 10 of hearts, the King 10 of clubs, the Jack 10 of both suits as well. So going for 2 streets here, getting very thin now on the by the time we get to the river, and it is the Queen. Wow, what a card. That is an insane card. Ridiculous. Now he beats 9s and 7s. That could definitely play in this fashion.
May go like, it's really weird, like these sort of boards that don't run out trips too often, like haven't really looked at them, pretty clueless what size we should go, but like logically small seems kind of nice, right? Because we can still have a queen and like we should never get bluffed here by Charlie. Like Charlie should never bluff raise river.
Looks like he's gone for the kind of middling size, just sort of half pot, and I think that's a byproduct of, as you mentioned, not really being sure how to approach the spot. Often when you see people go B50, it's kind of like, yeah, so quick call, and the bad news for Cammy. Constantine is a co-owner of the BBZ Academy. Wow, that is quite the feat. Did just Google that, and the story checks out. Academy co-founder Constantine Zerdev, and BBZ is obviously with, I can't remember his surname, Jordan, the old school sit and go grinder. The name is lost on me right now. And he actually held a coaching seminar here earlier in the week. So, player with a lot of accolades.
playing by me, so I don't know what he's
Jordan Hunter says, sick. Come on, Cammy, head in the game, lad. That was pretty sick, to be fair. There's not. I think he's done well to lose close to min. Maybe we can go slightly smaller on river, but I'm actually clueless on that river, what size we're actually meant to go. But I feel like small seems nice. And think about our opponent's range. They should never have any bluff raises. If they've got a queen, they just raise river. We've got an easy fold, and then potentially eke out some 9s, 8s.
Yeah, 8's definitely one. Some of the 9x might have 3-bet pre, so it was difficult, but did go for the 3 streets, and unfortunately in this occasion running into the better of it.
King 8 suited for Chris, +2. Hasn't really got the stack to open this one.
Yeah, agreed. Double his stack and he'd have been in there, but got some really tricky players to his left, and just respecting the dynamic of the bubble. Charlie out the way, and it's over 2.
I think he weren't at the table, Charlie.
Oh, he
was
didn't get dealt in?
Running back with a coffee in his hand, I think, so, or water, whatever it was. Missed a hand, covering everyone on the bubble.
And it's going to be Constantine to take the initiative with the button sat out as well, so musical chairs here. Everyone just not even wanting to get dealt in by the looks of it. Gary Miller firing out a 3-bet with the Jack-9 off here.
Maybe he's just been filtered some information back. Constantine's had some wide opens from late position. We saw 8-6 earlier, didn't we? It's maybe some friends watching, filtering some information, saying this guy's opening too wide from late position. So Gary maybe making an adjustment and just saying, I'm going to 3-bet 40% or something like that. So we're going over to an hour of table, guys. So A6 suited against the ladies, and it's RC GDPR. Don't have his full name, just his initials. Not signed to be involved with his full name. So RC up against Charles Norman here.
With the ace-6 of spades on his feet, potentially going to see this one seal his fate unless he can find some spades or an ace. There is one spade, a little bit of backdoor hope as well. Not on the Jack of Hearts, an ace and an ace only to survive, and it's not to be. Charles Norman with the ladies gets another elimination.
So just like that, guys, this is the first hand for hand. RC out in 76, 75 remain. And how are we doing? Isamita. Hola. You've joined us for the bubble coverage.
So Mr. BBZ once again coming in for the open, and Gary, we know he can't help himself. This is going to be good.
Not with this combo. this is like ace king for Gary.
Yeah,
this is just standard 3-bet.
Oh, this. I don't think it's going to go 4-bet, 5-bet, but
I'd love it to.
it could.
On the bubble, could you imagine?
Oh.
The scenes.
And he'd probably get it through as well. I don't think Constantine will 4-bet.
Yeah, I don't think he gets
I think
to.
he just peel.
When Gary covers, I think we just have to play cool.
Yeah, agreed. And there is the call. And the good byproduct of this is just to keep in hands like this that dominate us, that we may lose if we do tend to choose the 4-bet option. And look at this for a flop. Both players flopping top pair.
Bought the high frequency C-bets from Gary.
Yeah, maybe 125k chip, something like that.
Extra money on there is at 28k. Oh, 20k. So even smaller. Like 17-18% here from Gary Miller. And Constantine with the ace queen.
And again, just the stack depths coming into play. You may see him check raise this in a different portion of the tournament.
King of diamonds on the turn does bring in some potential chop outs here for Gary, but this is a hand that's going to be a 2-street hand, difficult, even maybe 1 street in the 3-bet coup. So we need to probably find a junction to check as Gary, and I feel like here on the turn is a great time to do that.
Nicely played by both so far. And now Constantine certainly has the keys to the vault. Just a question of sizing.
Yeah, literally only pocket 10s, ace 10. That's it that we're losing to. Queen Jack should always barrel the king turn. So specifically 3 combos of 10s from our perspective, 6 combos of ace 10. So
yeah, just a lot of hands like King Jack, King Queen, King 9 in there as well that we can target that turn a pair and look to navigate to a river.
I think like after checking this back, we're never folding as Gary for this price, and does throw in the call, loses to the ace queen of Constantine. Nice pot going his way, and right there you see one of the merits of flatting as well, keeping in this dominated stuff, eking out more EV from that avenue. Milgy in the chat says it's always nice to hear your voice, George. Milgy,
thanks very much. Appreciate the love.
Going to be going to the 10k level in just over 3 minutes time. Things will slow down slightly now, guys, because we are hand for hand. We need to wait for all 9 tables to finish before we start dealing again. Do one more hand.
How many left, says Ludems? It is in the top. Where's it gone?
It will
be.
Once hand 83 disappears.
There you go, 75, so the pure bubble. 74 in the money for the min cash of 1,000 Great British pounds.
Yes, now Constantine covering everyone, gets to have a field day. We're looking for any ace, any suited king, even dip into the suited queens if we feel like people aren't playing back enough. And Matt with the 9s here, just choosing to call. Once again, a factor of being on the bubble. Oh, and Cammy finds jacks here. Chooses not to squeeze. Same scenario as Matt, I'm guessing just because we're on the pure bubble, but I feel like we just pick up 34k so often here, George, and the fact of the matter that Constantine is just going to be opening so wide that we just pick up like 5-6 bigs as Cammy. But what do I know? We'll just flop top set instead and have 99% three-way.
How about 100? Someone did call him Jammy Wilkinson in the chat earlier, and it's certainly coming into effect with this run out.
Interesting one for Constantine here. once it checks through on the flop, you expect both Cammy and Matt to be playing honestly. So it feels like a 6 is going to be good enough for the time.
It's going to get action from everyone, and Cammy in an interesting situation now. We've got the absolute stones. How do we proceed? The issue is, if we do overcall, we're unlikely to see too many more bets on the river. But just got to hope that someone... Ooh, the 4. Interesting. So now some hands like potentially over pairs still could be in Constantine's range.
Yeah, Constantine needs to be very aware now that, like, Matt probably going to check some Jack X on the flop, Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, King Jack suited, this type of stuff on the pure bubble specifically. So feel like still can be some Jack X in Matt's range. But 2 Jacks for Cammy, good for Jack's fault. There will be a couple of minutes in between hands. Need to wait for all out of tables to finish, guys. If there is any all-in and calls, the team are on the floor. We will head over and see what is occurring. And lucky for us, we do have some ongoings, guys, and we're going to head over and see who it is. And it's Cully Sadu, all in and at risk on the bubble with queens against the aces of Ben Skinner. Setup.
Which is the player at risk here? Is it Cully?
Cully is at risk with the ladies, so likely to be the hand that bursts the bubble. Clubs are covered by the aces, so Cully in need of a lady. Oh, there she is!
There she is.
On the turn, faded aces. And it's the Jack of Clubs on the river. Cully Sidhu with the lady on the turn.
How does he do it?
So the bubble continues. Double up for Cully. 350k pot.
Absolutely outrageous scenes as Cully once again, as we do have some of the outer table action, has been the benefactor of 2 large pots now.
Ace for Gary. 20k from the hijack. Tom with a Jack 10 of clubs. Annoying. We got 6 bigs. Beautiful looking hand, but our goal right now is to outlast one more player.
Dave asking about Party Poker planning any events in Canada. We're just focusing on the Party Poker UK tour. So 5 stops this year. London, the first of those here at Aspers. And we've got Manchester and Glasgow. Manchester in June, Glasgow in August. All of the information on Party Poker live events is over on the website at partypoker.com. So not much to report at the moment. Of course, for you guys just tuning in, we are on the pure bubble here, so it's hand-for-hand play. Just waiting for the cards to get back in the air. And things, of course, have slowed down a little bit, but all players with smiles, exchanging a bit of banter. It's always a high morale part of the tournament, just hoping someone on the outer table can find one of those setups. It was supposed to be Cully Sadu, but he's found his way out of danger once again, finding that queen on the turn to double up.
Yeah, we've been over to that table twice, haven't we? It was the ace on the turn the first time, about 10 off the money, and then on the pure bubble, it ended up being the 2 out, the queen on the turn for Cully to find. So we go on.
Yeah, you can't miss.
I feel like this is a fold for Matt, and seems very clued up, Matt. I know he's very good. He's been streaming for years.
Yep.
Don't see much of him in the UK, but I don't think he's put a foot wrong yet today.
He's a strong player.
Just seems fundamentally perfect so far from him.
Solid, tight, aggressive player, but very much aware of the dynamic of course, the bubble. Which is a good reason to play on Party Poker, because the fields are a bit smaller. You do get a lot of training in terms of those ICM situations that can pop up.
Chris thought about it, but with 20 would be a disaster to bust now. Charlie not going anywhere. King Queen here, the 2 big stacks. Going to defend in the big. Constantine with the Queen 3 suited. Check to him. Going to find a c-bet here on the 8 high board. Goes for the big bet here. 33 into 59. It's like 55% here. And kind of annoying for Charlie, because if we're met by small, 2 over cards and spade could definitely call, but even against the near B60, still going to take one off with the King Queen spade in hand.
Yeah, I think he's expecting to see a lot of hands like 10-9, Jack-10, Jack-9, Queen-Jack with 1 spade potentially.
I feel like some of the ace-high stuff wants to just check as well.
Yeah, or go small.
Position.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Nice little call on the flop from Charlie. It is out in front, and now let's turn this flush draw on the 3 of spades turn. Constantine turns a pair to put him in the lead, but Charlie with some ideas now. And you've got to think as well, 4-5's a double gut shot on the flop. That completes, the spade draws complete. So as Constantine here, although we turn the 3, we're only really beating stuff like 9-10, 9-7, 7-5, and then some optimistic floats like Charlie has, the 2 overs spade in hand. So 3rd on the turn from Charlie, putting Constantine in a rough spot with his 3 here.
Nicely done.
Very nice from Charlie.
Yeah, top level poker that from Chaz.
You don't have 8 million online earnings not playing top level poker.
Absolutely, and up at the top of the chip counts on our feature table, and well earned. Solid game from him so far. 750k in his stack, and very much a lock to make the in the money and go from there.
I've been very impressed with Charlie today.
Super top level player. And even on such a strong feature table lineup, for me, he's been the outstanding player of the bunch. Just going about business and executing very well.
Payouts at the bottom of your screen. Fubio. Just shy of £40,000 for a £500 buy-in for the first Party Poker Tour main event to kick off this year. Keep mentioning it. 2 more stops already confirmed, Manchester and Glasgow later in the year, with an additional 2 to be added to that. And they're going to be great if this event is anything to go by. Unbelievable turnout, 491 entries here. We'll be going on break in just over half hour, but if we do not lose one, we will play through until we do. No breaks on the bubble. I'll wait between hands for this one, guys, but we do have the camera guys on the floor. If there's any all-ins, we will head over. Had that one all-in and call so far on the bubble, where Cully Sadu found the 2 out on the turn to save his tournament. We are doing one more hand, and the bubble continues. Gary with the 4s here, under the gun. In heavy ICM situations, we prefer having removal than stuff like 4s, 5s, made hands already. Just all about blocking some reshoves, blocking some 3-bets. And Chris here finds the ladies 20 bigs, no messing about. I feel like post bubble, one that potentially just goes 45k, but on the stone bubble, you're all in. No funky business here from Chris.
Yeah, absolutely.
So guys, just waiting for our tables to finish. We have an all-in and call awaiting, but just need to finish all tables before we head over and see what is occurring. And off we go. So there's a forced all in the blind. You was forced all in the big blind. They have gone 5-way to 3-5-7 rainbow. Cassandra has open shoved, and she has been called by Gareth here. Cassandra bottom 2-5-3. It's 10-7 for the forced all in player with top pair, and it is jacks for Gareth here. So the only situation in which the bubble don't go is if we see a 7 or a 10, actually just a 10, because if a 7 comes, the jacks counterfeit the 5-3 and Cassandra will bubble. So king of clubs turn.
Cassandra needing to fade the king as well now, and a clean ace of clubs on the river, so Cassandra will win the entire pot, and it's going to be you hitting the rail on the pure bubble.
It's a lovely spot there for Cassandra. I guess it was all linked to the big blind, trying to bust him. Needed some protection. She moved all in with her 2 pair. The jacks couldn't get away from it, but a nice pot going Cassandra's way. And you is going to be our bubble boy. He will be leaving with nothing, and we are in the money, guys. No more hand for hand. Everyone locked up £1,000. Unfortunate for you, but that is that.
Yep, everyone can give themselves a pat on the back. They are now in the money. The 4-figure cash is secure, and it's on our way down to the final 27 to be played tonight, or 12 levels.
I still think it's going to be 12 levels, George.
Yeah.
It's just a credit to the event party have put on, getting this sort of turnout. Probably wasn't expecting this amount of players for the main event. Clock's been paused. Just a quick head count on all the players, I am guessing. Make sure we're all good to go, and then final 30 minutes of this session. We will be changing the feature table after the break, Vesku. It will be getting switched every 2 hours, or 2 hours 15 minutes on 3 45-minute levels. It gets rotated, just gives everyone the same chance of getting on the feature. I know you see other streams that have the same feature table all day. It's good to rotate, get some fresh faces on, and not just fresh faces, some different players that may approach the game differently to others. But everyone can relax. They've locked up a bit of Wonga, and now for the short stacks it's time to spin for the big stacks. Already maybe some eyes set on that day 3. Is Constantine going to open the button with the King 6 suited? Gary Miller won't be going anywhere with King 10 in the big blind. Let's throw in the defend. Queen 5 deuce here. Quite an interesting one for Gary. King 10 power combo, spade and heart in our hand. Like maybe one that potentially could find a little check raise here with this particular suits, but just going to go with check call instead, getting 6 to 1 on his money.
Fruity turn card.
Just got to be a white flag wave here surely for Constantine, like at least want a heart in our hand, like at least a gut shot, something going on. This does wave the white flag. The deuce on the river means we are going to chop this one up if we get to showdown. Does Gary have any ideas of maybe dislodging some ace high? Decides to check. Now it's Constantine, never folding out a queen. Gives it up, and we'll chop it up. Every 2 hours, 15 minutes, Luke. The feature gets rotated. When we go on break, we'll switch the players onto an outer. We'll bring an outer onto the feature, and then we'll have some fresh faces for that session. In 25 minutes time, we'll be going on break. And I actually believe it's a scheduled dinner break next break. Whether that be 30 minutes or 45 minutes, I will find out shortly. I'll let you guys know when we will return for the penultimate session of day 2. Cammy with a king queen from gun. I don't think Michael has played a hand all session. I know he's had to be tight, but I can't recall.
3% VPIP. Or 2 now.
Yeah. You know, this is in sync with this, so we can show everyone.
Oh, wow, okay.
There you are.
Hey.
2% for Tom and Michael. It's both been pretty card dead and having to fold on the bubble. Gary Miller, Cammy, Charlie, Constantine, the most active this session. I wouldn't open this as Charlie. Different dynamic now. Would have opened it on the bubble, but now we're post bubble. Not going to be winning.
Yeah, just going to be seeing more defense from every spot behind, right? So less incentive to open so wide. Looks like Gary Miller's picked that one up with the 9-5 suited on the button. Nothing for the blinds. Adds to a solid stack of 50 big blinds.
Good break time. Time for the Ben Eubank fight. Nice, says Luke. You a boxing fan, George?
I've got a bet on Ben.
You got a bet on
Yeah,
Ben, okay?
just I don't know anything about boxing, but my friend said that the price was a little bit skewed towards Eubank, and he doesn't see that as being a fair representation of the actual probability.
Yeah, I don't really follow it much. I had one boxing bet my entire life, and it was probably the most print bet of all time. The Mayweather.
Yeah.
Fight.
Chipping away at the free money, basically, wasn't it?
Literally that. Yeah.
What price did you get? 1.3 or something like that?
Well, 1 to 4.5 to 1 is between 1 to 4 and 1 to 5. Yeah.
So 1.2, 1.25, kind of. Just however much you can get on, that's
49-0, like he's ever going to lose.
Yeah,
Someone that's never had a professional boxing match. It was crazy.
Insane.
August 2017. Ace King suited for Chris from gun. 24 to start the hand. And poor Tom. Just, I can't recall him getting like a top 20% the last 2 hours.
Battled valiantly.
Chris just setting Tom in. Tom does have a heart in hand, but probably going to let it go. Try and spin his 3 big blinds. He's done very well to get on the right side of the money. And already, guys, you can see the numbers dropping. Rickard Olsen, Hayden Dickinson, Chris Knight, Alpa Gotcha, some good players out. As we said, Michelle Molinar, Greg Neal, Thadjan Yogendran, leading us with 67.
Yeah, going to see a quick flurry of eliminations. Could be down to sort of 55, 60 quite quickly, and then it's going to catch up a little bit in terms of the structure. You can see that the average stack right now is around about 40 big blinds still, so that's holding strong.
The thing is, like, just post-bubble, a lot of people look at the average and they're like, oh, I'm nowhere near average. But what they don't realise is how many short stacks there are and how many big stacks are like. If you've got average stack, you're probably like top 30% of the field,
oh, yeah.
not top 50%.
So much, we wouldn't call them deadwood, but people that have just been trying to make the money and kind of ninja their way into that berth.
Mark Garren, what is that noise in the background of the casino? That is someone over the tannoy doing a tombola, I believe, in the card room. So
bit screechy.
Obviously picking up on the mics, but a lot going on. It's carnage Saturday night in the card room, packed in there. They've got a wheel giving away prizes. There's a tombola going on, as you can hear.
Going to be the boxing on. There's a lot of people that come to Aspers, not even for poker or gambling, but kind of for a night out. It's very much a all-faceted venue in that regard.
So Thomas Powell, he's been patient. Queen 6 off, gets it in now, and he's dominated versus Matt.
Does have a chance.
Any hearts about? So it needs
Heart on the heart only.
no heart on the river for Thomas Powell.
At least he does secure that £1,000. He had absolutely none of it. Was really fighting with the crumbs and managed to get in the money. And unfortunately, that's going to be as far as his run does go in the Party Poker London main event here. At the first stop of 5 for the Party Poker UK Tour.
66th for Thomas, picking up £1,000. I believe the next ladder is at 56. Wrong button. Good evening. Let's have a look. We haven't had much story time, so the comms cam hasn't come out too much, but surely tomorrow at some point we'll get a few people in when we're chatting with a couple of the special guests that we got. We will get them in and we'll have some story time and put the comms cam on. Queen 10-8 here, so obviously players on breaks and people just coming in wanting to chat. Just muting the mic quickly, guys. But back to the action on Queen 10-8. Gary with bottom set, Chris middle pair. Backdoor nut flush draw. We should see a turn here. 55% from Gary, just north of half. Chris going to have to come along for one. King of diamonds on the turn. And that's Gary here. We just got a hand that wants to go bet, 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 get it in over 3 streets. So obviously some bad rivers, the jack, the 9, the ace.
Maybe the spade, but yeah, aside from that.
Plenty to get called by here, like no checks going on. All this King Jack, Jack 10, Queen Jack. A lot of the pairs have a straight draw to go alongside it. King X of spades, 10 X of spades a thing as well. So catalogue of combinations to get a second street of value from, as Gary.
Yeah, that's the beauty of having bottom set, right? You just completely unblock all of these two pairs, and they're very prevalent in the small blind flatting range. It's going to improve to a lot of hands like King 10, King Queen. So going for the size up, trying to get the stacks in. Quite large on the turn.
Yeah.
He's kind of left himself a bit of an awkward river, but maybe just kind of front loading because he knows that there's going to be a lot of hands that will never fold, whatever the size is. So actually thinking about it, it's quite a smart play. Just making sure that there are a lot of bad rivers, so just locking up as much as you can before the texture changes. Looks like a misdeal. These situations happen. So it looks like live we've got 64 remaining. And it's 13.5 minutes for the break, is that right?
Yeah, and just a 15-minute break. There might be scheduled longer break for dinner. Just 15 minutes we have been told, which is good for us. Straight back into the action when we return. May get either Sam or Robin. They're both still going strong in the mystery bounty. Wyatt, neither have joined us yet. Charlie in the small blind here. Pocket 5 seems like one that always flats. Cammy starts a hand at 43, bigs effective. Constantine, couple of 8s here.
Likely just to come along for the ride, I think.
How you doing, Matt? Obviously on break, no spoilers please if you've busted or not in the last 15 minutes, but says, are you all enjoying the back of my head? It's a good cut, I'll give you that. Very
nice little fade.
Very nice trim. The beard, like the sideburns, like immaculate, the fade there. The barber needs a tip, whoever you get your hair cut with, mate. Looking good.
Vescu 91 says seen better, and I'm going to need a location on that one. I'm a big advocate of the fade, and mine's sort of turning into Wolverine right now, so very much on the agenda.
Nice looking flop for Cammy, 23 into 70 here, just north of 30%. Third pot. Constantine 8s with a spade. Expect to come along for one here, just one overcard to contend with. Cammy still could have some ace high, some stuff like Queen Jack, Jack 10 suited that we are ahead of.
Always nice when you hold the spade, because if you do hit the 8, it's going to be a nutted out as well. 6 on the turn. Could see a small lead from Constantine. He's going to have all the 6x, of course, and it's a hand that he may feel wants to deny some equity to some hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10 that could bet the flop.
Yeah, spot on, George. Definitely a card that we get some leads from the big blind here. Just the 6x advantage on our opponent from the big.
Yeah, no need to go too big.
Third pot. Cammy, no raising going on here. Our opponent basically can have a 6. be a disaster to raise and get jammed on. Leaves us with the only option as call.
Precisely, and yes, they are in the money nylon. Just burst the bubble good half an hour ago or so now.
And this should now be check, bet, decision. Like Constantine, after getting called on the turn here, like still get some value from worse, some backdoor club draws, some front door spade draws. But now I think it would be optimistic to put in another street.
Yeah, I think Constantine's job was done on the turn. Oh, he's going to go for like a 10% pot by the looks of it. Maybe 15.
Goes to 31k, and Cammy not choosing to raise here. So maybe Constantine's size on the river prevented him checking. Cammy potentially choosing a bigger size and him having to pay the eights.
I think Constantine there just targeting hands like ace queen and ace jack with that sizing, and also a great outcome if he does allow his opponent to get frozen up by that small size. If he would have checked, I think Cammy would have been firing much bigger.
I would have liked Cammy to think about that for a bit as well, because he just sort of snap called one chip. Maybe sometimes it's good to just take 15-20 seconds and think, hold on a minute, is this guy really going to choose this size with a 6? Is he going to choose this size with 7-5? I feel like it looks like he has a lot what he has, like maybe some 3x, maybe some pocket pairs.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to make the assessment that 6x and straights are going to go larger, so potential spot to value raise.
Yeah, just showing a lot of respect, I think, for his opponent there. Realised that the small lead 3-bet is potentially on the table, but I think when you're playing at this level versus players like Constantine from the BBC Academy, you've got to make these kind of semi-uncomfortable value raises if you really want to maximise your chances.
Matt, been patient, 22 bigs here, nice one to go for 3-bet call. We'll have some potential shoves versus gun, not many, like ace king off here, probably just shoves, but the jacks, the queens, the kings, the aces, the ace king suited, they're ones that want to go for the 3-bet call, and sizing 4.5 BBs at 20 seems on point.
And Armadas just sat down at the table with the ace 10. Whoa!
Whoa!
What's going on here?
Why have we brought him for the last 8 minutes? Where's he been the last 2 hours?
He did have a little bit of that kind of energy that I thought he might do something here. He just looked a little bit... There's a lot of movement, a lot of moving parts as he sat down. Just couldn't wait to get in the action. And I don't think that he realises that he's cold called a 3-bet here. You can just see a little bit of nervous energy now on the face as he's looked over and sees that Matt Staples has actually made it 45. I think he thinks he's cold calling the open here.
You think?
Yeah. 100%. I don't think he's seen, because of you got a big burly dealer there in between them. I think he thinks that he's just taken a flop with the ace 10, but in fact he's actually cold called the 3-bet, and now all of a sudden we've got a 3-way pot out of absolutely nowhere, as Gary gets a lovely price to come along with those 2 7s. A swing and a miss for everyone apart from Matt, of course. Top set.
Actually play some checks here, Matt, when we block this top pair heavily, and not much. No, there shouldn't be no 9x in either player's range, gun and +2 3-bet pot. So when we just block the hands we want to get called by so heavily, I feel like check's really nice here, and then we can start getting some value on the turn when check 2, which we should be. I doubt Gary's going to be doing anything but check with 7s here.
Yeah, also gives both players the chance to hit a lower set as well that you can get the stack from later. So I think now with the 3rd spade emerging, definitely going to be looking to seek some value with the jacks.
Quarter pot, going to be good. Can't see Armadas or Gary continuing here. Both do get out of the way. Interesting cold call there. Gun open +1 3-bet. Really condensed ranges, and the ace 10 of hearts in with a cold call.
want to get vengeful, right? Yeah. Oh, no. 20 minutes. Hit my set, man. Fuck you both.
Seven suited for Chris. Nice clear jam for Gary Miller here. 20 bigs effective. Pocket eights should be saying the words "I'm all in" against Chris's effective stack depth.
Yeah, Stonewall for Gary, just taking his time. Ooh, what's that? Is that a 3-bet non-all-in?
No, they're 100k chips. I think.
Okay, yeah.
The black ones are 100k, so just setting Chris in as he should be. And A7 suited, one of these combos that's going to be a nice raise fold. Not going to be calling this off, or at least we shouldn't be. Couple of ducks. I'd like to see fold from wide, but it's going to open. These sort of small pairs, the deeper you get in the tournament, the less incentivized you are to open them. Just blocking all the trash, like the deuce 9, the deuce 7, the deuce 8, this type of stuff that are just snap folds, less likely to be out there, and then no good blockers, no ace, no king. So like the stronger top 5% holdings, more likely to be out there. Does flop a will draw on the ace high board. Just shy of 40% continue. Gary not going to be going anywhere. Makes the call. Easy fold from that in the big blind.
Well, let's see if Y is going to continue to tell the story here.
Yeah, I feel like if it goes fold Gary, call Matt, more inclined because Matt can have deuce 3 suited, but Gary from the big blind here just not ever small blind, sorry, not ever going to have that hand. But I guess we can fold out stuff like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s with the double barrel.
Yeah, less likely he's got 4s as well now, of course, would be one combo. So 5s, ace 5, and then lots of these hands. Like this ace jack, ace 10, ace 9. 70%
pot on the turn here. Gary going to have to strap in for one more street, and decision what's going to occur on the river if our opponent does want to unload the lot. But now once Gary calls twice, very important for Wyatt to now recognise that Gary never has 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s. Like, they may call flop, but they're never in there now. So now Gary's range very weighted towards ace X. And with this queen rolling off George, is an ace really folding now?
No,
like,
exactly.
Even ace 6 suited, ace 7 suited, all this stuff. Are we really folding these hands out on this queen river? And I don't think so.
You have to go for the full send here, and he does check back. I think that's a wise decision. So hard to get
many players off of an ace on that river, and especially Gary Miller. He's someone that isn't afraid to put the chips in. And that's why you see him and Charlie at the top of the chip counts.
As we go into the final hand of the session, guys, it's just a 15-minute break, so we are going to be back at 20 to 10, 9:40. Final hand could be a fun one because Armadas here, clean as you like jam, and white shouldn't be folding tens. So going to be a big flip for both. Last hand of the session here. 21 in the middle. Squeeze jam from Armadas and tens of white. Too good to be folding for 21. Going to ask for a count, but Armadas here should be shoving hands like sevens, eights, nines, stuff that we dominate. A lot of hands we flip against.
Just taking his time. Maybe there's a chance if he takes a little longer rather than the snap rejam that Gary could potentially find a way in with the hand like nines or eights. So big pot poker here with 60 left in the Party Poker London. First stop of the year. It's the £500 main event, and we've got the classic flip. Ace King versus tens. And this would be a pot for both players to get back to just around about average in chips. And it does come king high for Armadas, taking the lead. Needs to fade the 10 to stay alive. And it is an ace. Perfect run out for Armadas there, who did first hand, sat down with the ace 10 and I think accidentally cold called the 3-bet, and now finds a big double up. So he's going to be right in the thick of it with 47 big blinds.
Just a quick break from us, guys. 12 minutes on the clock, so we will be back just before 20 to 10. Penultimate session of the day. I believe we will be getting a guest or two in. We will let you know when we return, but we will see you in 12 minutes' time.
This is a Lad Buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Lad Bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million Lad Bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Lad Bucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Lad Buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Lad Bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million Lad Bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Lad Bucks arcade. like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Lad Buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Lad Bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million Lad Bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Lad Bucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Lad Buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Lad Bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million Lad Bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Lad Bucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry, an account that wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
It was on the floor behind 5 and 6.
Welcome back, guys. Penultimate session of the day for us. Another 2 hours, 15 minutes of poker. Coming back at 6K, 12K. Quick rundown of the featured table for this session. In 1 Min G, Jimmy. Dooley in the 2-seat. Getnet Casa in 3. Chris Nicolou in 4. Sean Woodford in 5. Vadim Kodjakaru in 6. Ashrash Dianat in 7. Dylan Patel in 8. And Cosmin Statue in the 9 seat. These are the players that are going to entertain us for the next 195 minutes. Sorry, 135 minutes. 2 hours, 15-minute session. We'll be rotating the table for the final session of the day, which will be around midnight. Queen 8-4, 2-diamond board, blind on blind. Dooley with the stab, going to take it down. And we did drop 260 players before we headed out on break, guys. Quick rundown of those names that busted just before the last break. Sebastian Smith, Boris Velev, Boyang Zhu, Matthew Foster, John Frill, and we saw Thomas Powell lose the flip on the feature table. Jack 6 for Jimmy. Only 9 bigs to work with. Out the way in the cutoff. And Dooley, King 6 on the button. Both blinds covered. May fancy an open here, covering both. Probably going to be bottom of our opening range, but can definitely get behind it when we cover 2.
Sorry, man.
Chris in the big here. King 5 off. Like against button, Dooley going to open some like suited connectors, some queen eyes, jack eyes. So personally would flick in a big blind more against the bottom range, as he does. Just going to be going Dooley's way. Just probably check, bet, fold, ace high board as the opener. Going to be high frequency continues. I can't really see Chris continuing here. Will be ahead of some stuff, but just not much coverage on turns. Like, not really anything going to improve our hand too much that could continue versus a double barrel.
Yeah, the stack depth quite awkward. Could potentially be some manoeuvrability a little bit deeper.
So it does get out of the way and heading over to an outer table, and it's Alina Kostia all in and at risk with ace king against Maxime's pocket jacks, and it's a king on the river. So Alina survives, finds the cowboy, and will double up.
got the hand before the pick. He shoved on king 9. This one. No, he shoved king 9 with both ways. I shoved king 9. Before the break.
So Vadim folding the queen 10 suited there under the gun. Might have shoved in later position, but just too many uncapped ranges to potentially take on there with a hand like queen 10 off of his stack depth. Jimmy, on the other hand, will be more than happy to send the troops into action with the ace-jack. Going to be shoving for 9 big blinds. And getting it. Could have got into trouble if Jimmy was a little bit deeper stacked. But on this occasion, easy fold with the ace-4 suited. The line would be maybe somewhere sort of ace-9, ace-8 suited. So ace-4, a clear few pips, too weak, and does make the fold. Chris in the small blind with 7-4 off. Not sure what he's thinking about. Just whittling down the clock a little bit, maybe looking to make the next pay jump. And Jimmy will get that one through. So Dylan in the 8th seat with pocket 8s, opening it up for the min raise. Chris certainly likes to take his table time, doesn't he? With these folds. 9-6 this time. And Vadim in the big blind with the queen jack. Likely to see a flop here. Getting a good price. Closing the action. Looking to improve. All these pots super critical, even despite being rather inconsequential in terms of big blinds when you are sub 15. Again, it's just an awkward situation for him. Ace King 4. Got a gut shot. It's all going to depend on the sizing from Dylan. He goes for 15 into 66. So I think this is one of those sizings that we can certainly elect to take a turn card. And instead, Vadim just with the fold. So Getnet Casa, currently the table chip leader here at the feature, getting into the business end of day 2. 59 players remaining. We're going to be playing down to either 12 levels or 27 remaining. Getnet has big cash on his hand and mob, largest live cash of 113k. Which was achieved in 2018, where he won, or comes second, sorry, in the WPT 500 here at Aspers in London. I believe that was won by Gary Miller, and it certainly was. Jimmy with the 6s in the +2 spot, 11 big blinds. is going to send them in. Oh, but does run into the hooks. Pocket jacks for Dooley. I think we're likely to see just a call here. Got a couple of big stacks to contend with on his left. Rejamming, obviously folding would be the worst option, but rejamming I think would be certainly an erroneous play. Kind of free rolling the players behind to pick up Queens plus Ace King suited. Does make the call. And Jimmy's going to need a 6 to survive by the looks of things. Does have hearts in his favor as well. Needs 4 of them though. So the all-in triangle with Jimmy in seat 1, looking to survive. Jack on the flop, 3 clubs, so it's going to need to go club, but death by quads. Dooley fills up to 4 of a kind on the turn and sends home Jimmy in seat 1. So down to 58 now here in the main event. And Dooley now with the table chip lead up over $1 million. First player we've seen on the feature table to breach the 7-figure mark. Gonna go for some outer table action between Ching and Alina. Alina with the 5s, Ching with the ace queen. So a classic flip, late position. And those 5s looking strong for Alina so far. Needs to fade an ace or a queen to get another elimination, and she does. That's going to be the end of the road for Ching. The last 80k being fired over there with the ace queen, not improving versus the pocket pair. Dooley now putting those newly acquired chips to good work with the Queen Jack in the +1. No resistance so far. Sean peeling in the cutoff, and Dylan 3-betting the big blind with ace queen, going for the squeeze. Should see Dooley maneuver his cards into the muck, and now it's over to Sean. Not really too favorable of a situation here with the pocket 6s, likely to just be seeing them follow suit, and does find the fold. So we've had over 100 hands on the feature table today. And we've lost almost 2/3 of the players that we started with. Playing down to 27, where we're going to come back tomorrow at 2:20, stream live across the usual platforms. Getting it, asking for something, I'm not sure why, with the king deuce off from EP. So it's going to be Sean taking the initiative with the ace-7 from the hijack. Around to Dylan in the small blind. Ace-4 suited. Nice candidate versus the hijack open. Could be back-to-back spots where he's found the aggression versus Sean. Last time Sean peeling with the 6s. Facing the squeeze. This time a potential 3-bet candidate for Dylan. He does just fold though with the ace-4 suited on this occasion. Maybe considering the game flow dynamic, thinking that it might be a little less viable if he went in for the second hand in a row. So all of the updates are over at poker.pro, the official media partner for the London leg of the Party Poker Tour. Now that was lightning quick, sir.
Yep, I'm a quick eater, mate.
Absolutely wolfed it down. Good lord.
Wanted to get back in the booth quick. Business end of the
Absolutely.
tournament.
And I just saw on the live updates that Alina has found another big pot. We saw her win a significant pot, sorry, with 5s versus ace queen to get 1 knockout, and now she's just hit a king on the river. Oh, that was earlier, sorry. My bad. Might be a little bit delayed on the updates. But it looks like Ben Miller is the current chip leader of the entire tournament with almost 1.5 million over 100 big blinds.
A lovely stack to have at this stage. We'll put them to work as well, will Ben?
GetNet juicing up the traditional open, and Dylan's found a lot of playable holdings. Ace Queen going to find a call versus the under the gun berth, not looking to play for it all. Over 40 big blinds effective. Dooley out the way with the King 7, going to be severely dominated by these positions. And a bit of something for everyone here. Dylan with the 2 overs, a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. GetNet has an overpair.
Feels like a nice check here is getting it as well out of position.
It's a board that we're not going to do too well against versus a rather more condensed peeling range on the button. Going to have a lot of connectivity, and especially on this type of texture. Wow, what a card. The 10 of diamonds. Now Dylan free rolling his opponent to a king or a diamond, and GetNet with the straight as well.
2 separate ways to get there for Dylan. GetNet coming out firing with his queen high straight. So 38 into 86 here. It's like 45%. And I guess as Dylan we just call. I know we could see raise would be fantastic here and now to free roll a life out of our opponent, but like if GetNet's ever got some bluffs here himself, just want to keep these in. But he is going to go for the raise here and now. Like the thing is here, like GetNet's range for value is basically Queen X and King Queen. If he's got 2 pairs or sets, they're just going to be checking on the 4-liner. So once GetNet bets this board on the turn, very polar, he's going to have some Queen X, and then he's also going to have some bluffs. And he just sends the lot in, GetNet with the ladies. Wow. And Dylan has got the second nuts and a redraw here, but King Queen is the worry for him.
Oh no. Where did this come from? There it is. Does make the call.
He's going to love what he sees as Dylan. He is going to be free rolling here. And GetNet hates to see ace queen of diamonds.
Oh, that's going to make him squirm. Big river card incoming. First pot of over 1 million chips, but it's the Jack of Hearts, inconsequential river. And GetNet can breathe a sigh of relief after fading the free roll.
How are we doing, Martin Byrne? Good evening, gents. Hope Dublin was good, Jay. It was good. I enjoyed the trip, losing trip overall. If you are a tournament grinder, you'll know that's how most trips go.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 really. And then the 1 out of 5, you get the lot. Yeah, baller jam indeed, just not having any of it, saying like, I've got 2 queens. I think you might have, well, less likely to have king queen, of course, but just looking to, I don't know, how would you describe that shove? Do you think it's panicky, or do you...
I don't really know. Like, I feel like we just always play cool, because we never get a call from the jack high straight. 7x never raises anyway, so the thing is, once Dylan raises there, he's basically repping a queen or better, or potentially a bluff. So once again, what does our 3-bet shove achieve? Not much.
Yeah.
Dylan either calls queen X or king queen, or we just fold out hands that are drawing slim in terms of equity. So maybe you're right, George. Maybe just a bit of a panic. 2 flush draws present, thinking, not wanting a wet card to roll off, not wanting the board to pair.
And it is a theme that we've seen at this bind level a few times now over the course of the day. Just these out of position overplays where people are just not really looking to face a difficult scenario on the river, just kind of putting the chips in and saying, look, if I'm beat, I'm beat, or, you know, just kind of freezing up the potential to earn more chips on the later street.
I don't feel we need to take this one as for Dean from EP. A7 off, yes, we only have 10, but I feel like we are going to get some better spots arising. Does let it go. $54 remains, so half the field to lose before we shut up shop today, and I feel like it's going to go close, either 12 levels or 27 players. Kickoff, get that, defends queen 9, seems pretty standard. Paired ace-ace, rainbow, no straight draw present. One of these boards we can even find a little 1 big blind if we wanted to. Looks like Dylan finds exactly that. For 22k, my apologies, thought it was 12, even still fairly small. Into the 4 of hearts turn, and I feel like this is just one and done from Dylan. Very easy to range GetNet here. When he calls ace 9 rainbow, he's going to have ace-x, he's going to have 9x, some pocket pairs, and then maybe some king highs. So only really going to dislodge some pocket pairs, maybe the king queen with the second barrel here as Dylan, but he is going to go for it. Maybe with the idea of a triple. Has the 9s, the ace king, the ace queen, strongest holdings on this board.
Bit of a size down. It's strange. If we're really targeting a 9, surely we'd want to go larger. But maybe he's going for the kind of custom line where you go smaller on the turn to somewhat cap your opponent and then spring the large river bet. And the 5 of hearts is going to complete the backdoor flush. Holding the jack of hearts in hand could see him get his hands in the cookie jar here on the river, I think.
It's just a question, how often do we think GetNet's folding an ace? Do we think GetNet's ever going to fold any ace-x? Because if we assess the situation and we believe this opponent won't be folding any ace here, cutoff versus big, then maybe we just want to shut it down as Dylan. The turn barrel's kind of strange, I think, though, George, because as you say, we only target a select few combos, king, queen, maybe some pocket pairs, but 9x and ace-x always continuing, so it doesn't really achieve too much when you think about getting its calling range on the flop. It's going to be ace-x, it's going to be 9-8, it's going to be some king highs, but some pocket pairs.
Yeah, I totally agree. Especially the size down, it was a bit of a strange line not to follow up, because we know by the river we've got no showdown value. Even though our king high looks somewhat favourable, it's just not going to ever really have pot share, so bit of a strange one.
Arash with the jack 4 into the muck. Queen jack for Dylan, not choosing to open from low jack there. Discipline laid out. You see some players open there off of 35. Leaves room for Cosmin with the 10-9 of spades, and the hijack raises to 25k. Going to be a raise and take. We're going to spin over again, guys, and at the moment it's the Alina show because she's all in again, but this time having Albert covered. So a6 all in on the turn with top 2 pair, and the 4-3 of Albert called it off for his pair and his gut shot and slams it on the river. Albert Sapiano still in the mix. I didn't even realise he was here. So Alina.
Just been Alberted.
Story time.
Okay.
So Irish Open. A few of me and my mates. We're about to play the 1K. About to play the 1K. So we're outside, just having a chat. There's 5 of us. We do a €100 last longer. I get to the table. Albert's there.
Yeah.
Me and someone else. We're playing 3-handed.
Yeah.
Albert busts me first hand.
Oh no.
Busts me first hand, and like the whole last longer group was like, easiest €100 I've ever made, but he gets me first hand. He peels.
How crusty was this hand?
It was crusty. It goes open button 700. Call Albert. I make it 5,500 with queens.
Yeah.
Fold Albert call 765 rainbow.
Yeah.
I get the open jam from Albert like
Cool.
for 5x pot call. He's got the old 4-5 off.
Oh no.
Gets me on the turn with a 3 to a chop. Just a 3 on the turn. I'm out first hand. Do €100 for the last longer. Albert Sapiano just gives me the unlucky mate, and off we go. Off we go to the cash desk, straight back in the 1K, and that was my.
The hand played itself, right?
Yeah, exactly that. But it was so funny because one of the mates in the last longer was on the table next to me, and he saw me standing up, and he was like, "Surely not." And I was like, "Yeah." I just nodded my head and pointed at Albert, and there I was out the door. But you got to love Mr. Sapiano at the table. He's an entertainer.
He certainly gives it large.
And Charles, lovely spot for him. Couple of ladies.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of outer table bust outs that went in favour of Charles with queens, one of them, and now queens again in a fantastic situation here. He's going to go for the rejam. Wouldn't have minded some kind of like click, but rejam's fine, of course. I think just if you do click it there, you just give one of those cold callers the option to lose their mind a little bit with a pocket pair that they could have peeled. But regardless, we are off for an all-in confrontation. Ooh, dear, oh dear. Ace high board for Mr. Norman, and he's got one out on the river. 3 of diamonds, no good for Charles, and not exactly the start he was hoping for at the feature table. Queens into ace jack, and Chris finding an ace from space to secure the double up, and now he is off the bottom of the ranks 22 big blinds, so 260k. Certainly much more of a playable stack from his perspective.
King 10 for Sean, blind on blind hit.
Up against the short stack as well. I don't think he, by the looks of that little look over, he knew how much Vadim had there.
Yeah, clear jam, King 10, but
yeah,
raise call, I guess, going to work as well. 9 big blinds, blind on blind. Any king, we just want to be shoving from the small. Except pocket kings, actually. That's one that probably wants to complete. No help for Vadim. Well, there it is.
Whoa.
Finds the help on the turn, fading kings and tens.
And does. So big double up there for Vadim. Surprised with the shove versus the min raise?
I am very surprised with the shove versus the min raise. But then again, when someone's min raising off of 9 bigs, blind on blind, like it should be super polar, right?
Exactly. And when you say polar, it's often going to be the weaker part of the range because there's just not enough hands to balance it with, right? It's going to be probably what, like, I don't know, 8s plus ace jack or something like that, going for a small induce. But I think it was a byproduct of Sean not understanding what the effective stack was.
Yeah, Staples is still in. I haven't seen Matt's name on the bust out list since he left the feature. Must still be amongst it. And this is what we're playing for, guys. Bottom of your screen, ticking across. Unbelievable turnout for the first Party Poker Tour back here in London. 491 entries for this main event. Sean here.
So, a confrontation of sorts between Cosmin in the +1 seat and Sean peeling the button with the 9s versus ace-jack suited. Vadim in the small blind finds a great time to pick up the queens. And if Cosmin folds, which I believe he will, could certainly be seeing some action from Sean. I think you're going to see Vadim shove hands like 8s, potentially 7s.
Sean shouldn't be folding, theoretically. If we're up against like an opponent that's shoving correctly, there may be some exploit, whether we're up against someone that's been playing like 10 to 15% VPIP all day, that we could perhaps hero fold, but against someone that seems competent and going to shove the correct range, 9s probably have to get in.
Yeah, but I think it's fair in live poker, and especially at this buy-in level, to have 9s as essentially the bottom. I don't think I would call 8s, but Let's see what Sean arrives with. Looks like a fairly quick call, so he's made his mind up, and he does see the bad news.
Sign of a good player, that though, George.
Yeah.
Like knowing that nines is a snap, people might dwell for a minute and then flicking the chip. Just sign of a good player, knowing that nines have to call this spot.
Comfortable with his decision, absolutely. Going to be lots of flips and the occasional underpair. So 5-4-4, no help to Sean. Good news for Vadim so far. Ace on the turn, changing nothing, and we can see it's only one remaining out. And it's not the 9, so another big pot heading in the direction of Vadim. And it wasn't too long ago where he was struggling in there with about 8 or 9 big blinds and doubles up through Sean twice in the space of an orbit. So might be getting marked off of the Christmas card list after that one. Pretty tough for Sean, who came into this feature table with such a dominating stack, and now is going to have to fight it out towards the bottom of the ranks. But still, 30 big blinds, very playable.
For our chat box, someone asking about Alina and her caches. Just found her on the database. Just the 2 caches coming here in the UK. $1,400 in live earnings, so potentially already her biggest live cash to date. But she's been a fixture on the outer tables. We keep heading over, and every time Alina seems to be involved in a pot. King 10 for Dooley from +2. Getting it with the 6s here. I think at this stage of the tournament, final 10% of the field, like 6s theoretically probably fold here. There was a spot I saw with like 7-8% of the field remaining where there's an open under the gun and pocket 9s actually mix calls folds from like +2, which is really interesting. Like 9s even just mark facing the early position open. So I feel like 6s here, a hand that is supposed to fold in theory, but maybe get net feels like the times he makes his set, potential to win a big one. And Dylan, King 5 off, defends 3-way, EPMP ranges, likely to be dominated here with a hand with reduced playability, as we see 9-8-5 2 hearts. Getnet has this gut shot and decides to just fire when check 2. I'm going to get 2 hands to fold, flushes out a decent amount of equity and propels him north of $1 million chips. How are you doing, Steve Sutherland? Good evening. How are the Staple brothers doing? Well, Jamie Staples didn't make day 2. However, Matt Staples is still in and going strong. Not sure on his chip count, but he is on one of the outer tables. How are we doing, Korea Collective? First time watching. How do they know the whole cards? Is there a camera underneath? With something called RFID. There's a miniature chip in the cards, which is read by a scanner under the table. So you see the boxes on the table. You put your cards in there. The scanner under the table will read the cards, and then it's encrypted and sent through to us on a 20-minute delay. We then get the pictures through 20 minutes later, and we commentate over those pictures live. So this is the first time George and I seeing these pictures as well as you guys. It just means we get to interact with the chat box if we commentate on it live and then put it out on a delay. No interaction with you guys in live time. It was great last night, George. It was actually brilliant. So JJ was in the booth and someone asked a similar question, and JJ was like, "I'll take this one, Jay." And he was good. He was like, he was going at it, and he goes, "Yeah," and it's called BFID. he literally he was like so sure he was talking about it, and he goes, "And it's called BFID," and I just had to laugh. He was so sure and so confident.
He's one of them. He talks with authority on everything, doesn't he?
He's a character.
He's a master of all trades. Is JJ? Yeah, he's got his finger in every pie imaginable.
Getting it. With a spicy open from +2. Jack 9 off. He's got the chips, but still need to be selective with the combo sometimes. He feels like the table's not playing back enough. Room to open wider, but Jack 9 off from EP. A creative one.
Soda water. Lemon.
Nines for Dooley. Opens from gun.
Couldn't find Dooley's Hendon Mob. Do you know what he's under? No?
He's GDPR in most tournaments he plays, but so none of his results will go to Hendon Mob. I believe his Vegas caches are on there, but
right, okay.
I'm just going to find them quickly. Yeah, so you'll notice no UK flags, just all the stuff that's overseas, like WSOP. Charles here should be calling once. Let's see if he can find the check call. Now you can see we're actually behind, but it's King Deuce Deuce board. Dooley just going to see bet range. We're ahead of some like Ace 10 through Ace 3 suited, Queen Jack, Jack 10 suited, this type of stuff.
Charles with the over in the back door, going to come along. What a card for Mr. Norman.
Just going to be a spot that expect to go check now. Once again, one of these easy spots to hand read. When our opponent calls on King Deuce Deuce, he's going to have some King X, going to have some Ace Highs and some pocket pairs. So we're just going to fold out 8s through 3s as Dooley with a bet, and we're just only going to get continues from King X. So potential check behind.
Whoa.
Is he turning them into a bluff?
This is very outside the box.
Any raises here as Charles blocking Ace Deuce suited. Only Ace Deuce of clubs available for Dooley. The one combination of trips, but
he may not even open that under the gun either. So yeah, very much a potential window there for Charles to find some turn aggression.
Maybe like Jack 10 suited, the better ones. Maybe the Ace Jack when we still beat some things, perhaps.
Yeah.
One that prefers to call, but
He
there
does
it
raise.
is. So now Dooley's opened himself up to this, and I don't see how we ever get to continue here with 9s. So Charles finds the raise, and Dooley just not going to be able to continue here, and now regretting potentially betting this turn.
He's been absolutely binned here by Charles Norman. Going for the kind of hopeful double barrel, and did size up a touch as well. He'll be looking for a live read on his opponent. Charles is moving around, quite animated in the seat.
I'm really surprised that this from Dooley to actually barrel the turn.
And now to still be thinking about it versus the check raise. It is a spot where, you know, even a hand like King Queen might not check raise. So he's kind of repping a deuce, maybe King Queen.
That's what's going through Dooley's head here, thinking you're not raising a king, sir.
Wow. Found the continue.
Dooley, lad, where's he found this call? This is an outrageous hand. Brick River, please, dealer.
Oh, the 10 of diamonds. Absolute gin for Norman. What dreams are made of. Although, and I don't want to put monsters under the bed, but Charles could even be concerned about kings or queens full in this spot. You know, there are hands, aces, of course, ace, king.
King, queen, jack, basically all the kings for Dooley.
So many hands. So he does have to shove. And now Dooley, if his read was, you know...
But this is the problem we got, George. We just don't have coverage on rivers other than a 9 specifically. 5% of the time we have an easy decision. 95% of the time we're just in no man's land. And this is the problem with the turn call. What's the play facing a river jam? Like, are we just going to call third pair down, have some sort of read on our opponent and believe that he's at it?
Another one of those spots where we didn't quite see the Brick River, where we were, you know, if it was the 5 of clubs and Charles was putting him in here. The 10, of course, does change some things.
But we even loosened some bluffs now. Jack 10 of spades, Jack 10 of diamonds.
Oh, yeah,
against
exactly.
A small flop size. So, like, even if Charles has, like, Jack 10 here...
He has to follow through, really.
Yeah, so it's... We now actually start losing to some bluffs as Dooley, and... I was surprised to see the turn bet, even more surprised to see the turn call, but I would be astonished to see a hero here from Dooley on the river. But maybe, like you said, George, he picked up on something on the turn. Maybe he went with a read, a live tell, and he's going to stick with it at the river.
He's certainly not convinced by the line from Norman.
And to be fair, like, how often is Norman raising a deuce on the turn when it's a board that Dooley's King X probably goes for 3 streets anyway? Maybe that's also a factor here in Dooley's head. If you've got a deuce and I'm repping ace king, King X plus, surely you just want to call, get some value from me on the river, keep your range wide yourself. Also
less combinations of king and queen deuce suited, of course, with the board. 3 different suits out there, and does find the fold. And yeah, I think a byproduct of what you said about the fact that Jack 10, 10-9 type holdings could follow through, and it would just be disastrous to lose to a bluff when we're hero calling. So it does find the fold in the end.
Just escalated that hand in a manner I never expected it to. Full turn would go check check, and then maybe river just check check and hand over, but we got sort of the turn bet, the raise. Dooley senses were on point on the turn, called correctly with third pair. Not really the river we love to see. Behind to some bluffs now.
Yeah, one of the spiciest pots of the day on the featured table.
Yeah, for sure. And we head over to an outer table, which JG Poker, John Glenn making the trip to London. All in here with the pocket 8s, but not at risk. Ace Queen at risk here for Stefan Sobrek.
Solid start for the 8s. And that's the job done on the turn. 8s full. We'll take it down.
To have the checkmate on the turn. Checkmark. Stefan out in 49th place. Gets himself a little ladder, £1,140. And just a quick rundown of some of the other bust outs occurring. Before that, we've lost Michael Moore. Yupang's gone after his run as the short stack turning up late today. Denise Orhan also out the building. Richard Watts, Maxims Yuksovs, Ben Skinner and Chris Day. So that leads us up to now, guys, with 45 remaining. Are you guys doing commentary in Manchester and Glasgow too? Maybe Glasgow for me, because it's in August. I will be at the WSOP during the Manchester leg. So I will not be here, unfortunately. Would love to be here. I'm not sure about yourself, George.
Not sure, to be honest, on a case-by-case basis. So we'll see if the decision makers are happy with the performance, and we'll go from there.
Getting that continuing. Gets it through. And I've got to say, that lady on the tombola tonight, she's earned her money's worth.
She's been shrieking it with the best of them. My word, it's a bit of a headache if you're sat in the main bar trying to watch some sport on the big screen. your viewing experience is somewhat dampened by her going hammer and tongs on the mic, but
she's there to get people's attention.
Exactly.
And she's getting the attention.
She's certainly doing a good job of that.
Most exciting tombola I've ever seen. So 8k, 16k guys now. First time all tournament. The average has dropped below 40 bigs. And just shows you how good the structure is here.
Absolutely.
Sean, ace-10 off from +1.
Whoa.
Throwing it back old school.
Yeah, just momentum fold. Kind of in the cage a little bit. Lost a few big pots and maybe a little bit of confidence in the short term with that as well. Charles, though, not going to pass up on the Queen-Jack on the button. Does have a couple of big stacks to his left. Not really a factor when we've got a hand as strong as this.
Suited Jack for getting that. Should be getting involved for a big blind more. 4.5 to 1 on our money. Getting it, getting it, getting it. What are we up to? Jack 4 in the big blind, 3 bets to 81k. So makes it 5 bigs out of position.
So small.
50 effective, and now Charles just gets to continue, George. It doesn't achieve anything.
Exactly, versus these strong players. I played university poker with Charles. We're both at Cardiff University Poker Society, and that's where he came up in the game. The thing is, we've seen a lot of these moves, and a lot of the times the missize has led to some disastrous consequences, and it could be a case here as well. Charles not going to be going anywhere on the flop with a pair and a gut shot either.
Yeah, and at 50 effective, like, probably want to go at least 130k here as getting it.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, on this board, Ace King Jack, as a 3-better, we actually play pure check. When it comes ace high, 2 Broadway cards, mono, in a 3-bet pot, we just don't have any flushes. Queen 10 of diamonds maybe, 1 combo, but our opponent just peels 9-7 suited, 9-8 suited, 6-7 suited, all this type of stuff. So when it comes high, Broadway, mono, as the aggressor, we are supposed to play a heavy check just because we don't have any flushes, or at least we shouldn't, theoretically. But out the box, getting it does get the better hand to fold.
Finds a way of getting it done there. Thought Charles might stick around for 1, but fair enough. There's a lot of danger on that board, and you're not expecting people to be as
out of line as that.
Yeah, that was certainly outside the expected range for getting that, but gets the job done.
Great advertisement for the tournaments. It's great advertisement
for his private cash game as well.
Last 10% of the field, and we got plays like that occurring. It just shows you why you want to be on these Party Poker Tour stops playing these main events, because even at this stage, still got some erratic plays happening. The red line warrior, says Rosser in the chat.
That's certainly one way of putting it.
But I speak about this a lot with someone else, do a lot of comms with Picasso, and like, we feel like recreationals, they just sometimes they sit there, they go, this is my hand, this is the hand I'm going to win, I don't care how I win it, I don't care what combo I got, I'm just going to win this hand one way or another.
They tend to size down their 3-bets as well. It's kind of a semi-uncommitted, I would call it, sizing, where you can see the intent behind the decision, but he would have just won the pot if he'd have made it a normal size, which he would have gone with ace king, ace queen, all of the premium holdings. So it's very much a case of some players, they just sit there for a while. They can sometimes pick a certain player where they're like, I've had enough of this guy. So sometimes it's personal, sometimes it's emotional, sometimes both, which are the most fun ones to watch. But yeah, I totally agree.
Like with a lot of recreationals as well, probably like never ran a sim, probably don't actually know that they're supposed to go bigger out of position and smaller in position. So sometimes they just turn up to the casino and they play their poker and they play their game and they don't think anything different of it. And that's what makes the game we love so beautiful. Anyone can come in with any given strategy and potentially bink the thing, even if they're potentially losing in the long run. In the short term, things can go great.
Just seen that Charles Coombs has won a big pot on the outer tables. He's now well over $1 million himself. He's actually got a similar stack to Getnet Kassar right now. So about 75 big blinds for the very well accredited online player, Charles Coombs. Good luck to Chaz.
Vadim starts the hand shy of 35. Full ring here. Not going to open the ace-3 suited into the muck. Surely not getting that. Jack 5 off. He likes a game of cards, but he don't like a game of cards that much. That would have been outrageous. Jack 5 off. Got the chips, putting them to work. Going to let the blinds bout this one out. Nice one to complete here. As Chris. Did he just raise?
Yeah, he's gone for the min raise here into Sean's big blind, gone just above 2x. Sean with 4 deuce, one of those hands that will find a snap fold.
The problem is the price, like out of position, blind on blind, small versus big, usually at least 3x, like at least 48k from Chris, because when we choose this 2x size in, like 80, we probably knock out like 15% range of our opponent.
And like a lot of that range is going to be hands like 8-3, 8 deuce, 7-3, 7 deuce, so it's not the best combo to use, really. Might be better with a hand like, I don't know, what, high-low or something like that has a little bit more, less interaction, with the bottom end.
I blame you for all this anyway, George. Just before we went on last break, you said about the field thinning down, and you can tell by the standard of play, and then we get this table on the next session, and it's all going on.
It's wild.
It's
I mean, that continue from Dooley on the turn with the 9s, that is one of the hands of the tournament. How did he find? Just pure instincts, right?
I just wanted to see the offsuit, like 5, like you said, on the river, to see if he was going to, first of all, if seat 1 was going to unload, and whether Dooley could actually then hero off river with third pair. But the thing is, Dooley's been on the scene for years and years, George, and he's had some great results, and he runs deep continuously wherever he goes, wherever he plays. And maybe someone that is more a live field player than online, like he's going to pick up on stuff maybe other players wouldn't in the moment, because he's played tens of thousands of hands at the live felt, and like he's a true sort of live grinder.
Exactly, using those skills to good work. And also not getting married to the hand, finding a reason to get out of there on the river, but the instincts were spot on. So Vadim, he doubled twice through Sean. Haven't seen an awful much of him apart from that.
Yeah, Nice one for GetNet to open when folded to, covering everyone behind and covering the table heavily. Any ace in the cut-off will do with our stack. Wilkersooth is still in Allen.
GetNet once again finding a hand to dictate the action with.
Going to change his name to Getting It, I think. 'Cause he is
getting the
it.
lot.
Getting it right now.
Everyone else is getting it as well, especially Charles. That was brutal, the Jack 4 suited. My word.
37k open. Going to be another raise and take for GetNet, chipping up nicely, and as he chips up we're going to spin over to an outer table, and it's Gary Miller who is all in on the button. Open shoves the button for 7 big blinds with king 6 off, and is called by pocket 7s in the small of Matthew Staples. So Gary going to need to find a king and fast. 6 is working now as well, so 5 outs, but not there on the deuce of clubs river. So Gary Miller out the door.
Wow.
And it is going to be Matthew Staples stacking those chips.
That is a surprise exit. We saw him really have his fair share of some big pots there on the feature table earlier and just crashing out. But that's the way he plays, right? He's looking for the lot or to hit the rail. Mr. Norman with the ace-king suited. Hello there. Suited, booted, and ready for the open. Diamonds as well, pretty suit. We'll be looking for some action here. Dooley not going to be the one to give it with the 10-9 off. Giving him a little bit of a, maybe a bit salty about that previous pot. Certainly a bit of an interrogation going on.
It was about 20 minutes ago, to be fair, wasn't it? It was maybe, I don't know, obviously.
Some resentment.
I don't know if someone just come and told Dooley in his ear what.
You check raised me on the turn with ace high.
How you doing, Jim lad? Welcome back, sir. And Ross has said Gary Miller lost a big pot to Chaz.
Yeah.
So Charlie Coombs must be sitting there with a fair amount of chips, and probably
He's got the lot.
one of the, in my opinion,
Favourites,
Yeah.
for sure. Ace Queen now, Viduli. He's had a little bit of a, the verbal altercation is still ongoing by the looks of it.
Yeah, I don't mind that for Dylan. It was a really close one off of 24. Dooley just going to get the raise and take through with the ace queen.
So getting it with the big table chip lead right now, 81 bigs, and then you've got that pack of Charles and Dooley.
Just before Gary Miller, a few other bust outs, Aaron Stenlake, Ryan Wakefield, Alina Kostia out, Mats Rosen, Julian Ratu, and Georgian Virgil Gavrilik. And Albert Sapiano just exiting the field as we speak as well. So 40 players remain. We are playing down to 27 today.
When you said Jack then, I was like, well, Jack.
Ace 8 suited for Ashrash. Going to be a nice easy jam. Arash 11 bigs.
Yep, sending them into action. Any pay jumps coming up? Must be right around about now, I think.
We can have a look. So 39th, there you are, spot on, George. Lose one more, you make a little extra, £220.
Yeah, quarter of a buy-in. Sorry, half a buy-in.
Do you take into account the ante when you're showing everyone's big blinds? Big blind ante is only in a live setting. All it's there for is to speed up the game. If you played poker in 2017, we had something called a running ante, and that just meant every player would put in an ante, which if you added out right now, so we're playing big blind ante 16k, we got 9 players at the table, so everyone would probably throw in 1500 or 2k. So all the big blind ante does, it just speeds things up. We're going to play so many more hands over the course of a tournament with a big blind ante rather than a running ante.
Yeah, unfortunately in 2025 everyone doom scrolling TikTok, so it's going to be a little bit more laborious to get all of those antes out. Just quickens up the process. So GetNet defending the big blind, and is it Chris that's going to be getting it this hand? Let's see. Certainly a wild card player so far in seat 3.
Yeah, enjoyed watching GetNet.
Chris with top pair.
Struggle to win this one. Probably just check fold as GetNet, but he's been a spicy customer.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's the best thing to do, Jordan. Don't look at it if you've got 160k that you've got 5 big blinds. You need to still be playing a 10 big blind range. Because essentially you're posting 40k in orbit right now. Your big blind ante, your big blind, your small blind. If there was a running ante, you'd still be playing about 40k in orbit. It would just slow things down drastically.
Yeah, so in effect you divide it by the amount of players at the table. So if they're playing 4-handed with the big blind ante, all of a sudden you're going to have to VPip a lot wider. There's a 25% ante in play. Right now we've got 8 players around the table, so it's a 12.5% ante.
Yeah, because like We don't have heads-up antes, I don't think, in this tournament. Most tournaments in the UK, though.
I'm a big advocate against the heads-up ante.
We'll find out tomorrow, but like when we're three-handed and it's still a full big blind ante, it's just so much incentive to play wider and get involved in a lot more pots.
The issue with the heads-up ante is it just forces the button just to limp everything, and it just takes forever because you're getting such an unreal price. There's already 2.5 big blinds out there. You've got to put 0.5 in to make up the 3 big blind pot. 6 to 1 doesn't really work too well.
Yeah, just got 100% V-pip the button.
Yep.
So Dooley on the button, Queen Jack. Going to be a raise and take for him. Don't mind them at this stage. As that number does drop to 39, so everyone
Flying out here.
with a little ladder, and it's Chris De Silva that exits the field in 40th. So down to 39, everyone locked up 1360. Like to see open here from Arash, but going to go with jam. Just once again, like theoretically, don't really have any jams from gun or +1 for anything more than 12. Maybe like the Jack 10 suited, the pocket 8s, this type of stuff, a few select combos, but like these hands just eke out more EV opening, trying to induce some raises or free bets over the top. And not only that, you get the big blind to defend wide when you just make it too big. Get the Queen deuce suited to defend, get the Ace-7 off to defend, and
Sometimes the button, even getting it now, might have peeled with the Ace-9 suited, but facing the open now he's just forced into folding, and we miss out on a bit of EV there. You know, we're in the stage of the tournament now where it's kind of circled back to accumulating chips for the big pay jumps towards the end, so we don't mind taking some, in inverted commas, risks to try and get that larger stack. So by shoving, just forcing everyone out.
like general rule of thumb, when people sort of ask me how do I know what position to shove X amount of big blinds, and I always say start under the gun, start at 11, and as you go a position further, add on a big blind, so +1 12, +2 13, middle position 14, hijack 15, cut off 16, button you can shove some stuff for 17, just 2 players to get through, and then blind on blind you can shove for like up to 25 in some scenarios. So that's like the best way to look at it if you're sort of not aware of how many bigs you should be shoving from what position. Just the earlier you are, sort of start at 10 11 and then just add a big blind on for the next position to the left. Not just an entertainment stream, educational stream as well.
Yeah, that's a good little rule of thumb, isn't it? Getting out with the Jack 10, looks interested and is going to be V-pipping in some way, shape or form here. Looks like he's going to just peel. And kind of continues his rather adventurous proceedings here on the feature table.
Don't get me wrong, I'm loving getting that play, but one of my pet peeves in poker, when someone's got 25k chips, and lots of them, by the way, don't have to put our small chips in the pot and make the dealer's job harder.
I know, it just slows down it ever so much.
Chips in.
Absolutely. 125, 1 5 2 ones onto the hand. So piece for both players, gut shot for getting it, and middle pair for Dylan. Ace King 6. One of those boards where out of position we will get some bets. Goes for the small size, which is quite nice for both range and hand. Hand is nice because you get worse hands to call. If he does go for the sort of start sizing up this board with King Jack, it gets a bit murky. But as was designed, gets the inferior holding to come along for another street. 9 of hearts on the turn. Nothing immediate for either player.
Now, where we should be checking as Dylan, it seems like range bet flop, but once again, think about getting at its range here. What does our bet achieve? We're just probably going to get some continues from Ace X or better. Maybe like the King X of hearts, 6X of hearts to get value from, but only a few select combos, so better to check over to get net. Maybe so try and induce some bluffs from him. So here comes the bluff from GetNet. Once checked 2. 45k, the size of choice. So just shy of third, and getting this price now over 4 to 1 as Dylan. Gonna have to call once with second pair. Only need to be right about 20% of the time.
Yeah, no, I sat down, busted first hand.
Don't really like having the jack too much because GetNet's bluff's probably going to derive. Well, he's going to fold. Okay, 4 to 1 on our money. Just going to let it go.
Like first hand, it went jack, 50 big suited.
Interesting. I feel like it's one of these we call turn, and then if GetNet triples river, just let it go. But once again, in a live setting, I don't think people are inclined to bluff rivers as much when they get called on the turn. They just like to knuckle it back and shut it down, so maybe protected in that manner.
Totally agree.
Surprising fold from Dylan. Like if we met by like half there, B60, could definitely see fold, but I feel like when we get that over 4 to 1 price and only need to be right a small percentage of the time, I feel like King Jack could be too good. And GetNet may be the type of player, George, that might bet like King 10 on the turn to check back river.
Yeah, exactly. A slightly weaker hand.
These guys have been playing for a long time at this point, though. We are good 7 hours into the day.
And if you played the 11 o'clock turbo flight, you've been playing for 12 hours now.
Yeah,
so
that's serious. And I was chatting to a couple of players that had experienced the feature table, and they said it's actually quite hot in there under the lights, a little bit of added pressure. You got the big screen and things like that. These will all have impacts on your energy and focus levels as you do play the longer sessions.
Interesting one here for Arash, because against LP, fist pump jam against EP becomes more dicey. Depends what we think of Dooley as a player. Generally going to see this facing EP even off of 16 to start the hand.
Yeah.
Cool.
Interesting board. Overcard, backdoor flush draw. Looks like he was reaching for chips. Might have been one of those kind of subconscious movements where he's trying to dissuade his opponent from betting, hoping to see a turn card. And Dooley is going to follow up with what looks to be quite a large sizing, actually. Just under half pot. I'm a fan. Wrapping around the jack, really putting pressure on hands like King 4 suited. You know, if you got King 4 of clubs here versus the size up with this stack, you're probably supposed to continue, but you can always find reasons not to.
And I really like the size because we go to the turn with just over 1 SPR,
Yeah.
so we in our opponent's head, like they're thinking already, okay,
He's going to put me in.
He's sizing up for a turn jam. So, and we'd also do this with Dooley with like our stronger Jack X, decent equity draws like a diamond draw. So just going for a slightly larger size, 1 SPR going to turns. So hearts. Good instincts from Arash to call here the ace-9. Does have the best of it, but gonna struggle to do anything versus double barrel. Dooley not really with the combo that wants the double barrel here. this comes a king or 9 on the turn, probably just jams, but even still,
It's gone all in.
have some of that. So
Wow.
size flop for the turn jam here as Dooley, and I guess we have the overcard, the queen in hand, so still a 3 out up against some Jack X in our opponent's range. But power poker from Dooley, going to get the better hand to fold. Well played, sir.
Wow, what a move. Almost psychopathic, really. It was just insane. And if you're going to put it down to something, it's the instincts that we've seen from Dooley. He doesn't necessarily play by the book. And sure, he might get gobbled up in a higher stakes online tournament playing this style, but this is the battlefield in which this style of poker works. Just relentless aggression, fearless actions on every street so far from him.
And when we go bigger on flop as well, half, maybe he just expects Jack X plus to unload at that stack depth for his opponent.
And nut
which makes
flush
sense.
draws and stuff.
Which just makes perfect sense. So maybe just feels that his opponent's always waiting to a 6 at best, thinking the Jack X going to just check shove flop at that stack depth, which makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely does.
8 minutes left of this level, and we'll go into the 10k, 20k level. Vadim just open shove here. Oh, okay, sorry, my mistake. Yeah, 2 short stacks. I thought he was
20
shoving.
big blinds for Dylan, to be fair, but
Yeah, I thought he was open shoving for his like 28. Even still, maybe just a nice raise fold combo for Vadim. Suited ace 4, probably more viable for that extra equity when called. Even so, gets it through. And as he gets it through, we are spinning on over to an outer table, and it's Cully Sadu who is all in and at risk with pocket 9s facing the pocket 8s of Razvan Glitchin.
we've not seen him lose one of these yet. And he's got to fade an 8 to get 3 out of 3, and he does. So it's the magic of the outer table camera for Cully Sadu. Every time we come over, he's winning a big pot. And this time, he doesn't need to get lucky either. Got it in with queens versus aces before the bubble earlier to survive. Got it in with ace 10 of clubs versus Will Kassouf's jacks on a queen high board, 2 clubs. Pings an ace and a club on the run out. Got there twice. And it's certainly looking like Cully might be making another one of his runs. Very much a well-decorated player. Just tapping into his Hender mob now to see exactly what he's got on the resume. Yeah, 4.6 million in live earnings, largest live cash of $723,000. So Chris opening in the +2 spot with ace queen, and Arash has put his foot down on the button with ace 8 suited, and it's going to be bad news for Arash. Came into the feature table with 280k, he's had a couple of hits to his stack. Most recently getting muscled out of it there by Dooley, shoving the queen 10 on the turn on the jack 6 for deuce board. And now going to need an 8 to stay alive. Some opportunities available, the 10, the backdoor clubs for the win, or an 8 of course. So he's going to be looking for a 10, a 5, or an 8 to win the lot. And it's a 5, so they are going to chop, and Arash does manage to stay alive by the skin of his teeth.
No chop. You want a no chop?
a while. Thank you. Perfect dealing. Terrible rivers though.
The rivers for me and C1, I would say.
Just a bit, by the way.
I might jam Queens and lost them on the second hand of the table.
Oh yeah, you bro.
Yeah, I cannot
Yeah, like this guy.
I get about shot put.
I had to shop again.
Oh my god, you guys are so greedy.
I had 7.5 big blinds.
So greedy.
7.5 big
I
blinds.
just remember it. I told you that. Queen's Jack, right? Queen, wow.
The 50k dead
No, I
money.
didn't chop the hands I chopped today. Maybe I have over a million.
You chopped over $1 million.
I was going to be on.
Oh, fair enough.
Ace off for getting it. Is he going to open this one from gun?
Sorry.
He doesn't choose to. Sitting comfortably here. 85, 90 bigs at this stage of the tournament is heaps and heaps. Going to win
Round
the
two.
10-6 out of the way. Charles blind on blind with Dooley. I wonder if Dooley has had that information filtered from that big plot these two played about 45 minutes ago. There's a great game going on out there in the field, George. There's a money machine.
Right.
The fans go. It's like the Crystal Maze, and there's
Yeah.
people standing in there, and they got to grab as much money as they can. It's a great game going on out there.
Love the sound of that.
It's all going on here in Stratford, London, during the Party Poker Tour. There's Charles, 32k. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I want to understand. I want to understand the logic.
For the min raise BVB. Yeah, and it's not versus a stack that is going to force to find folds.
Like Dooley, just like I say, Dooley probably folds like 10% range here, so
Yeah.
it just doesn't really achieve much. And once again, a 7 in our hand, 7 deuce, 7-3 off. These are like part of the range that he's going to fold. So
Yeah, I see players do this, and I'm not a massive advocate of it either.
it just doesn't
Doesn't
achieve
make
anything.
sense.
It just
Yeah.
doesn't achieve anything. Like when you get to like 12 bigs or less, like even then you're not supposed to go 2x. You go like 2.3 out of position, and all it's to do with when our player has position on us, getting that price when we just go 2 bigs, they just get to continue almost all their range, and then we've got to navigate out of position. Like in general, at that stack depth, probably need to go at least 3.5x, something like 56k there, the theoretical size.
I love this. It's going to be way more interesting. Actually, that one's going to be
Maybe like there's the old megaphone, the exploit going on when someone's got aces or kings and they just want action from the hand, and they just make it 2 bigs and they're like, I want action. The
Yeah.
old megaphone raise, but just doesn't really achieve much. And
Yeah, it's a surprising combo as well.
like the best players in this game, the elite of the poker world, they're always like asking themselves like, what does this achieve? There's so many questions going through their head in any given situation. And a good way of putting it, George, imagine how wide a big blind defend range is versus just a normal open 2 big blinds. Now imagine how much wider it gets when the big blind now has position on that
Yeah.
opening range. Like, it's just going to be
At depth as well.
relentless hands in there.
Yeah. Getting that. Defending with King 9. He's got an overcard and a backdoor flush draw here. Could go 2 ways. Check call or check raise.
If he finds the check raise here, I'm going to run out and hug him. Because this is actually a tidy little combo. Like
Yeah,
King
definitely.
of Diamonds, 9 of Hearts, in an ideal world, but even still, could definitely put it to work as getting it. And we have seen he's capable already.
Yeah, he certainly beats to the sound of his own drum. He's going to just go with the check call. Seems reasonable. 7 on the turn. I'm not sure what Charles has, but it's certainly a card that he could continue to barrel, although the button is, of course, a wide range open spot, so it's not exactly a lock on him having all of those overpairs as prevalent in the range as potentially an earlier position.
Check here from getting it. Would have to be relinquishing if met by a double barrel, but it's not going to be the case. Charles checking behind in that 5 of hearts river here, and I don't think any need to bluff this one as getting it. Still beat enough stuff on the button opening range, some queen highs, some worse king highs like king 6 from king deuce suited. And like button even going to open some like 8-6 suited, 10-8 suited, this type of stuff. So I don't think there's too much need to bet this one as getting it. He's going to go for the bluff. But the problem is here, do we fold enough ace high when the diamond draws brick out, when the 8-9, 10-8, 10-9 bricks out here? How often is ace high folding this river spot here when we never bet ace high ourselves? So our value range here is literally a boat or quads. It's going to be jack X or 7X. So interesting bet on the end here from getting it. See what Charles is going to do, but I just don't think ace high is going to be folding on this board that often.
Yeah, that's the thing. He may even hero a hand like king 10 for the chop, so maybe not king 10, maybe a hand like king 6, king 4, unblocking some of the missed straight draws.
Fair play to get that.
Gets it through.
I reckon king eye for Charles there, maybe.
Maybe.
Shot. Fair play.
You've been playing hands together, right?
You've been winning the hand.
You guys. Everyone had it.
Over to Dooley on the button with the ace. Likely to be taking this one upstairs. Does go for the min raise.
We've got here is Chris 17, definitely jam suited against Dooley's button opening range, may even take the offsuit here. Wouldn't mind it. Yeah, let's go, Chris. I've gone for free bet actually. Free bet not all in. Is this free bet fold? He's not going to put in 30% on fold, I don't think. But
Yeah, not sure. It's certainly an unorthodox play, as wide as King Jack.
can't do anything. He's actually got the power combo button versus big as a 4-bet bluff that likes to click, but we need to be deeper. It's the A6 off, button versus big, actually, believe it or not, one of the most common combos used as a 4-bet bluff, button versus big specifically. Even more as you get deeper with ICM. That number dropping to 38, and that is because we've lost Vitaly Greco in 39th place.
Maybe you call my head.
You couldn't have chopped behind.
You could have chopped.
You don't have much behind.
You could have chopped.
I don't think so.
Oh, there's no chop there, right?
I was going to be behind.
King queen.
Final 45 minutes going to take us to the final break of the day. Looking like we're not going to play the full 12 levels now, as we are playing down to 27 players, so just got to lose 11 more. So 11 players in 3 hours shouldn't be a problem at all.
No, no, no. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got like 7 gets it.
Calls round to Dooley in the hijack, 10-7 of hearts here. Thinking about it, and he's going to treat himself to an open. Last 7% of the field now. Offer 20 here as Chris wouldn't take offsuit. Suited, I would be sending. Offsuit into the bin. Same here for sure. You can see he's got really dominated, but gonna take offsuit Jack 10 with a 13. Fair play to the man. Optimistic jam, but timing on point. Dooley just with the 10-7.
Now that's a fearless jam right there with the Jack 10 off. Certainly a byproduct of playing the customer rather than playing the hand in a vacuum.
In the low jack, probably going to open this one from +2.
I have 164, 8 bigs. I have 164. And it will not matter.
Not folding.
I'm not shoving. We're calling.
So GetNet still in the driving seat here at the feature table at the business end of day 2 of the Party Poker London main event. The first of 5 UK Party Poker Tour stops. Get yourselves over to the Party Poker client where you can win yourself weekly via the Step satellite program a 1K package which will include a 500 main event alongside 500 in expenses. Charles with the 10s opening from under the gun. GetNet once again coming in with a bit of a splashy play here, peeling the deuces in +2.
I am loving GetNet.
Yeah, a load of short stacks behind. He doesn't really care, does he? We've got Arash there with sub 10 big blinds. Dylan's not stacking too much there. He's got 13 bigs, king 3 suited. Quite tempting to peel here.
You've got to peel the suited, unfortunately. Offsuit should go into the muck. Dylan, what's going
Wow.
on?
He's gone back into his shell a little bit. We saw him play on the 2-5 cash stream and he was much more comfortable.
Well, 2 orbits ago, it went open gun, full middle position. He had king 5 off and he defended.
Wow, okay.
So he defends king 5 off and then has almost an identical spot and doesn't defend king 3 suited. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Mad.
Much better combo, the suited king to continue the offsuit.
Question is, will I be here?
We get to the queen 9-5.
Will I be here?
Lots of checks here from Charles. Gun versus +2 and does check it over to GetNet. Deuces with a heart. Any takeoffs from GetNet. Any triples.
Big cards, you shove.
Sides against it.
Looks like an 8 or a 9. I think it's an 8 with spades potentially.
I will follow your advice.
Start to make a mistake.
Yeah, it's fine.
And just to make you guys aware, guest commentator coming in for the last 30 minutes of this session. Going to do 30 minutes with George, and then for the final session, I will start with George, and I believe we're going to bring Rob Sherwood in to close up shop today. Charles with the delay, deuces out the way for GetNet.
Everyone got doubles, you exchange sides. You exchange sides, which is really crazy.
It's pretty sick. I did look twice in the chip leader. We're like you.
No problem, Terry. Thank you for tuning in this evening. We've probably got a couple of hours left tonight. I doubt we're going to play the full 12 levels. Just need to lose 11 more players. That's ace 10 suited for Dooley under the gun.
Oh, so sorry.
Raises to 40. Still suited for Chris. He's incentivized to do anything with this, facing gun specifically, like fold.
You have blacks, right? You have blacks, right? Yeah, it doesn't show it over. It's the red.
Arash waiting for his spot, but just not able to find it
Deja
yet.
vu.
Off his 8 big blinds, Dylan out the way in the small. It should be a raise and take for Dooley.
Another gun.
9-4.
Arash, shove. I might have fold. No, I don't. There's no fold in there.
I had queen high and I didn't want to go for it.
Queen what?
Queen 9.
You're alive. What do you think? Suited. Oh,
Trouble.
what did you do to you? Oh, because
Just the only two.
How you doing, Richie Barnum, mate? Good evening. Just tuning in after the fight. Hope the boxing was good. El Clasico ongoing at the moment as well in the Copa del Rey final. Big night of sport.
button small blind.
Are you a net with it?
Bro, button small blind.
Are you a net? Are you very tight?
I'll, we finished in the morning, but it's easy to second guess when I get to a money to wake up and like I'm set.
Up to 25. Especially with the diamond. Don't ask me, I don't fucking know. I called mine when we
All in a holding player. That to get ready is cool.
How many chips has Will Kassouf got? We are not sure. What we'll do for you, Alan, next break in 30 minutes time, we will get full chip counts of all the remaining players, as it's only going to be 5 or 4 tables, so it will be easier for us to do. So when we return after the next break, we get full chip counts for the viewers.
He's like, nah, the dealer's back, I'm out of here. You thought about it, it's like, no, Mitch is here, I'm out.
Ooh, big confrontation incoming, and it's the classic. Ace King versus Queens. Vadim with the Queens, Chris with the Ace King. It's going to be a big pot, which will decide the fate of either player. So Vadim with the 3-bet, going for a really healthy sizing here as well, and 2 aces in the muck so far, and a king. Going to be tough for Chris to find a way out, and he's going to be pretty delighted to see some action. Not over the moon, but definitely we'll be looking to send them into play here.
It is what it is. We've got Ace King, we've got 22 bigs. What can you do? If you got it, you got it, sir.
Exactly.
If you got it, you got it.
Whoa! No! Jay's left. He's had enough. Oh, we've just seen Ace King raise and fold to a 3-bet. What is going on? Holy moly, and I did say that tiredness was a factor, but folding Ace King to a 3-bet is absolutely redonkulous. Early position versus hijack for the 20 effective. My word, I'm not sure what to say about that.
Yeah, I know. You will see later on.
Ace 3
on a 15-minute delay.
Ace 3?
You will see later on.
I folded a big hand.
Folded a big hand.
It depends what big hand.
I was going to jam, folded.
Needed 10 seconds there.
Just to walk that off.
Just a little walk, a little bit of fresh air.
Good lord. Chris.
It's actually because there was 2 aces and 2 kings in the muck.
Yeah.
It looks like an ingenious fold. But
Well, it looks like he could see the cards or something. That's insane.
That was the most ridiculous laydown I've seen in a long time, I'll be honest. It's
Alan asking what the average stack is. It'll be about 700,000 at this point, around about 35 big blinds. Just dropped under 40 a while back, and I don't think it's going to be going anywhere north of 40.
He's like, yeah.
For the remainder, Dylan in the cutoff, now open shoving the jacks. We've all got a little bit sloppy towards the late stages of the stream here. We see the Ace King folding to a 3-bet. Dylan, who was so well studied in the cash deeper stacked format, now just not allowing his opponents any chance to put in a worse hand than jacks.
Against anybody else?
Probably if I go all in, you call? You can't forward to a man named Vadim with Ace
You
King.
will laugh when you see it. You will just laugh.
Thanks for the feedback, Terry. We will do our best to improve the
It might not be on break.
No, it's actually not a break.
audio
20 minutes.
for the commentators so that the table noise isn't going to be too much of an interference.
No, fuck up this hand.
It's funny because for the cash yesterday we were asked the exact opposite. We said, can you guys stop waffling on in the commentary? We want to hear what these guys are saying. But of course, tournaments are a little bit slower, less table talk, and especially after such a long and grueling day, these players did come back at about 4 o'clock local time. We're looking at 11:30 right now.
And this is where I'm going to leave you for 25 minutes. I'll be returning after break with George shortly. We are going to get Sam in for the final 25 minutes of the session with George. I will see you guys soon.
That was wrong. That was wrong. No, I was left with 300, but
134
plus the bet was like 400.
Fair enough.
Joined by Sam. How are we doing, mate?
I'm good, thanks, George. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Not
Good
too
stuff,
bad.
good
Ticking on.
stuff.
It's been a long day, but we've still got some action left. How's your week going so far?
about so far. I've bricked just about everything.
Have you, yeah?
Everything. But it's not over yet.
No?
We've still got a little turbo on
the agenda.
Must be done tomorrow morning.
Good luck with that one, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
A bit of action here. Chris finding the Cowboys versus Arash, who was really short, down to around about 7 big blinds. Pumped it in with the ace-5 and found a customer, and he needs an ace from space on the river to stay alive. Is it to be? Not this time. So we'll get to the table. Do you know any of these guys? Any intel?
Yeah, I know a couple of them. We've got Getnet in seat 3.
Yep.
He does well. Oh, it's Chip Needle, man. Yeah.
Bit of a spicy player. He's coming with some...
Yeah, very spicy. Obviously, everyone knows Dylan.
Yep, of course.
And Dylan Patel's a pretty good player. He plays here locally.
Cash game player, is he?
Yeah, he plays a lot of cash. He plays tournaments as well. He does well.
Nice.
He does well. He does a lot of... last year, we ran... obviously, I'm an Aspers ambassador here, obviously.
Sure.
And last year, we ran a Globetrotter series.
Okay.
Where we were doing satellites to WPT events. We did satellites to Vegas for the World Series. And a couple of other events, and he won 3 of them.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so he went off to Australia, final table WPT Prime.
Fantastic. The main event, the WPT Prime.
The WPT Prime, which is, it was like...
3,000 Aussie or something?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he managed to final table that. Unfortunately, he didn't get the first one out.
Oh, unlucky.
But getting there is an achievement.
And a decent payday. He was in from a satellite.
Yep. And then he won one to the WPT Championships as well in December. So, which I also managed to get into. So
nice.
We're out there together.
The 10K.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. What an experience that must have been.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
I've heard it was almost second to the main event in terms of the electricity in the room and things like that.
Yeah, it was massive. And obviously they were doing this club WPT Gold or something.
Oh, the 1 million free roll, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of us.
Awesome.
What have you got here?
So we've got Charles, who's been a quiet customer, but slowly going about business and doing well so far. Opening it up with the ace-jack. Chris in the small blind. Might have something to say about it. You aware of Chris? Niccolo?
No.
Just opened ace-king and folded to a 3-bet. It was a bit of a weird play. And look at this from Sean, firing it in with the ace-4 suited, and he might get a customer from Charles. It's just over, 16 big blinds. I don't think he's going to knock Charles out of this one. So Warren Bennett saying, is Gary Miller still in? And hello, Sam. Gary busted, unfortunately. Lost a big pot to, I believe, Coombs. His first name is escaping me right now. Chaz Coombs, sorry.
Okay.
And when day 2 will end, so 27 players, so 9 to go right now, and it could be 8 unless Sean will find some help here with his ace-4 suited, running into the ace-jack of Charles Norman.
Got a flop here. Oh, it's a jack on the flop.
Oh yeah, that's
bad
bad
news. Hard
news.
to get out of this. Running diamonds maybe.
There's one. Keeps him alive. Needs another.
Oh,
not to be on the 7 of clubs. Unfortunate for Sean there. He came in with a really big dominating stack to the feature table.
Oh, really?
Yeah, lost 2 big pots to Vadim on his left. Doubled him up twice in a row and just hasn't really been able to get his sort of hands back on the grip. Unfortunately, is going to be busting out in 36th position. And we're joined by Ben Miller, who plies his trade down in Portsmouth and is starting to get some big scores on the live scene in the UK.
Yes, he actually busted me in the turbo today.
Did he give you a bit of a rub down on the way out?
No rub downs.
All right, he's usually quite a chirpy chap.
No, he's all right. I've
seen him
around a few times and we've spoken and that. So
lovely.
nice guy.
You got any stops coming up?
Well, this is fantastic. So
Yeah.
I'll definitely do Manchester and probably do Glasgow as well.
Nice.
I was up at Glasgow for the Irish stop a few weeks back.
Yeah.
Fantastic casino. So
Awesome.
looking forward to going back there. Nothing international planned yet. I'd love to get to Vegas, but might have to find a little bink or two first.
Yeah, fair enough. Money goes pretty quick over in Vegas. You can be in for a lot. There's just non-stop tournaments, isn't there?
I'll tell you what, I was there in December and don't I just know it.
Yeah. Well, at least you had a free pump at the 10K,
But
right?
Yeah, actually the 10K and the 1K.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The Prime as well.
That was huge, right?
Yeah, massive. There was over $1 million for first in the Prime.
Insane.
3.1 I think it was for the main.
Mm-hmm.
So, alright. So we've got an open from Queen 10.
Yeah, Getnet.
Getnet's getting after it.
Getting after it. Getting busy is Mr. Getnet here with the ace-9.
He's a good player. He's been around for a very long time. We used to play together at the International back in the day.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Does make it quite small, so Charles is incentivized to come along despite being out of position, and Queen 10 is a hand that could be dominated quite severely, just taking the price. And once again, Getnet finding a way to get it done. Table chip leader is not really flinched from that position. We haven't seen him lose a significant pot so far.
Right.
Just been chipping away. Even 3-bet Charles earlier, big blind versus button with Jack 4 suited. So
Wow.
yeah, he's been really going after it.
Mixing it up.
There's a fumble of the C-bet, but I think anything will be enough to get the job done versus Charles on this ace-high board. Yeah, and Charles will slide those ones into the muck. Another pot for Getnet, and as you can see, just continuing that domination.
It's opening a bit of a lead as well, right?
Certainly is. I think there's a couple of players on the outer tables that might have something to say about that. I think Chaz Coombs was one of those. Last we saw, he had about 1.5 million as well. So certainly a lot of players putting their name in the hat.
How have you found the speed of play? And
It's been really good.
it's been good, yeah?
Really good. Usually when I'm commentating on, around the bubble, people are just taking the piss. You know, they're taking forever to fold. Even when it's hand for hand, they don't seem to realise that it doesn't
makes no
achieve
difference how long
anything.
you
You're
take,
just
yeah.
wasting time
Yeah.
for everyone in the room. So it's been great, actually. And I think that the quality of the staff has been excellent as well.
Good.
So I think a well-run.
I think it's been very successful.
So what's your sort of role as an ambassador? Is that within the Aspers brand, or does that branch out as well?
Well, so I'm an Aspers ambassador, and that entails promoting the club.
Yeah.
Be that by a few posts every now and again, be
Okay.
that by answering questions from people about Aspers and the tournaments and things like that. Try and represent Aspers when we go somewhere else, Coventry or
Got the patches.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
And try and do well in tournaments, which recently
It's a fickle game.
it is. It's variance. It's variance.
It certainly is.
But then I'm also one of the ambassadors for this stop of the tour.
Yeah.
At least, and yeah, so I'm pretty pleased with how it's been.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, happy to answer any questions about.
Yeah, if any of you have
Aspers
got
and
any
club and
questions
stuff.
regarding Aspers in particular, are you still running the cash rake race, things like that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do all of that every month. So in fact, what they're doing is they're still sending people out to with Vegas packages.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so someone won one last month. I know there's another one at the end of this month, or
Right.
at the end of next month. So yeah, come on down to Aspers, play some cash, and
Have your shot
get
at
yourself involved.
yeah, potentially parlay that into a big win in Vegas. Just going to go check on the river. Vadim there, a little bit scared about the 4 flush run out with his 7-6. A couple of better flushes could have improved. Just going to check that one over, and Ben with the jack, not looking to put any more chips into the pot. Wilkesoof question mark, says Alan. I believe he's still in the mix. We don't have
He
the
is.
exact.
The last time I saw, he was still in.
Yeah. Do you see much of him down here?
He comes down here fairly regular.
Yeah.
He's here at least once a week, once every couple of weeks.
What sort of tournaments? What's your usual biggest buy-in of the week? It's about 100 quid, or?
Yeah, there's on a Friday night. There's like £120.
Nice.
In fact, I think that's just gone up to 150, but that typically gets 15, 20k.
Nice.
The prize pool with
Yeah.
4, 4.5, 5 to the winner.
Yeah.
And that's on a weekly basis.
It's a proper tournament then, yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, and it's really good, really well attended, and lots of action. And on a Saturday we run a progressive bounty, which is the about 120, 130 price point.
Right.
50 to the bounty, which is progressive, like I say, and 50
Yep.
to the prize pool. And that typically gets really good attendance.
Excellent.
So there are two biggest ones. And we have a lot of festivals come up as well. So we've got Springfest coming up here. And we've got the Vamos Poker Tour coming soon.
Oh, the Spanish lot. Okay, nice.
Yeah. So Getnut's got jacks.
Yeah, opening it up. Vadim taking a while with the Queen 4 suited, but likely just hitting the muck. Ben Miller following suit with the ducks, not looking to get involved. And Dylan here with the sixes. Bad timing for the lad. He's run into run into the hooks.
Yeah.
And getting that does have, it says 71.29. It must be something like a jack being folded. Not sure, but 80-20 by the book. And the way he's running, you fancy him to see it out.
We've got
A couple of interesting turn cards potentially.
Yeah.
That's not one of them. That is the cold, dry 3 of clubs.
Oh no.
Followed by the 8. That's the end of the road for Dylan. Just couldn't really get anything going.
Shame.
Yeah, he played really well in the cash stream yesterday, 2-5.
Yeah.
Yeah, solid player.
Yeah.
Really, fearless as well, but not making a big song and dance of it. Good table presence, and yeah, unfortunately, that's the way tournaments go. Sometimes you just kind of get dealt out, and then you run into a better hand, and you know, you're hitting the showers 30 spots away from the big money.
And the rich get richer.
Is Getting That on a run at the moment?
He consistently does pretty well in the tournaments. He's someone pointed out on the Hendon mob that there's a thing that shows you how many cashes and and stuff like that, and he's near the top
for Aspers.
Yeah,
I could have a look at that. Yeah, we got the Aspers Casino rankings here. Yeah, he's 4th on the total number of cashes. You're in there tied 5th with Jay Patel. So Getting That's got you by 3 at the moment. You've got your work cut out.
Well, there might be a result or two that hasn't been posted yet. So.
Okay, yeah, from this week.
So Charles is open with King Queen off.
Yep, under the gun. Okay. We do have a few seats open, so 7-handed right now. And
so far no customers.
Yeah, over to Razvan in the big blind with 8-6. He's going to take a look at the flop.
Okay.
Favourable for Charles. Got himself a gut shot. Nice board to continue as the pre-flop aggressor from early position. You're all over this flop. Lots of top pairs, 2 pairs sets, and then also hands like this that have good equity. He does go for a middling sizing there, and that's going to get the job done. Maneuvering. Light work for Mr. Norman. Gets himself above 1 million in chips.
So Razvan is really the only one who's kind of floating down at the bottom there.
Yeah,
Everyone else
absolutely.
seems to have sort of the same sort of size stack.
Well, you can see Dooley there from his table demeanour, you know, sort of arms crossed. He's just slowly going about business, looking to get the eliminations on the outer tables. It's been a long day for these chaps, especially guys with you in the turbo earlier, right? 11.
11 a.m. start.
Yeah. Oh, here's Mr.
Speaking of
Kassouf.
Mr. Kassouf.
Speak of the devil, and he will arrive. Here he is.
Question, what's the current payout for 34th place?
Yeah, let's just wait for that to tick up. It should be going along the bottom of the screen. There we go. So some patience needed, but I think it will be around about 1,400 quid at this stage.
This is a fantastic number of entries, 491, nearly 500 entries.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big portion of that, the locals as well.
Yeah.
So your lot coming out in force.
Yeah. Quite a few online qualifiers as well, but
Yeah, over 120.
so Redeem's open queens.
Yeah,
It's nice to find queens in the hijack.
absolutely. 25 bigs. Sight for sore eyes, the two queens, and Ben getting frisky with the ace-4. Bad timing for the lad. Charles gets out the way, and hand likely to be over here. Oh, is he called?
It's just flooded.
I'd be taking that one upstairs and looking to play for the lot, really. Especially hijack versus cutoff. He's been rewarded with a nice flop, though. All diamonds. He's got the overpair. Yeah, he's going to be very happy with that.
I guess this is going to go check.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to lead now. Vadim kind of beating to the sound of his own drum. He might have lost a bit of value there. I think Ben would have followed through with a small bet potentially.
Yeah.
You're kind of forced to when you've got a hand like ace-4.
With no equity, you just
just fire out.
try and win it.
Exactly. Exactly, and didn't even get the option to. So Vadim there, a little bit of a unorthodox play, but he's the one stacking chips, right?
Win the hand, right? Win the hand.
He's the one in the on the feature table getting it done. So fair play to the man.
So are you playing anything coming up?
Not with the commentary. I play online, so Omaha Cash Games. So I play a lot on Party actually. There's a 1-2 Zoom that runs on there, which is good fun. Good action. 4-card is my game. There was a 4-card. I think that was last night. Was it the 150? Did you play that?
No, there was a
4-5-6.
4-5-6 today.
Today was
that
it?
was this evening, yeah. And obviously I did 2 bullets.
2 bullets.
My second bullet, I got kicked out with by roll flush. So.
Oh, good lord! Was that in 6-card by any chance?
It was 6 card. Yeah.
Mad game. Did you ever play the 6-card? You get a lot of 6-card cash here, don't you? Gary Miller
so
and all
they
those.
Yeah, so there used to be a 6-card, just straight 6-card.
Yeah.
And then in the past few months, they've started running a bit of a dealer's choice with double board and double board bomb pots and things like that.
The 6-card wasn't enough for those psychopaths.
No, it's, you know what it's like. You start with 4 and then that's not enough, so you go to 6 and that's not enough.
Very much a gateway.
To double board and
high low.
Yeah.
So Charles in the small blind with the 6s here, and Will's got an open ender, so Charles will not be looking for a 6 on the turn if he does get the option to see a turn. Let's see what Will's going to arrive at. Having opened the 9-8 suited, not many better boards than 10-7-4. He's got a backdoor flush draw as well, and he is going to fire out some chips in his rather typically charismatic style. Looked like a big bet, but it was a lot of small chips, I think. Yeah. Still got the smaller chips in play.
About half pot.
Yeah. And Charles is going to come along for 1.
Question here is, what's a good turn for Charles?
Yeah, only really the 6.
This turn improves Will to a
Open-ended straight flush draw. Yeah. Good lord, you couldn't pick a better turn apart from maybe the Jack of Hearts.
Indeed.
And he is going to follow through for another bet. Double flush draw texture for Charles. And it looks like if he's sticking around on the turn, not an awful lot's changed. Not expecting Will to hit the 7 too often, so...
The only problem with this, though, is if he does call, what's going to happen on the river?
So many poor rivers for him. He's going to get manoeuvred out and muscled out of the pot a lot, isn't he?
Yeah. This is one of those where you either cling on for dear life.
Yeah, he does make the call. And he's got a slight equity advantage, although, as you mentioned, Sam, out of position. Even cards like a king, a queen, an ace, Will could continue to represent. It is an 8 on the river, not the best of cards for Charles, but Will find some showdown value. Rivering 2-pair just when he needed it the most. At least for Will's sake, it wasn't the 6, because that would have sent him out the door. Or lost half his stack, I should say. Checks over once again. And Will is certainly a capable player. He's got to be afraid of being up against a hand like Ace 10, King 10, Jack 10, Queen 10. All of these hands would play in similar fashion. So I think he's probably going to knuckle it back. But certainly capable of finding the thin value here. Does check. Yeah. I think Charles thinks he's won at this stage. Hoping to see some kind of Queen Jack, King Queen, Ace High bluff. Unfortunately not on this occasion, as Will finds a river 8. So you take that one down.
So Will in effect has, if I'm not mistaken, just become table trick leader.
Yeah, and possibly even more so one of the biggest stacks in the room. Yes. There you go, over 100 big blinds with 34 remaining. 27 are going to make it through to day 3. You can see Ben Miller on the right there, getting a little story for the fans. Updating them on his chip count, I'm sure. Actually on the screen we see 33 left, so only 7 eliminations remaining. And by the looks of it, we're not going to quite make it to level 24, which would be the 12 levels of play today. 20, yeah, closing stages of 20, and I believe they're going to take a short break in about 2.5 minutes. Wow, Will continuing his cash game form, opening up some rather speculative holdings. Gone for the 69.
He's defending with this.
He's 3-betting. He's well aware of Will's theatrics and antics, let's say, and is going to be putting it on him here with the Jack 10. Absolutely. Good playability.
Turning 7 hearts. So I turn it up and down straight.
Big blind with King 9.
He's normally like...
I turned it up and down straight. Are you saying a straight draw and a flush draw? I did. I had the open-ended straight flush draw. Like the straight and flush draw.
It won't surprise me if Will plays this, right?
He's capable, is he?
9 high like a boss. Isn't that the...
He's all for the TV, isn't he? That is the famous adage. There we go, and he's seeing a flop out of position with 9-6 off here. Having opened from +1, some resistance from Ben Miller, and a big pot now for, well, both players, but especially Ben. Looking to flop something here, and Will might be sticking around if he's going to call a hand this week pre-flop. He's flopped a pair now, and Ben has got himself a gut shot with a backdoor flush draw. Very natural spot to fire in a continuation bet. Looking for a 9, but also looking to muscle out some of the ace highs, king highs that could be in there. If you can get a hand like ace 10, king 10, ace jack to fold right now, is going to be achieving an awful lot with this hand. There is the c-bet as predicted, and Will is... He was running really hot with these types of speculative hands yesterday, just rivering trips where you could never put him on it. You know, it was a deuce, it was a 4, and
what a life! What a life!
And then obviously he's got the 2-minute tank, and he's saying, "You want to play a big pot, small pot?" Yeah, all that.
Oh, wow.
I think Will's actually check raised him here.
Yeah.
Wow. And it might work, as Ben, in terms of the hands that he could be involved with here, Jack 10 of hearts is going to be one of the weaker ones. It's going to have all the overpairs, ace queen, some hands like king queen, maybe queen jack from time to time. So in terms of where he's at, you are going to have to just wave the white flag. And he does surrender. Will gets another one done, and he's up to 2.345 million. Huge stack, well over 100 big blinds, and that's going to be us for the 15-minute break. Any closing thoughts, Sam?
Yeah, it looks quite spicy with the addition of Will. I guess, are they going to change the table?
Yeah,
they are.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a shame because I'd like to see a bit more of this,
especially in the closing stages. Yeah, he's very much coming into his own. He looked like he was completely fearless, going against the grain. But it's going to be Will Kassouf, one of our table chip leaders, as we take the break. Thanks very much for joining us. We'll be back in around about 13.5 minutes, and thanks for joining me in the booth, Sam.
No, it's a pleasure. Thank you.
All the best, guys. See you soon.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
To race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Lad Buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Lad Bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Lad Bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Lad Bucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Lad Buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Lad Bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Lad Bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Lad Bucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
Comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes. This is a Lad Buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Lad Bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Lad Bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Lad Bucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Lad Buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Lad Bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Lad Bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Lad Bucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
Welcome back, everyone. Final session of the evening. I don't think we're going to play the 45-minute levels. We need to lose, I think it's 6 more players. 33 remain. We're playing down to 27. I am joined by Rob Sherwood for the last knock-ins this evening. Going to have a little chat with yourself, mate, over the next sort of half hour about your run last year. WPT, 10k buy-in, 2.2 million score. And I spoke to a good friend of yours earlier, Natalie, and she was telling me it was all about getting that 6-figure score. And then you skip the 6-figure and thought, you know what, forget the 6-figure score. We'll lock up a 7-figure score. And just unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean,
we'll have a little rundown of that run and chat about that run as this session goes on. But quick rundown of the feature table. Rahil Bhatti in 1, Ulf Karl in 2, Adam Wright in 3, Cassandra Young in 4, Edward Rosterman in 5, Alexandra Georgiev in 6, Hugh C in 7, Drew Johnson in 8, and Cully Sadhu completing the lineup in the 9 seat. But know much about any of these, Rob? You've been here this weekend. You played with many of them?
I've played with Cully a bit over the years. The rest I don't know at all. I don't think I've even played with them the last few days, so interested to see what they bring to the table today.
Crunch time now, 33 left. We're at like the last 7% of the field. Everyone with their eyes set on that day 3. Got our last 6 more opponents. Quickly going to show you that. There are the chip counts in the field, and Wilkersu at the top of the pack with 2.3 million. And you'll see a lot of the shorties down the bottom there. Big blind 24k now, so a fair amount, about 12 stacks below 20 BBs. Some nice names set for a big day 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, Matt Staples, Charles Coombs, Ben Miller, 3 I would pick out there. All decent players, some of them being around a while.
Charlie was playing some fantastic stuff earlier. Like,
yeah, I
didn't
bet.
put
Yeah.
a foot wrong.
Yeah.
Really good poker player.
Yeah, he was a big online winner a long time ago, and he's still doing it. So let's see.
So Collie, bit of a loose open. He's 3 off, makes it 50k, and Rahil just gets to send the pocket queens for 9 bigs.
That's going to be a fold, isn't it? Even though it's only 9 bigs, it's still not got enough equity, I would say, though.
Yeah, I agree. For 9, yeah. Like when we get to that like 7 remit,
yeah, quick fold.
Potentially priced in. So talk to me, Rob. I want to hear the story of what occurred in December of last year. Was you always set on playing the WPT main, the 10k, or was it like a satellite perhaps that got you in for cheap?
I got in with a satellite, but I was already going to play it.
Okay.
Sold a bit of action to a couple of friends, played the satellite anyway, won the seat.
Obviously forgot about your old mate Jay, who does the commentary all the time. Didn't tell me anything, did you?
Yeah, so I was always playing it. Couldn't believe the field, to be honest. I think with EPT Prague being on and the WSOP Bahamas, it makes that field in December so good in the way.
A lot of people say it's like
so
another WSOP main at the end of the year, like similar to that.
And you've got all the Triton regs are in Bahamas. A lot of the best UK players were in Prague.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it just was an amazing field.
How was the tournament? How was day 1, day 2, day 3, sort of the build up to the biggest final table of your life?
Yeah, day 1 was amazing fun. Had a guy from Texas, 11 a.m. in the morning, before the first hand, excuse me to the waitress, double vodka and Red Bull, please. Didn't stop drinking all day.
That's what you need.
He was in every pot, must be 90% VPIP.
Yeah.
And he kept going, oh, I'm going to tighten up now. Next hand, 7-4 off under the gun, limp. And then basically got someone tried to bluff me off a full house in like the 2nd level. That gave me a full double.
Oh, lovely. That's what
so
you need.
I kind of cruised through day 1, decent stack. Every day was good. The field didn't really get tough until the final 2 tables.
I can imagine. I feel like a lot of people say that same with the WSOP 10k. We're going to come back to the journey of Rob shortly, because we're going to have a big flip here between Hussein and Cully. Pretty standard one, these 2 holdings.
There's a king dead there as well. What can 9s do here? Probably got to get out of the way again.
16 bigs.
Under the green.
Shove from Cully, gun open, plus 2.
Easy fold. Yeah. I was having to think about it.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a snap from Hussein. Eventually does flick the chip in.
Cully's hoping he's got ace queen or ace track. Nah, just queens, mate.
Cully, seen him get there a couple of times on turn and river today to keep himself alive. Looking bleak here, ace or king, and it's the jack on the river. So Cully Sidhu going to exit the field, and a big pot going Hussein's way takes him up to around 65 bigs. So day one, good day, you bag up chips. Day two, sit down. How was day two?
Do you know what? Because it was 6 days
Yeah,
altogether.
you can't
It's
remember,
really,
it
it's
just
all
blends into
blurred.
one.
Every day was good.
Was there like any key moment in that tournament, whether it be early stages, whether it be late, like a pot that just sticks in your mind? That you
Yeah,
remember?
there's a few. I mean, day two we played in the money. I think we played until the bubble burst the bubble. I think the average was 800, so 100k starting chips. I bagged 333 end of day one. End of day two in the money, 1.2 million. So, you know, steady. 3 and a bit extra stack each day. End of day 3, 5 million, so 4x my stack.
When does that point sort of come in your head as a player where you think, hold on a minute, we've got a real chance here of winning like a life-changing score and potentially taking down this tournament?
Yeah, I think...
What sort of day 3, day 4, is it there, or is it deeper when you're like day 5, 3, 4 tables left?
Day 4, I think.
Yeah.
Day 4. I remember celebrating winning a pot. The one I celebrated the most was like with 75 players left.
Yeah.
And the table was good, and then someone's 4-bet jammed against me with ace-10 suited. I had 3-bet jacks. I had 40 bigs. I had 50 bigs, he had 40.
Yeah.
That was a huge hold. You know, over the years, I feel like maybe not even as big a spot as that, but I'll get to the last few tables of a tournament with 100k up top.
They're the ones
lose
that
the
get
flip
the juices flowing.
lose
Yeah.
with the, you know, get the ace king, you're out, whatever. So to win that, I was like, come on, and that put me sort of double average. And I was looking around the field, I really fancied it.
Yeah, there you go. And then obviously on the final day, final table time, free-handed deal was done. Was that like instigated by anyone, or was it just the three of you said, right, do you want to have a look at numbers, guys? Or
the chip leader said,
okay,
let's look at numbers. I think we had. Well, do you want to do this hand
it's going to be a
fold.
fold.
We're not going to get any action.
Not going to get any action.
So Mormon busted, unluckily.
Yeah.
Well, unluckily for him, luckily for the rest of us. And
didn't Mormon final table it the year before?
He came
as well?
fourth 2 years running. It's insane, isn't it?
That is just crazy.
Really
stuff.
insane.
The guy's a phenom.
Yeah. No, I got a really good deal actually. So we chopped like 2/3 of the prize pool with 3 left, and the chip leader had 86 million. I had 70 million. Second had 83.
Okay.
And we paused it. Let's look at numbers. And the chip leader, who won, Scott Stewart, he said, let's just flatten the payouts, as in an equal chop an equal chop with some left to play for. And I was like, oh yeah, that sounds all right. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. And then the guy with 83 million, Eddie, who came third, he was, oh, let me speak to my friends about this. I'm not sure. So I got in his ear and said, oh, Eddie, we've got to take this deal. It's a really good deal. He's the chip leader. And he came back and said, yeah, okay, let's do it. So yeah, we locked up 2 million each for third.
2 million, wow.
I think the payouts were like 3.1, 2.1, 1.5, something like that.
When does like that?
And we changed it 2.5, 2.22. Sorry, go on.
So like after you get the score, the tournament's done, you got all that jubilation. Like when's the moment when it actually hits you? Because I assumed like for the first sort of 2-3 days, everything's really surreal around you.
Do you know what? Total exhaustion when I busted. Yeah. And I was gutted to come second at the time because we played heads up for 5 hours.
It's a crazy game, isn't it?
Even when we're doing the chop, I'm just thinking, what's a good deal? And I'm not thinking about how many zeros is on the payouts. You don't really. I mean, I don't know your experience. Once you're in a tournament...
I've never played for 2 million, mate. I'll be honest with you. I've never been in that spot. I wish one day I'll get there, but it's like the holy grail for poker players.
Yeah, it's true.
Play in for a 7-figure score, and it's just a fantastic result, mate. And chuff you. And
still not. In some ways, it's not sunk in. Still, it's weird. Because I think when you're playing, you're so used to just thinking in big blinds. What's everyone's stack? You're not really thinking about how the scale of the prize pool.
Yeah, exactly that.
I've been playing the £250 mystery bounty here today. I'm taking it just as seriously.
Yeah, as you should.
I don't. If I think I play a band badly, even in this, I'm absolutely fuming.
So this hand open from Adam with the ace deuce and Drew with the queen 9 defending from the big blind, and probably just going to be a c-bet and hand over here. Splashy old c-bet. It's like 60k.
These spots are interesting when like the big blind's only got 9 or, very short, between 7 and 10 bigs. I don't think people study them much.
There's some stuff as well, like where you just have to overbet jam.
Yeah.
Like
I was actually thinking, is
Yeah.
this a spot where you can overbet jam with the ace-2 suited and, deny equity to some stuff? And then there's other spots where you always just see bet one big blind when the stacks are that shallow, but that could be an all-in.
They don't usually have like the B60, the B70. It's like usually the two sizes, like you say, micro or just the
all of
overbet
it.
jam.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I looked at one, not the other day, probably a few weeks ago, like on the 10-9 low card. With
10-9 low card. There's a lot of overbet
with ace 10
overbets.
with 2 SPR. Like ace 10's meant to just jam.
Just jam it.
Like,
Yeah.
Get out King Jack, Queen Jack, all this stuff. Just flush out all that equity. But there's definitely some interesting spots and unique situations. But I feel like at this buying level, not a lot of people look at this sort of stuff and run a sim and see what hands are doing what and what sizes are picked.
Yeah, I feel like the standard of play in this field has kind of been a little bit more old school. People are just c-betting half pot as standard. Then if they want to bet again on the turn, just half pot again. I've seen quite a lot of that, which it's not how it's played at the top level, but it can still be effective.
From Cassandra here.
Cassandra's got a good stack here, 900. What's the average at the moment?
Average at the moment, I've got it here, is 850.
Okay, that's nice.
King 3 off here, facing EP. Too appetising for a hill.
I don't mind folding this one.
One of these maybe defends versus LP, but against EP more inclined to let it go.
Great. What about where are we with pay jumps? Anything significant?
Not much at the moment. Not until we get to the FT really. Like over the ladder in 200, the next jump. So 40% of a buy-in. Yeah, the prizes I'll let you see at the bottom. What's the plan with the money then? Obviously, some people might jump up stakes, start playing 25, 50k. Some people like to invest in a business, invest in crypto.
Yeah.
What sort of your plan with the dough, Rob? If you don't mind me asking, if you don't want to say,
don't mind at all. No. So my original plan hasn't gone too well. Stick it in a US stock market before Trump comes in.
Oh, okay.
Because he's been good for the stock market in the past, but that's not gone well so far. But poker-wise, probably increase my average buy-in a little bit, but not go crazy. I'll probably play like the... I always play the main event World Series. I'll probably play the Win 10k as well. Their summer championship thing they have now.
I played that one last year and it was phenomenal. Like,
was it really?
Like Well, my table, I remember speaking with Leo. He actually had, I think, a bit of a tougher table, but I remember the table I had was pretty good in that Win 10k. And I was in for cheap as well, got satellite seats.
Yeah, there you go, that's the way to do it. So yeah, I'll probably play more sort of, a little bit more at different venues. Venetian, I like the new Venetian card room, I don't know if you went there.
I haven't been yet,
Yeah, that was open in December, so yeah, that's nice.
It'll be nice to pop in there this year. They run some great PLO comps at Venetian as well, very good.
Yeah,
PLO
good.
Hot spot.
The important thing for me in Vegas in the summer is to move around a lot in terms of play at all the different venues.
Oh, okay.
To kind of stay fresh.
Yeah.
I can't just play at one venue relentlessly.
Yeah. I
get a lot more burned out then.
But I feel like you're just playing at different venues anyway, because you'll bust something. You see Saints on the Win, you'll go max late reg that, you'll bust the Win, the Venetian, I can max late reg that. So you jump in between casinos anyway, I feel.
And it's like, 3 weeks in, the Golden Nugget have their main event, and you're like, going downtown. It's just refreshing.
It's one of the best events of the year.
Yeah. It's just refreshing to go somewhere different,
because
you feel like you're in a different place completely.
I feel like in the States, like WSOP, it's so recreational heavy, but I feel like there's different types of recreationals.
Oh, absolutely.
And like downtown.
Yeah, it's a different
they're
world.
Just mental. They don't care. They don't care. It's like money is no object. Like when you start playing downtown and you've been playing at the WSOP, you're like, why have I not been here before? It's some place. The Nugget, Binions. Is it New Orleans, the other one?
Oh, the Orleans,
yeah. I must say, if you've not been downtown in Vegas and you go every year, check it out. There's some fantastic tournaments and great value. Speaking of fantastic tournaments, what a turnout here at the Party Poker Tour for the first main event. 491 entries, kicking it off here in London. We have 2 more stops confirmed in Manchester and Glasgow. Manchester in June, Glasgow in August, and 2 additional stops to add to that, which will be released in coming months.
Yeah, won't be able to do Manchester due to Vegas, but try and make it up to Glasgow. Never played up there.
You never played at Glasgow?
I've not got a Scottish flag, so.
I went to Glasgow first time this year for work, and it was a fantastic place, like where we were situated in the city centre.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just something about the place. Really liked it. The people up there are really friendly.
Yeah, I've been there before, not for poker. It was an enjoyable weekend, so yeah, it's probably a good pick. August is good as well. Might get 5 minutes of sunshine if we're lucky in Scotland.
Yeah. I'd love to bring the clubs up actually and play some golf up in Scotland one day, but it's a long old trek with the clubs. As we see an all in here for 11 from Edouard. Just got to fade the big blind.
Ooh. I think that's a call. What do you think?
I think it's a call as well.
11 bigs plus one.
King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited, King 9 suited.
Yeah.
Got a call as
Got dominated.
And the other thing from +1, Edwards probably should raise call aces, kings, queens, ace, king suited. So I don't think we're going to be dominated too often here. So even when we're up against the ace high stuff, still a healthy 40%.
Exactly. Yeah. Even if you can see ace 7 suited, it might be.
Yeah.
It's probably a call.
I feel like it's a call from Adam. If our opponent is going to go for 2 BBs with aces, kings, queens, ace, kings suited, like the stuff that dominates us heavily, I feel like it's a good call from Adam. Can he bust the ace 7 suited of Edouard? Not much going on 2, 3, 4. Oh, but a dagger to the heart on the turn for Edouard. Needs an ace or 5, and it's a deuce of clubs on the river. So GG Edouard out in 31st, which means we're going to be down to 30 players. So 3 more to lose, guys, and we'll be shutting up shop for this evening. Steve Sutherland in the chat. Quick question for you guys. How were your nerves when you played in your first ever tournament? I'm going to be in Glasgow and it's my first ever live game. I'll tell you what, Steve. I can't remember my first ever tournament, but I do remember my first ever EPT and like the biggest buy-in by mile I've ever played. And I remember I'd folded like the first orbit and then I woke up with, I'll never forget this, I woke up with ace queen and I couldn't physically pick the chips up because my hands were shaking so much. Like I was just, the heart was going, I was like, oh no, I've got to play a hand. Heart beating, hand shaking. It's normal, mate. Don't worry about it. If you're going to get nerves at the poker table, they'll go with time. But they'll come back as well because you'll go up the stakes and you get good at the game. And when you start playing for more money and you have your bigger spots, that adrenaline will come back rushing through you. I'm sure it happened to you, Rob, when you were playing for millions 4 or 5 months ago. I bet a lot of the spots, the juices were flowing and that heart was pumping.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, that got me. If I don't feel alive playing that, then I'm
exactly.
completely dead.
But it's perfectly normal, Steve.
Yeah.
So just be nervous first time at the table.
I would say if you're talking about you're going to be playing the Party Poker event in Glasgow, maybe try and play a cheaper. You know, if you've got a local casino with, £20, £50 tournament, go and play something small for practice first.
Good advice, really good advice. So Drew in the hijack. Just going to open send. 13 bigs here with the ace king off.
Ooh. Yeah, it's 12 bigs, isn't it? Yeah, I'm calling.
I agree. It's Cassandra. Ace 8 through ace deuce suited should be in here, and Drew shove range may even shove some stuff like king 9 suited, 10 9, jack 9 suited, which we also dominate.
Yeah, too much equity here. Some players will just shove any ace as well here.
Yeah.
12 bigs. Yeah.
Be some fold if Cassandra finds it, but I'm probably not folding ace 9 here.
She's going to call. I mean, we've not seen how players have previously been playing on the table. I mean, I think Drew's been short for the last 45 minutes. Maybe she thinks he's been overly tight. Let's see. I'll be surprised if she folds.
Where's your line here, Rob? Like, what's bottom for you?
Maybe ace-8 off or call still. Ace-7's getting very dicey.
Yeah, it's ace-7 seems very cuspy, but
Yeah.
ace-9 off there. Credits to Cassandra. I feel like me and Rob both doubling Drew Johnson up there.
Yeah. I wonder if Cassandra's thinking there that if she loses the pot, she'll be down to only 25 bigs as well, so she'll lose the playability of her stack. I wonder if that came into her thinking.
You've also got in the live set, and I talk about a lot, the fake day 3 bubble.
Yeah,
like people less incentivised to shove
Exactly.
lighter because they want to make day 3 2025, post on social media, tell their mum, tell their uncle that they bagged up chips and they've made day 3 of a big poker tournament, and it's definitely a thing. I think psychologically it's a thing in modern day poker.
You can see Cassandra chatting away with Drew there. She's fishing for information, isn't she, to find out if she made a good fold or not.
Top-notch fold from Cassandra. I don't find it. Rob don't find it. Cassandra's sitting there again. Steve says, final question. Sorry to be ignorant. You're not, mate. But what are your names? I am Jay, and I'm joined by Rob Sherwood, who's helping us close out the day today. I wanted to have a chat with Rob because he had a life-changing score about 4 months ago in Vegas, chopping the WPT three-way for 2.2 million. Which is crazy stuff.
I like saying I chopped it rather than I finished second. That sounds much better, actually.
Ace 3 here for Rahil in the hijack. Use a bank. Suited, I would be going with offsuit, just let go.
I think I'll just fold this in the hijack. Yeah, good fold. I think this is just a fold off this stack size. You can open off a bigger stack. Button's busy on his phone. Put your phone down, mate. Look at your cards. There we go. Time bank.
Off
8 days, no need to get involved.
So we have dropped down to 30 players, guys. Going to let you know who the casualties are. We've lost George Reboleda and ER GDPR. So no full name, just initials. Which means we're down to 30. We need to lose 3 more players today.
Steve says, is that all 2 mil? Nice. Actually, Steve, it was 2.2 mil.
And I spoke to Natalie earlier like, about your score and everything, and like says a lot. One for the good guys, like same guy as you was before you've had that life changing score. She's telling me the other night about how you had to get a taxi to your hotel all this place away, and you've not just booked one next door.
Oh, here? Yeah. I'm over the other side of the railway line, which is it's a bit of a sweat walking back to the hotel, actually.
I didn't care last night because the players' party just made me. I was just there on a mission to get to the hotel.
You felt invincible, sure.
But definitely one for the good guys. I feel like a lot of people would have been chuffed to see you chop that one up. There's Cassandra here. Going to get involved on the button.
It has been really nice, actually, seeing people at the Irish Open as well last week that I've not seen since before it happened. And they're saying, I've been watching it. Kev Allen, Andrew Headley, people that have been around for a long time. They're like genuinely delighted for me. So yeah, that feels good.
Oh, any 4 bets here. It looks like a 3 bet to 175. Love the size. Don't know the combo yet. But feel like at this stack depth.
Big blinds having a think as well.
I did get a message about this hand from our action tracker 20 minutes ago, guys. It says he messed it up, but it fixes itself at the end, so hopefully we get to see the whole cards in a moment.
So what have we got here at the moment? 3-bet and 4-bet from the big blind? Or is that just a big blind posted?
That's big blind posted, 24k.
But he is getting chips ready here.
Yeah, this is 4-bet territory. The old 100k's coming in and now. Cassandra doesn't even have to think about a 4-bet bluff, can just fold the ace-4 suited. Would love to know the holdings here. Typical way it goes. The only hand that's messed up all day, and we've been streaming for over 8 hours now, is a cold 4-bet pot. And I feel like once the small blind starts chatting, it's never a strong hand here, Rob.
Yeah, he could just be posturing with, like, you know, Queen Jack or something.
Oh, what I say, never a strong hand.
Oh, it's Queens v Kings. Oh gosh.
Did he fold?
What?
Oh my word, Alexander.
And he shows the kings.
Folds the ladies. Button, small blind, big blind dynamic at 50 effective.
We would have dusted our chips with the ace-9.
That is just some ridiculous fold. How's he found it? Alexandra Georgiev, take a bow, sir. One thing I will say, which maybe played a part there for Alexandra, remember the Cully jam with ace-king and Hussein took 20 seconds to call with queens?
Ah.
Maybe in his head, maybe thinking, hold on a minute, this guy wants to snap 4-bet me? But he took 20 seconds to call a jam with pocket queens earlier. May have played a part in the decision making there, but what a sick fold from Georgiev. Top-notch stuff, sir. And the only way I can explain that, Rob, is it has to have something to do with the Cully hand that occurred 25 minutes ago. The fact that he took 20 seconds to call 20 big blinds with pocket queens.
Still an insane fold though,
It's
right?
crazy, it's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm never folding there. I'm probably not folding jacks there. Like small blind versus big blind, or button small big. Sick fold, Georgiev, sir. Take a bow and you deserve your day free bag if you can get there. Sick guy. That feels good as well, Rob. How good does that feel in the moment?
Once he sees this on the stream, he's... Oh no, well he's seen the kings already actually.
So that's why he's smiling away. It's like he's just doubled up. That will get the old dopamine going, I'll tell you that.
How often do you get dealt a hand as good as queens?
Not very often at all.
I can't fold it.
So 30 left, guys. Is it going to be 29? We have a flip over here on the outer. Tony Palingaris with the threes against the ace-10, and it looks like good night, Tony. Chris Barnes finds his ace, spades covered. Oh!
Oh wow.
3 on the turn for Tony Palingaris. Fading aces and 8s and does exactly that. 3 pair no good, sir. Looked like he was gone, but the turn saving his bacon. Tony with a much needed double up. As Tony doubles up, someone else past Ben Miller didn't catch the action, exiting on table 32, out in 30th place, so down to 29, 2 more to lose.
Yeah, Ben's been deep in a lot of stuff, deep in this again. I think he's one who I would not be surprised to see have a big result sometime later this year. Very good player.
I can't believe it either, Richie Burner, mate. How Queens have got away from that spot.
Well, Hussey has just open folded Queen 10 off on the button as the chip leader.
Wow.
Table chip leader.
Well, this is maybe.
He knew.
Maybe they've been playing together all day.
He knew the small blind had ace queen.
Maybe this is why Queens have folded. If you've been playing with
that's it. It might not just be one hand. It might have been countless hands where he's been overly cautious.
Yeah, I think that's got to be it.
Yeah.
Just the dynamic of who.
Still an amazing fold.
And sorry guys, my mistake. That was Charlie Coombs busting at Tony Palingaris there. Sorry, doubling up Tony Palingaris that we saw on the outer table. 29 remaining.
Round looking at the clock here, like sweating the day 3 bubble, isn't it? I think
it isn't a thing because it shouldn't be a thing because you're just playing your stack in terms of your big blinds.
I really try and shy away from that, but it's kind of human nature. You want to go to bed
and
thinking,
just the way the world is now, like everything's technology. Like you want to post online, you want to show your mates how well you're doing in this poker tournament.
Exactly.
You want to post a picture of your day 3 bag and you're playing for 40k tomorrow. It's such a psychological factor that would never have been a thing 20 years ago.
Yeah, I agree. Don't think he's going to be open folding this one.
Ace King suited.
But you never know.
For Hussein, got to open in the cut-off.
Casual 75k flicked in there. Ooh, this is interesting.
More than 3x, north of 3x, what, 3.1x, 3.2x here from Hussein on the button.
I mean, this is tempting to send the ace-9, but again, if he's been playing from a lot, he's seen how cautious he's been as well, and in the bin. Yeah.
And like, if Hussein just opens 2 bigs here, potentially we get that reshove from ace-9 and out the door, but Rahil, how can we not jam this, Rob? How can we?
I mean,
I know it's a 3x open, but we've got ace jack. Like, what can we do?
Can't get away from this with, what is it, 9 bigs? Yeah. So snap call this time, good to see.
It's a fun one because the ace jack does actually make the best hand on the flop, but still equity dog here, fading kings, 10s and spades. Clean turn and a clean river. 2 low red cards. Love to see that as Rahil up to just shy of half a milli.
We get to stay here a bit longer
Yeah,
as
we
well.
do, mate.
We still need to lose 2 more.
To be fair, I love getting someone new in the booth and someone like I can have a chat with the journey that you had a few months ago and see what you've done with the money, or you're looking at going up stakes and just how it was, because it's not often we get someone in the booth that is cash for over 2 million in one single tournament.
It's crazy. I think someone was telling me there's only like 10 players, UK players, that have cashed that much in a tournament, and some of them it's like someone cashed in the 1 million one drop for 2 million.
Yeah, I know. Shouldn't
that
count,
doesn't really count.
Shouldn't count.
I think if you're talking 10k maxes, I think Jack Oliver cashed for 3 million.
Yeah, 3 mil.
Did John Eames go over 2.2? I'm not sure. But there's only a handful. There's only a few that have gone bigger. So yeah, I mean, the annoying thing is I'm not allowed to complain about my luck for a while, am I?
You can't complain ever again, mate.
I'll be fuming if I lose ace king v ace jack tomorrow or something.
You think of all the poker players out there in the world, the percentage that have had a 7-figure score must be minute. Like, especially if you take out all these high rollers that get to play these 100Ks, 250Ks.
It's minute, And that was actually the first 10k I've played outside of the World Series main.
Oh really?
I think I've played the main 12 times. But apart from that, I've played quite a few 5Ks, but it was the first 10k outside the World Series main, so can't complain.
So Cassandra going to open the king jack from Guillaume. Suited 7-3 for Adam, fine to get involved with.
Yeah, I'm always calling the suited variety of this hand.
The man's got two 25k chips there. Don't put all your 1ks in, sir. He's just put 50k in 1k chips when he's got two 25k chips out there.
Yeah, yesterday when the big blind was 5k, someone put in 24 chips. He put in 20 100 chips, two 500s and two 1ks.
The dealers do a fantastic job. Their job is hard enough as it is.
Yeah,
Try and just make their job a little bit easier when you're sat at the poker table. If you've got the big chips there, just use them. Their job is hard enough already, rather than having to count 50 singular chips when you can just flick in two 25ks.
This just seems like a small range bet for Cassandra. Fold for Aldin next hand. $40k, yeah, like that size, just 30% pot, perfect. Gets the job done.
Are we playing down to how many players today? Okay, so two more and then two more or three more levels. Your choice.
So quick spin over, guys, to and out a table. And it's ace queen against the ace 10. Ace queen at risk. Oh, there's a 10 on the flop. 4 on the turn. Any ladies? Not today. So Chris Barnes with the ace 10 there, finding the 10 on the flop. We're going to lose SV from the tournament, which means one more player to go, guys, and we will be down to the final 3 tables set and ready for a big day 3 tomorrow here in London for the Party Poker Tour main event. Over to Ulf on the button. Ace Jack, got to go for 10. In it goes. Just got to get through Cassandra in the big blind.
Snap
it's
call.
a snap call from Cassandra, and
With
of
the
course
kings.
it is. Cowboys in the big. Bit of a setup here. 10 effective. Fist pump jam with the ace jack on the button, but runs right into the top end of Cassandra in the big blind. And if we don't see an ace, that will be it from us today, guys. Additional 2 outs for the ace jack on the jack high flop. 6 of diamonds, not changing anything. And the 7 of spades on the river is going to eliminate Ulf from the tournament. And the number should be updating in the top right very shortly. We should be down to 27, and that should be finish for us today. And there we have it. Day 3 chip counts, guys. William Kassouf, who else? All about him, talking chips galore. Just shy of 2 million, going to be good for what, 70 big blinds, 65 big blinds coming back tomorrow. A few other notable names: Charlie Coombs, Cammy Williamson, Cassandra,
Matt Staples.
Matt Staples up to 1.4 million, so maybe one of the team pros could get the job done tomorrow in the main event. But there are all the chip counts, guys. You can find them on low at Poker Pro if you want to see the blog, if you want to see the chip counts, everything over there. But from us this evening, that is it. We will be back tomorrow at 2:20 for day 3. Huge thank you to this man. It was great to hear the story of how it all happened in Vegas 4 or 5 months ago, and nice to get your insights as well, and we'd love to have you back.
Thanks for having me on, Jay.
Whenever you
Had
get the
fun.
chance, Rob.
Thank you.
So that's it from us, guys. We will see you tomorrow at 2:20. Good night.
Keep some because they're not all coming off. That's you. 10 goes to give me 10. just because we are going to come back to a little bit.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.